Boom! A thunderous explosion shattered the silence as the rocket hit its mark. The office erupted in a fiery blast, flames devouring everything in an instant. Amick and his men didn't even get the chance to raise their weapons, reduced to ashes before they could react. With Lu Chuang's help, Mindy launched several more rockets into the inferno, ensuring complete obliteration. Job done. They grabbed the bazooka, stuffed it into a large duffel bag, and bolted from the rooftop. That was the coolest thing I've ever done, Mindy shouted gleefully as they sprinted down the stairwell. She looked like a kid who had just discovered candy and flamethrowers in the same store aisle. In the past, she'd taken down Amick's goons one by one with Big Daddy, grinding through levels like a boss rush video game. But now, Lu Chuang had just let her skip straight to the final boss's lair and blow it to hell. It was exhilarating. Still, curiosity gnawed at her. Are we sure this counts as an assassination? I don't know. It felt different. Lu Chuang didn't miss a beat. What are you talking about? Of course it was. Did anyone survive to identify us? No. Mindy mentally replayed the explosion. Yeah, she thought under that blast, even bones were probably vaporized. That was more cremation than assassination. Exactly, Lu Chuang said, nodding solemnly. A perfect assassination leaves no witnesses. Mission accomplished. Oh, now I get it. Mindy grinned. So the true art of assassination is overkill. By the time they reached the ground floor, the sound of sirens was already closing in. Calmly, Lu Chuang located the motorcycle he'd stashed nearby and slid onto the driver's seat. Hold on tight, he warned, glancing back at her. Might get a bit fast. Mindy snorted. What, you think I scare easy? Please. If I had longer legs, I'd be riding solo. Hit the gas, old man. Good to hear, Lu Chuang said casually. This is only my second time driving a motorcycle, so I'm still getting the hang of it. Wait, what? The engine screamed as Lu Chuang twisted the throttle, launching them down the street like a rocket. Ah! Back at Sister Margaret's bar, Weasel handed Lu Chuang a black card and transferred the payment. 5 million. Client's very satisfied. Left you a glowing 4-star review. Lu Chuang frowned. 4? Why not 5? They said your driving was too good. Took a star off for scaring the client. That's a thing. He glanced at the new balance in his account. 5 million down. Only 45 million more to go until he could afford his dream. A pair of indestructible steel gloves. He cracked his knuckles. All right, Weasel. Load up every high-paying job in New York. I'm about to speed run this city. Before that, Weasel nodded toward a shadowy corner of the bar. Someone's been waiting to speak with you. Says it's important. Lu Chuang tilted his head. Someone looking for me? He took a swig of his Happy Fat House soda, then walked toward the corner to investigate. We meet again, doctor, said a familiar voice. Lu Chuang blinked. Oh, hey, Lawyer Ma. This isn't the church. You want to confess or sue me? Matt Murdock's smile faltered. The last time Lu Chuang said something like that, it brought back some very bad memories. How'd you find this place? Lu Chuang asked, squinting. Wasn't hard, Matt replied. With your range of activities and my hearing, it didn't take long. Apparently, Matt had been tailing him, stealthily enough that Lu Chuang never noticed. Matt took a breath. Mr. Lu, I know who you are. You're a mercenary. Lu Chuang didn't flinch. Technically, I'm still a priest. The church is just on summer break. I'm picking up a side hustle. Matt stared blankly. Summer break mercenary? Really? Anyway, he continued, I came to hire you. Lu Chuang raised an eyebrow. You're commissioning me? Yes, Matt said seriously. I need your help to save someone. Lu Chuang blinked. A rescue mission? Wait, don't tell me. It's your concubine. Matt choked. No, she's a close friend from college. Sure. Go on. She came to me for help recently, Matt said, trying to ignore the smirk forming on Lu Chuang's face. She's in trouble with a criminal syndicate. We thought it was just a gang. Turns out they're trained ninjas. Very professional. Very dangerous. Realizing he might have overshared, Matt stopped. Too late. Lu Chuang was sipping soda like it was popcorn, clearly enjoying the story. Why'd you stop? Lu Chuang asked. Come on, man. You cliffhang me. That costs extra. Matt sighed. Why did I come here again? Matt took a deep breath. He had tried to mentally prepare himself for Lu Chuang's strange ability, the one that made people spill their guts like open taps, but clearly it hadn't worked. Somewhere between the sarcasm and soda, he'd ended up pouring out everything. Honestly, if he didn't desperately need help, he wouldn't have come anywhere near Lu Chuang. Resigned, Matt gave up trying to be subtle. We've been tracking a gang known as the Hand. Highly trained, combat experts, skilled with all types of weapons. Our operation got exposed early, and we were swarmed by ninjas. He clenched his fists. I managed to escape, but Erica didn't. They captured her. I couldn't get her out in time. Matt turned to face Lu Chuang fully, his voice steady but urgent. I need your help. Alone, it's nearly impossible to break through and rescue her. But with you, there's a real chance. Title triggered. Thieves don't leave empty-handed. Mission available. Objective, steal valuables from the Hand, totaling $30 million US. Progress, $0/$30 million. New title unlocked. Super high school level thief. The system window flashed in Lu Chuang's mind, and his eyes lit up. 30 million in loot? Now, that was a side quest worth taking. He briefly stopped listening to Matt, already calculating how much ninja loot he could pocket. Gold statues? Ancient scrolls? Jade thrones? Mr. Liu, are you even listening? Matt asked, noticing Lu Chuang spacing out. Yeah. Lu Chuang nodded. So you're hiring me to help save your mistress. Ex-girlfriend, Matt corrected, frowning. Tomato. Lu Chuang leaned forward, smiling. All right then, Lawyer Ma. How much are you offering for this heroic rescue? Matt hesitated. 200,000. There was a beat of silence. Even Matt knew it sounded bad, especially after overhearing Lu Chuang brag about a recent $5 million payout. Matt sighed. So this is what it feels like to be broke in front of a mercenary. Lu Chuang raised an eyebrow. Only 200K? Aren't lawyers loaded? What are you, a volunteer advocate? Matt winced. We don't take cases for profit. Most of our clients are low income, and we often represent them for free. So you're a morally upright, self-sacrificing, underpaid vigilante lawyer, Lu Chuang said, nodding with exaggerated sympathy. How noble. How tragic. Then, with mock seriousness. But just so we're clear, I am the ace mercenary of this bar. My completion rate? 100%. My titles include top 10 outstanding mercenary, most handsome mercenary, and most fluent Chinese-speaking mercenary. Matt blinked. You definitely made those up. You're a lawyer and can't even interpret meaning between the lines. Lu Chuang groaned. Fine, I'll spell it out. 200,000 isn't enough. Matt expected as much. That's all I have right now. If I had more time, I could gather more. But Erica doesn't have that luxury. Lu Chuang folded his arms, thinking. All right, fine, he said at last. For the sake of our acquaintance, I'll give you a discount. But he leaned in, grinning. You need to agree to one small thing first. Matt's senses immediately flared. He felt a wave of bad intentions radiating from Lu Chuang's direction. I'm not doing anything illegal, Matt said firmly. No matter what. Geez, do you think I'm some kind of villain? Lu Chuang said innocently. Relax. It's a small, harmless favor. Won't touch your principles, promise. After a moment's hesitation, Matt relented. Fine. I agree. We go tonight. Later that night, Hell's Kitchen. Lu Chuang arrived at the alley, dressed in black and holding a calm. Lawyer Ma, I've reached checkpoint 0.6. Do you read me? Over. Stop shouting. A voice replied coolly from above. I'm here. Lu Chuang looked up to see Daredevil perched on a low rooftop, red suit gleaming in the shadows like a firefly in a coal mine. And that's when it hit him. The suit was glowing. Bright red, with visible, sparkling highlights. Lu Chuang stifled a laugh. He already knew Matt had followed through on the favor. Matt, standing rigid in his luminous gear, clenched his fists and asked through gritted teeth, Mr. Liu, why did you ask me to smear fluorescent powder on my battle suit? Lu Chuang's response was immediate and smug. Well, you did say you were blind. Figured you wouldn't mind glowing for navigation. Matt's jaw tightened. This makes me a walking target. It makes you fabulous, Lawyer Ma. Matt regretted everything.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
What Matt promised Lu Chuang was very simple. That is, evenly spread a pile of powder that Lu Chuang gave on the battlesuit. At first, Matt didn't know what that pile of powder was. In line with the idea of keeping the agreement, Matt had to apply these powders to Daredevil's battlesuit. As a result, at night, after Matt ran out wearing a battlesuit, he was inexplicably discovered by a passing gangster on the spot. After a severe beating, Matt realized that the pile of powder turned out to be fluorescent powder. At the moment, the red fluorescence emitted from his body was actually more dazzling than the street lamps. Daredevil, thus becoming fluorescent. From a demon in the dark night, he instantly became the brightest, handsome guy in Hell's Kitchen. Matt knew that he must have been tricked by Lu Chuang. If Matt hadn't been a Catholic, he would have been tempted to swear at this point. Listen to me to explain to you. Lu Chuang said seriously. That's right, our main purpose this time is to save people, but there are only two of us, so if we rashly break into the enemy's lair like this, the two of us are at risk of being exposed at any time. If 13 of us are discovered, let alone saving lives, we may not even be able to protect ourselves, so we have to have a solid plan. Hearing Lu Chuang's explanation, Matt's complexion improved slightly. Indeed, the territory of the hand and society is not so easy to break into. Matt has a deep understanding of this. After all, what they will face is a group of well-trained neon ninjas, and even his ability is difficult to deal with. Once in trouble, their chances of rescuing Erica will be greatly reduced, which is not what Matt wants to see. It's just that. What does this have to do with phosphors? This is about the plan I'm going to talk about next. Lu Chuang said slowly, my plan is this. We need one person to expose himself actively and be responsible for attracting the attention of all enemies, and the other person will have the opportunity to sneak in and rescue people secretly. In the words of my hometown, this is called the strategy of turning the tiger away from the mountain. I see. Just follow the plan you said. Matt thinks this plan is reasonable. At least it can avoid a lot of trouble. Seeing this, Lu Chuang's expression immediately became serious. However, the task of the person who chooses to expose himself is very difficult, because this person needs to attract the attention of most enemies, so as to reduce the risk of another being discovered. That's why I propose that this task must be completed by a person with a very mocking ability. Matt was silent for a while, and then said blankly, leave this task to me. I will attract the attention of the enemy. You go to rescue Erica. Lu Chuang gave a thumbs up and praised. As expected of Lawyer Ma, he is really responsible. Since you have said so, then I will not compete with you for this difficult task. Matt didn't answer. He wanted to be in charge of the mission of saving lives. But the problem is, it's hard not to attract attention with his current fluorescent body. He has no choice at all. Let's go quickly. Matt jumped in front of Lu Chuang. He didn't want to waste time. After all, Erica is still in the hands of Hui. The longer we delay, the more dangerous the other party's situation will be. Wait, I'll get something. As he spoke, Lu Chuang took down a prepared big bag from the motorcycle. Although Matt was puzzled, he didn't ask, and led Lu Chuang quickly through the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Soon, they stopped outside a building. Hiding in the corner, Matt said, I've checked here, and it's a transportation company from Neon, but in fact the employees inside are all disguised neon ninjas. They won't leave here easily. They're probably hiding somewhere in this company. We better be careful. No problem. As long as these ninjas don't know how to form seals and don't wear colored contact lenses, I'm not afraid of how many of them come. With a confident face, Lu Chuang took out a small instrument from his pocket and handed it to Matt. This is a communicator, which is convenient for our next actions. Matt nodded, and then took the communicator. The two did not enter through the main entrance, but walked into the underground parking garage of the building. Boom! Suddenly a pistol appeared in Lu Chuang's hand, and he fired a special bullet at the monitor in the underground parking garage. This is a jammer bot from Weasel, which can make the monitor screen play in a loop. Without the trouble of the monitor, The two quickly found the stairs leading to the top. Erica should be on the upper floors. We'll start searching from Shangyong. No problem. Lu Chuang and Matt are not ordinary people. They ran along the building and rushed to the upper floor of the building. When they reached the 13th floor, Matt listened to the outside movement in front of the door. After confirming that there was no problem, the two came to the corridor of the building. It was dark here, the lights were all turned off, and the whole environment was as silent as a haunted house, which makes people get goosebumps. After walking a few steps, Matt suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, "There's movement. Hide quickly." Although Lu Chuang does not have Matt's super sense, but he can see in the darkness, there are two souls appearing in the field of vision, walking towards their direction. Without saying a word, he turned and went back to the stairs. But Matt didn't go back. He reacted very quickly and directly found a suitable corner to hide. For such a scene, Matt obviously has a wealth of experience in coping with it. He clearly knows where the human blind spot is. As long as he is stuck in the blind spot, no one will notice his existence. It is precisely because of this skill that Daredevil has become the Red Devil in the minds of many criminals. They will never know if there is a demon watching you around the corner. As the figures of the two people gradually approached, Matt held his breath, as if merging with the surrounding darkness. Through the supersensory ability, he can feel two people passing by. Just when Matt thought they were going to walk over, the two suddenly turned their heads to look at his position. Who forgot to turn off the light? Ghost. Baga, this is not a ghost. It's an intruder. An intruder has come in. Matt, how could he forget about this? Now that I am hiding in the darkness, in the eyes of outsiders, I may be the brightest existence in the entire room. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the short metal stick hit the two figures. Maybe they were stunned by the red light emanating from Matt's body. Before the two could react, they were knocked unconscious by the short metal stick. However, their voices had already spread, and Matt could hear several slight footsteps in the darkness. Just when Matt wanted to hide subconsciously, he heard a loud shout from the front. "He is here, his whole body is glowing, grab this guy." Matt paused, letting go of the hidden thought. He sighed, grabbed the metal short stick, and rushed directly over. Listening to the sound of fighting from the communicator, Lu Chuang knew that Matt had started to draw hatred. It's time to act. Without wasting any time, Lu Chuang immediately ran upstairs along the stairs. Lawyer Arima is responsible for attracting the attention of the enemy, so that not many people bother him to save people. Definitely, there is one more important thing. That is to steal a total of $30 million worth of treasures. In fact, the reason why Lu Chuang asked Matt to apply fluorescent powder was to help him absorb hatred and delay time. With Matt, a natural mocking body in front of him, he could look for valuable treasures without any scruples. Opening the stair door on the 14th floor, Lu Chuang saw a figure in a black ninja uniform coming to him. The other party also noticed him. His face changed suddenly, and the katana in his hand suddenly stabbed at Lu Chuang. Unexpectedly, Lu Chuang suddenly turned around to avoid his attack, changed his hand to a tranquilizer gun, and shot the ninja's thigh. The red-clothed ninja's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground in an instant, and the katana in his hand fell to the ground. Lu Chuang put away the anesthesia gun, replaced it with a pistol, and pressed it against the red-clothed ninja's head, and asked, "Quickly tell me, where are all the valuable treasures hidden?" Since the dose of anesthesia this time was not very high, the ninja in red did not pass out and still retained a sliver of consciousness. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, the ninja in red froze for a moment, as if he didn't expect that Lu Chuang would ask this question. When the red-clothed ninja came back to his senses, he glared at Lu Chuang. "Baga!" Boom! Lu Chuang raised the butt of his gun and smashed it over, directly interrupting the red-clothed ninja's words. "Speaking of human beings, I'm in a hurry. Where are all the valuable treasures hidden here?" While speaking, Lu Chuang reached out to touch the pocket of the red-clothed ninja. F***K. Don't you bring any money when you go out? The red-clothed ninja was a little confused. He originally thought that the intruder had some kind of special purpose, for example, to save a woman from the previous day, But looking at it now, why does he feel that the other party is more like a simple, "Where is the robber?" Idiot. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, the ninja in red was shot by Lu Chuang. No way. His time is limited, and he can't spend too much time on interrogation. Seeing that the ninja in red had no intention of telling the truth, Lu Chuang simply killed him with a single shot. Lu Chuang saw Katana on the ground and used the game system to investigate out of habit. Target meets the requirements. Estimate: $5,000. Lu Chuang raised his brows. How could he find out the value? Without thinking too much, Lu Chuang grabbed Katana and threw it into the sack. Although the goal of collecting $30 million is still far away, but now it is a little bit. Lu Chuang grabbed the sack and continued to go deeper. When he saw something, he used the game system to investigate. As long as it was a slightly valuable item, he threw it into the sack. After Lu Chuang checked the entire floor, he carried the sack behind him. It is already bulging, and there is only more than half of the space inside. Unlock condition: steal the treasures of the hand and society, a total of $30 million, 14W/3000W. Isn't it? The total here is less than $200,000. Lu Chuang was very uncomfortable. The sack was half filled, and he didn't even get a piece of it. Did you find Erica? At this time, Matt's panting sound came from the communicator, and it sounded like the other party was running. I haven't found it for the time being. I plan to change the floor and continue searching. Can you still hold it? It should be fine, but hurry up. Okay. Lu Chuang ran down the stairs to the 15th floor and started his search again. Those low-value items were directly ignored by him, and only high-value items were loaded. Soon Lu Chuang's sack was going to be full. After thinking about it, he began to clear out the items with the lowest value in the sack. He even threw away the katana at the beginning, so as not to occupy the space in the sack. After searching this floor, Lu Chuang went to the next floor without stopping. After Lu Chuang searched 2 floors in a row, Matt's voice came from the communicator again. Have you not found it yet? At the moment, Matt's voice sounded noticeably weak. He was almost exhausted. His body was full of fluorescent lights in the dark, as if he had a mocking aura, and those ninjas rushed towards him constantly. Matt fought and fled again, and barely resisted the enemy's crazy offensive. There was almost no time to rest during the process. Even Matt, whose body surpassed ordinary people, couldn't help feeling tired at this moment. Hurry up, I'll find it right away. Lu Chuang didn't lie. He did search several floors, but couldn't find Matt's ex-girlfriend Erica. He asked curiously, "Lawyer Ma, are you not good enough?" Attorney Ma perceived several figures appearing in front of him again. He gritted his teeth. Okay. Immediately afterwards, there was another fierce fighting sound from the communicator. Going to the 18th floor, Lu Chuang was not so lucky this time. As soon as he opened the stair door, Lu Chuang saw 5 faint white souls in the darkness, hidden in various inconspicuous corners. As Lu Chuang moved, the debris piled up in the sack inevitably made a crackling sound, which instantly attracted the attention of these hidden people. Seeing the full sack behind Lu Chuang and the statue protruding from the mouth of the sack inadvertently, the 5 red-clothed ninjas hiding the king's money in the corner were stunned. What's the situation? Their company has been stolen. Without thinking too much, 5 ninjas in red came out from the corner. Their movements were as swift as the wind, and the katana in their hands turned into a cold light and stabbed at various parts of Lu Chuang respectively. The cooperation was extremely tacit, as if they had been rehearsed countless times, and almost blocked all the space for Lu Chuang to dodge. However, Lu Chuang did not intend to dodge, but took out a cylindrical object from his bosom and threw it into the air. Illumination. Following a flash of white light, 5 red ninjas covered their eyes and fell to the ground. Indoors, the effect of the flashbang is simply brought to the extreme. At such a close distance, even these professionally trained ninjas couldn't resist the power of the flash bombs and directly lost all combat abilities. At the same time, Lu Chuang stood there with tears streaming down his face, muttering in his mouth. This move is decisive and powerful. It is indeed the magic that Gandalf is best at. It didn't take long for Lu Chuang to regain his eyesight. Seeing the 5 red-clothed ninjas struggling on the ground, Lu Chuang raised his pistol and quickly dealt with them. Lu Chuang groped the wall and quickly found a switch button. After turning it on, the whole floor instantly became bright. Lu Chuang realized that the decoration here is different from other floors. It looks quite luxurious. Lu Chuang randomly scouted take a look at the vases placed by the corridor. Target is qualified. Estimate, $460,000. Lu Chuang's eyes suddenly lit up. The value of this vase would exceed the total value of his sack. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang glanced at the paintings hanging on the wall. Target is eligible. Estimate, $580,000. As expected, it's full of great value here. No wonder there are red-clothed ninjas guarding here. It turns out that I have broken into an important place. Thinking of this, Lu Chuang immediately looked into the depths of the corridor. According to the usual urination, the most valuable things must be hidden in the innermost. Soon, he found a somewhat special door. The door was tightly locked, and there was a combination lock on the outside. Lu Chuang didn't have any experience at all with the fine work of unlocking. Fortunately, he was well prepared. He took out a special bomb from his butt pocket and stuck it directly on it, and then hid in a corner. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Accompanied by thick smoke, a hole was blown out of the original combination lock. Lu Chuang kicked the door open and saw a spacious room inside, so he walked in directly. It seemed that he heard the explosion here, and Matt's voice came from the communicator. What happened? I found a room, which seems to be very simple. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Matt's expression became serious. This is the site of the hand and meeting. It seems that Lu Chuang may have discovered some secrets of the hand and meeting. He whispered, "What did you find?" "I found it." Just as Lu Chuang was about to answer, he saw a variety of collectibles neatly placed in the depressions on the 4 walls of the room. Just looking at the surface, he felt that the value was very high. He quickly used the game system to investigate, and his eyes widened instantly. "I'll go, this thing is actually worth BDDJ, 5 million USD. Good stuff. Put away first." "Matt?" Lu Chuang noticed that he had lost his composure and pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I mean, this place is very different from others." "Wait, I seem to see your ex-girlfriend." In the middle of the room, Lu Chuang saw a woman tied to a chair by a rope and asked through the communicator, "Is she tall and slender, with long hair fluttering, wearing a red dress, and the slit almost reaches the big pants?" "Yes, she is Erica." Matt interrupted Lu Chuang's words, and if it made him continue, he would know where the guy's eyes were aimed. Matt asked anxiously, "How is she doing?" Lu Chuang took out a stick from the sack and poked Erica, but found that she was still. "It seems that she is unconscious, but there are no strange marks on her body, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Rescue Erica. We leave here immediately. Their number is increasing." Matt said, in his opinion, since Erica was found, there was no need for them to stay here. However, how could Lu Chuang agree? His achievement task has not been completed yet. If he runs away now, who knows if there will be such a good opportunity in the future. Lu Chuang immediately made an excuse. "Wait, I found that the rope is a little tight. You wait for me to untie the rope. Try to delay the time. Don't let the enemy come over, otherwise I will be with your ex-girlfriend. It's all over." Seeing that Erica was rescued, Matt didn't have any doubts. He panted heavily. "It's a bit difficult. Those ninjas seem to have noticed the movement on your side, and I can't hold it anymore." In fact, Matt's physical strength could no longer support the high-intensity battle. Now he avoids fighting as much as possible and uses various props around him to entangle these ninjas. Needless to say, this fighting method is quite effective, especially suitable for his street style. Then use your best profession to hold them back. While Lu Chuang was talking, he threw out all the things in the sack to make room for the collections in the room. "Best profession? You mean a lawyer?" "Yes, communicate with them. Hold them back as much as possible, and let all their attention focus on you." "I can't do it. They're neon people. I have never learned Japanese." Matt shook his head. The language of the two sides is completely different. how can they communicate? Don't worry about it. You can just say a few words in Japanese. Anyway, it's enough to attract them. Believe me, they're ninjas like talking the most. To be honest, Matt didn't really believe Lu Chuang's words, but thinking about Erica's safety, he had no choice but to drag his exhausted body towards the sensed ninja's position and tentatively shouted, "Baga, Baga Lu, you are dead." Although Matt does not understand Japanese, he found that these ninjas blurted out these words the moment they saw him. Presumably, it should be the way the Neon Kingdom used to say hello, such as hello or something. As a high-quality lawyer, Matt naturally wanted to greet the other party first. Hearing Matt's words, the ninjas in red were all taken aback, then burst into ferocious anger. "Ba Georgia Road! Idiot! You are dead!" The red-clothed ninjas burst out all kinds of Japanese in response. F*** Ked Katana, and rushed towards Matt like crazy. Seeing that the situation was not good, Matt ran away in a hurry. He didn't know that these words were not used for greetings at all, but for cursing. However, although the way he did it was a bit strange, he managed to attract the attention of these ninjas. During the escape, a group of ninjas appeared within Matt's perception range. Regarding the possibility of Lu Chuang and Erica being exposed, Matt could only bite the bullet and greet again, "Baga, Baga, you are dead. Ba Georgia Road. Idiot, you are dead." Amidst the cordial and friendly greetings, the number of pursuers behind Matt gradually increased, and various props around him were used to the extreme by Matt, and the whole building became very lively. Hearing the constant quality greetings from the communicator, Lu Chuang was a little confused. "Did I come as on?" At the same time, in the monitoring room of the building, a man looked at the monitoring screen with an ugly expression. On that the moment monitoring screen, Matt's real-time monitoring screen, is being played. In the picture, Matt exudes a red light all over his body, which is especially eye-catching in the dark, as if he is afraid that others will not see him. While running away, he still does not forget to provoke the passing ninjas. Relying on his agility and the assistance of various props, Matt barely escaped the attacks of the ninjas every time and ran from the 13th floor to the 8th floor. There were more than 20 ninjas chasing him behind him. Too arrogant, really too arrogant. Seeing the ninjas in the hands and club being played by Matt walking their dogs, the man trembled with anger, smashed hard on the table, and roared angrily. "What the hell is going on? Where did this intruder get in?" "Not sure. We are investigating." Several subordinates checked the monitoring screen, and one of them suddenly said, "Wait, there seems to be a problem with the timing of some monitoring screens, and these screens are being played in a loop." Hearing this, the man's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately came to the monitoring console. "Call out the surveillance on the 18th floor." Hearing his order, the subordinates quickly operated, and the monitoring screen on the 18th floor was quickly displayed. With the previous example, they instantly noticed something was wrong. These monitoring screens are also playing in a loop. "Damn it! Someone broke into the 18th floor." The man reacted immediately and shouted, "The intruder has other companions, and their target is the woman who was captured by us. Quickly call out the hidden surveillance in the collection room." Seeing that the surveillance on the 18th floor was passive, the man knew that someone had already broken into there. As for what the opponent's goal is, the man basically guessed it. 100% came for that woman. Other than that, he couldn't think of any other possibility. With the operation of his subordinates, the monitoring picture of the collection room is displayed on the monitoring screen. What caught my eye was Erica, who hadn't moved at all. Even the rope hadn't been untied. Could it be that people haven't entered the collection room yet? Just when everyone was wondering, a figure dressed in pitch black appeared on the surveillance screen. I saw him holding a bulging big sack in his hand, standing in front of the wall and looking at the collection, and then picked up one of the collection and weighed it in his hand a few times, as if he was estimating the weight. After he felt that the weight was suitable, he threw the collection into the sack, then picked up the next collection and continued to weigh it in his hands, repeating this process. The man's expression was stiff. "What is he doing?" It should be stealing something," the subordinates said with some uncertainty. After all, he saw that the other party didn't have the consciousness of being a thief at all, and the action of picking and picking didn't look like a thief. It was more like coming to a wholesale store to buy goods. So, the purpose of his sneaking in here is to steal things? The man finds this fact absurd. This is the site of their hand and meeting. The other party took great pains to sneak in for no other reason than to steal the things they held and met. Isn't this the same as hacking into the Goddessworther account? Not flipping through private albums or doing other things, just to gain attention and follow each other? Men don't believe this statement at all. He believes that the other party is definitely not as simple as a thief, and the other party must have a deeper purpose. At this time, the man found that the sack of the man in the surveillance screen was already full, and seeing that there were still many collectibles that could not be put in, he scratched his head, as if he was distressed. So, he took out another sack from the sack, and then began to pick and choose there, keeping collecting items into the sack. He was sure that the other party was simply here to steal something. He took a deep breath and roared, "Send everyone immediately to the 18th floor to deal with this damned thief." But did the intruder ignore it? The subordinate asked. "Don't worry about him. He is just a bait, deliberately leading our people to the lower level." The man roared angrily. "Give up the pursuit of the intruder immediately, and let everyone go to the 18th floor. Otherwise, this damn thief will strip our building naked. Baga, Bagaloo, you are dead." A bunch of red-clothed ninjas appeared around him. Matt's expression was numb, and his mouth was a set of quality 3 consecutive. "Idiot. Baga road. Die, die." The ninjas in red also made a friendly response. Matt thought that the army of ninjas behind him would add a few more people, but the ninjas in red just responded with a few words, but turned around and ran upstairs instead of responding to him. At the same time, the army of ninjas that Matt could perceive behind them also suddenly changed direction, and all of them ran upstairs, and some ninjas even pressed the elevator, intending to go upstairs in a scientific way. Oops, Lu Chuan's actions were discovered. Matt had a bad idea, and immediately said to the communicator, "Get out of there. They have found you, and they are heading to your floor." "No, I haven't finished the work here yet." "Not yet resolved?" Matt was shocked. Is this rope made of titanium alloy? Does it take so long to untie it? Ask for flowers. Lu Chuang was speechless. He looked at the game system. Unlock condition. Steal the treasures of the hand and society. A total of 30 million US dollars. 2300 W/3000 W. There is no way. The capacity of the sacks is really limited. Lu Chuang can only try to choose some lightweight and high-value treasures. Even so, the 2 sacks he brought almost can't fit. "I can't wait any longer. Those ninjas are heading to your place now," Matt said anxiously. Hearing Matt's words, Lu Chuang knew that his actions might have been exposed. It is estimated that there are still some hidden cameras in the building that he has not discovered, so his actions will be leaked. Out of curiosity, Lu Chuang asked, "How many people?" "At least 30. "What the hell?" Lu Chuang was dumbfounded. Did he poke a hornet's nest? 0. "Hold on first. I'll come over right away." Matt perceived that the door of the elevator opened. Just as the elevator was about to close, he rushed into the elevator and started a fight with the ninja in the elevator. Looking at the 2 bulging sacks in his hands, and at the tall Erica, Lu Chuang suddenly felt a little melancholy. He seemed to have no way to take everything out. He couldn't leave Erica behind. He was afraid that Matt would find himself desperate. Lu Chuang thought about it, and casually threw a ball of mana to Erica. It didn't take long for Erica to move, and she slowly opened her eyes. Before Erica could speak, Lu Chuang said directly, "Time is running out. So I'll make a long story short. I'm Matt Murdock. Please come and rescue you. There are a lot of ninjas coming towards us now, and now I need your help." Erica is clearly not your average person. Hearing Lu Chuang's explanation, she quickly figured out the situation and said calmly, "I understand. I will cooperate with your actions next." In fact, Erica is also a powerful assassin. Erica thought that Lu Chuang knew about her combat ability for Matt, so she wanted her help to deal with the coming ninjas. "Give me the weapon, and I'll fight out with you." Erica said, as long as she is given a weapon, Erica believes that she can handle the next battle. "No, I think you misunderstood. I have a more important task for you. Lu Chuang threw one of the sacks to the ground, then picked up an ancient statue worth $4 million next to him, and said with a serious expression, "Please help me carry this sack. I can't carry so much by myself, by the way. If it's convenient, help me bring the chamber pot as well. After all, it's quite valuable, thank you." Erica, beep. The elevator door opened slowly, and Matt stood in the elevator with injuries all over his body, and the red-clothed ninjas were all unconscious at his feet. In such a small space, Matt's skills could not be fully displayed. Even with super perception ability, he was still inevitably injured. Matt perceived for a while, but didn't notice the other red-clothed ninjas. It turns out that the elevator is much faster than running the stairs. When Matt walked out of the elevator with difficulty, he suddenly felt two figures coming towards him. It was Lu Chuang and Erica. Seeing Matt's appearance, Lu Chuang said cheerfully, "Hey, isn't this Lawyer Ma? What a coincidence. What you doing?" Matt was a little dazed. He wondered if there was something wrong with his perception. At the moment, Lu Chuang is holding a large sack in his left hand and pulling an ancient statue of a child file size in his right hand. And Erica's shape is even more weird. I saw that she was wrapped in ropes, and a C4 bomb was tied to her waist and abdomen. Delicate vase. We see that these things are thrown on the ground, and no one wants them, and we plan to take them home for waste utilization. Lu Chuang explained. "Are you kidding me?" Matt's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't tell what was in the sack. This was clearly the treasure house of the hand and meeting. Not obsessed with this question, Matt turned his head towards Erica. Although he didn't know exactly what happened, based on what he knew about Erica, the other party definitely didn't do it voluntarily. "Erica, are you okay? What do you think?" Erica asked back, looking at Matt with resentful eyes. Yes, she really wasn't voluntary. At first, when Lu Chuang asked to take the sack by herself, Erica refused decisively. "I'm a top assassin. You actually let me work as a coolie to carry things for you." What a joke. Seeing Erica's firm attitude, Lu Chuang sighed, took out a C4 bomb from his clothes, tied it to Erica's body with a rope, and then sent her a sincere message again with the detonator. Request. For the sake of Lu Chuang's sincerity, Erica finally reluctantly agreed to Lu Chuang's request and left the collection room with a full sack and vase. Originally, Lu Chuang wanted Erica to take the chamber pot made of unknown jade, which was worth $4 million, but it was a pity that Erica would rather die than surrender. She would rather the bomb explode on the spot than touch the chamber pot. No way. Lu Chuang had to settle for the next best thing and let Erica take away the vase worth $3 million. Thieves don't leave, empty space can be completed. Unlock condition. Steal the treasures of the hand and society, a total of $30 million, 3160W/3000W. Title obtained, Super High School Level Thief. Including statues and vases, the total value of all treasures has exceeded $30 million. However, the achievement task does not show a completed sign. According to Lu Chuang's guess, it may be because he is currently in the territory of the hand and society, and there is still a risk of the treasures being taken back, so these treasures are not really stolen by him. Threat can be regarded as the completion of the task. Stop talking, let's get out of here quickly. Lu Chuang couldn't help urging. Now he was holding a lot of valuable things. It would be troublesome if he was surrounded by those ninjas, but he didn't care. The main reason was that these treasures would be damaged and lose their value. Matt shook his head. It's too late. Those ninjas are coming up the stairs. Almost there. Let's fight out head-on. Assassin Erica suggested. No one would be so stupid as to suggest taking an elevator. Thinking about it, everyone knows that the elevator is definitely the worst option. After all, the control of the elevator is in the hands of the enemy. They take the elevator without a screen to step into the prison on their own initiative. You are an assassin. Can you stop thinking about frontal raids? With that said, Lu Chuang put the sack and statue in place, smiled at Matt and Erica, and said, "Stand still. I'll take your shortcut." Matt and Erica looked puzzled. The moment they saw the red ninja appear at the stairs, Lu Chuang suddenly pressed the red button in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Several huge amounts of explosions sounded one after another on each floor. Matt and Erica felt a violent vibration from the soles of their feet, and a hole with 2 diameters was blown out on the ground not far away. Is this a pre-installed bomb? Matt and Erica were a little surprised. They didn't expect Lu Chuang to have this trick. Go, go, go. Lu Chuang had no hesitation and took the lead in jumping down from the cave with the sack and the statue. Matt and Erica reacted quickly and immediately jumped down the hole together. Although there was a little height between the floors, neither of them was an ordinary person. They landed steadily on the next floor. Immediately afterwards, they saw that Lu Chuang did not stop, but rushed to another hole in front, laughed, and jumped down. Matt, Erica, I have to admit, this guy is really well prepared. Through the blasted hole, the 3 jumped all the way to the 14th floor of the building. There is no hole here, but they managed to bypass the red-clothed ninjas blocking the upper stairs and immediately set off and rushed down the 14th floor to escape. However, those red-clothed ninjas did not give up on their pursuit. Some red-clothed ninjas jumped down from the hole, sticking to their backs, and couldn't get rid of them. Not long after, 3 figures rushed out of the underground parking lot. The one running in the front was Erica holding a vase, followed by Matt carrying a sack. He was worried that Erica would not be able to carry so many things, so he offered to share the heaviest burden for Erica, the sack. Or did he still look like he was about to die from exhaustion before? Hey, man. As for Lu Chuang, he was carrying the statue in one hand and the sack in the other, and was at the back of the team. Lu Chuang looked back. Those ninjas in red were still persistently chasing after him. The dense red figures made Lu Chuang's scalp tingle. They were about to go all out. At this moment, the 3 people holding various things ran in front, and a group of red-clothed ninjas chased them behind. Fortunately, no passers-by passed by at this time, otherwise I don't know what kind of picture will be made up on my brain. Lu Chuang felt that it was not a problem to keep running like this, so he said to the 2, I suggest that we run separately, otherwise our goal is too big. We can't get rid of so much. Hearing his words, Matt and Erica nodded decisively. Faced with such a situation, running separately is indeed a relatively good way. At least it can disperse most of the enemy's forces, so that at least their pressure is not so great. Okay, let's run to the front and separate directly. Then look at my eyes and act. Matt, I feel you're making things difficult for me. After running for a certain distance, Lu Chuang cast a glance at the 2. Without any warning, the 3 suddenly ran in different directions. Matt did not notice 0.2 Lu Chuang's eyes, so he kept a straight line running. The sudden change made the red-clothed ninjas who were following behind stunned. How to chase after the 3 paths. The next moment, they chased Lu Chuang's escape route without any hesitation. Lu Chuang turned his head and saw a large number of red-clothed ninjas running towards him, almost too scared to run. Don't just chase me. There are 2 people next door. Go and chase them. Lu Chuang hurriedly stepped on his legs and ran away. So many people might overwhelm him. Catch this vile thief. By Georgia Road. The thief is dead. With a messy sound, Lu Chuang, together with the red-clothed ninjas, quickly disappeared from the sight of Matt and Erica. Matt and Erica stopped before running a few steps and looked at each other. Erica said with a strange expression, It seems that the helper you invited is quite annoying. Well, I totally agree with that. On the streets of Hell's Kitchen, a crazy chase is going on. Lu Chuang ran wildly, followed by the ninja army behind him. Definitely, they didn't follow directly behind Lu Chuang's, but quickly shuttled across the roofs of the low buildings on both sides. Fortunately, their running posture is not a classic ninja run. Otherwise, Lu Chuang would have been caught up by them long ago. Even so, the distance between the 2 sides is constantly increasing. Lu Chuang can already feel that those ninjas are very close to him, and he may be caught up in a short time. Lu Chuang looked around, and then turned directly into an alley. At this moment, tearing air sounds hit one after another. Lu Chuang's pupils suddenly zoomed in, and the bullet time started directly. In slow motion, several ninja darts attacked his position from all directions. The adrenaline in Lu Chuang's body was secreting crazily, and his physical fitness soared instantly. He avoided most of the ninja darts with a strange posture, but the ninja darts were too dense. In order to protect the sack and statue in his hand, Lu Chuang resisted some of them. The ninja 13 darts were directly inserted into his body. Suddenly, Lu Chuang felt a numbness from the wound, and his consciousness began to become drowsy. Darts are poisonous. This thought flashed through his mind. Lu Chuang immediately covered his wound, tremblingly put down the statue and the sack in his hand, piled them up in the corner, and then shouted angrily, "Ah, I was shot, I collapsed." After all, he tried to stay as far away from the statue and the sack as possible, found a feng shui treasure, and fell to the ground with his head raised. Seeing Lu Chuang fall, the ninjas in red jumped off the roof and immediately surrounded Lu Chuang, who fell to the ground. Although Lu Chuang's acting skills are a bit exaggerated, they did see that Lu Chuang was shot with several darts. From their point of view, Lu Chuang has completely lost his ability to resist at this moment. After all, their poison can easily stun a fierce man. Beast, let alone human. We have caught the target, a ninja in red said softly. A man's voice came from the communicator hidden in the ear. Very well, you bring that damned thief back, and the rest of you will assist another group of teams to capture the other two. Clear. Just as the ninja in red finished speaking, Lu Chuang on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, and his figure suddenly exploded. In the astonished eyes of many red-clothed ninjas, a pair of finely crafted modified pistols appeared in Lu Chuang's hands, and the muzzles suddenly aimed at them and shot out dazzling flames. Bang! 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 The speed of fire of the pistol was extremely fast, and it swept towards the surrounding red ninjas like a submachine gun. Before the nearest red ninjas could react, they were directly pierced through their heads by the golden bullets. In a moment, several red-clothed ninjas fell beside Lu Chuang. The ninjas in red who stood a little further away reacted quickly and immediately dropped smoke bombs on the ground, trying to block Lu Chuang's vision. Suddenly, the alley became filled with smoke. Lu Chuang and the surrounding red ninjas were enveloped in the smoke. However, the smoke did not hinder the actions of the ninjas in red. For these ninjas, this environment seemed to be conducive to their actions. They skillfully hid themselves in the smoke, and their shadowy figures quickly approached where Lu Chuang was, planning to launch a sneak attack on Lu Chuang in the smoke. Just as a ninja in red was about to approach, an arm holding a gun suddenly passed through the smoke, and the muzzle of the gun was aimed directly at his forehead. "Brother, do you want to buy it or hang it?" The figure of Lu Chuang appeared in front of him. He could directly see the souls of these ninjas. Even the dark environment and smoke did not affect him in any way. It's almost like there's no hiding. But the cautious movements of these ninjas made it easier for Lu Chuang to aim. As soon as the words fell, the muzzle of the gun burst into flames again. But Lu Chuang's movements did not stop, but he swung his arms quickly. The ninjas in red in the smoke instantly became moving targets. The companions fell one by one. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen figures fell backwards, leaving only one standing black figure in the smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Lu Chuang, holding two guns, stood still, and the strong smell of blood radiated in the alley. Under the pitch-black environment, Lu Chuang's black mask seemed to blend into the surrounding environment. Under the hood, there were only a pair of looming eyes, and the pupils were zooming strangely, looking at the remaining red-clothed ninjas. Looking at Lu Chuang, who looked like a black god of death. Even ninjas who had experienced many battles couldn't help but feel a little shaken in their hearts at this moment. This is not a battle. It is clearly a massacre. Lu Chuang took a step forward, like an evil villain, and said in a gloomy voice, "Sorry, you are already surrounded by me." Elsewhere, Matt and Erica are in a bind. Not long ago, seeing those red-clothed ninjas chasing in the direction of Lu Chuang, before the two could breathe a sigh of relief, Matt suddenly noticed that there were another group of red-clothed ninjas lurking nearby. Matt immediately reminded Erica, 820, that there was no Lu Chuang in the middle. The hunt for the ninja. As a result, when the group of ninjas passed by them, they suddenly turned their heads and looked at Matt's position at the same time. They can't be blamed for this. The fluorescent light on Matt's body is so dazzling that it's hard for them not to pay attention. Matt and Erica thought about this as well. They were silent for a while, then decisively dropped the things in their hands and rushed directly to the group of red-clothed ninjas. It's just that, although their fighting power is not weak, the number of these ninjas completely crushed them, and Matt was injured. The two soon fell to the disadvantage and were beaten back by the ninjas. During the battle, in order to cover the injured Matt, Erica was accidentally hit by the blade of the red ninja a few times. What's worse, they found that the blade was actually mixed with toxin. Erica's face grew paler as time went by. In such a situation, let alone a battle, even the station is about to lose its stability. Realizing Erica's worsening state, Matt's mood almost sank to the bottom. The situation is not good. Hang on, Erica. Matt helped Erica run into a dark corner and put her down against the wall. At the moment, Erica's condition was very bad, and the blood vessels in her neck had begun to show a trace of black lines, which was a sign of poisoning. Although Matt's eyes couldn't see these, he could hear Erica's heart beating too fast, which was probably a sign of heart failure. I'm afraid Erica wouldn't last long. Time is running out. Erica must receive treatment as soon as possible. Whoosh! Just as Matt was about to act, he suddenly heard a tearing air sound coming from behind. Matt's complexion changed abruptly, subconsciously wanting to dodge. However, he suddenly realized that Erica was behind him, so he could only forcefully stop his figure and raise his arms to block in front of him. Accompanied by the sound of piercing into the flesh, a katana cut Matt's arm deeply, and blood flowed out immediately. Fortunately, Matt's daredevil battlesuit is made of special materials, and this katana did not directly cut off his arm song, but caused a serious injury. Matt endured the pain and immediately threw a metal stick towards the red ninja who was attacking him. The iron chain at the end was thrown out instantly and directly wrapped around the neck of the red ninja, and he grabbed the iron chain and pulled it hard until the ninja suffocated and fainted before letting go. Before Matt could catch his breath, he saw more than a dozen masked figures in red clothes appearing around, all holding katana in their hands, surrounding him and Erica, blocking all escape routes. Faced with such a posture, not to mention that Matt is injured now, even in his peak state, it is difficult for him to deal with so many ninjas alone, and it is even more impossible to leave with a comatose Erica. Perceiving the approaching ninja in red, Matt's forehead kept breaking out in cold sweat, and he could feel that his body was getting weaker. It was obvious that the katana was also mixed with toxin. Take them away. The ninja in red looked at Matt indifferently. Matt clenched his fists tightly. His expression became resolute. He planned to make a final resistance before the poison had fully diffused and he still had fighting power, so that they would have a glimmer of hope of escaping. At this time, these red ninjas were less than 5 meters away from him. Matt's whole body tensed instantly, and he was about to rush towards the red-clothed ninja in front of him. Puss! Suddenly, the head of a ninja in red exploded, and scarlet plasma bloomed in midair like a fountain. With inertia, the body of the red ninja slowly fell on its head. The sudden change surprised Matt and the ninjas. Seeing the death of their companions, the ninjas in red immediately realized that there was a sniper lurking nearby. There was no need to remind them. All the ninjas immediately threw smoke bombs to hide themselves, and even Matt beside him was implicated in the smoke. However, the hidden snipers did not suffer because of this. Pust, pust, pust. In the smoke, the sound of the red-clothed ninja being headshot rang out continuously, almost without any pause, as if each shot could hit a red-clothed ninja with incomparable precision, and the obstruction of the smoke did not hinder the sniper at all. However, what is even more strange is that there are ninjas in red hiding behind the bunker, and they will be shot in the head inexplicably. To the death, they did not understand where the bullets came from. No matter how they hide, there's still ninjas who are still being shot. With such unpredictable bullet trajectories, the rest of the ninjas in red couldn't find the sniper's position at all. Even if they wanted to stop the sniper, they couldn't do it. They could only watch their companions fall one by one. This kind of waiting to die, the sense of desperation broke them down. But the snipers didn't care what they thought and harvested the ecology of the rest of the ninjas leisurely. In less than 20 seconds, broken corpses were scattered in a pool of blood on the ground. Looking around, none of the corpses was complete. All of them had their heads blown off precisely. The pool of blood on the ground reflected a disgusting scarlet luster, and a pungent, bloody smell gradually permeated the air. Perceiving the scene of such a flesh and blood slaughterhouse, Matt's face was very ugly, and he guarded his surroundings vigilantly. Although the secret sniper killed all the red-clothed ninjas, he didn't know the identity of the other party, and he couldn't be sure what the other party's purpose was for the time being. Not long after, he heard the sound of an engine, followed by a familiar voice. "Lawyer Ma, are you okay? You look very bad." Lu Chuang parked in front of Matt on a motorcycle with a sniper rifle in his hand. Obviously, he was the sniper in the dark. "It's you?" Matt asked in shock. Although he has met Lu Chuang several times, he has never seen Lu Chuang's true strength. The only time he fought against each other is not to be mentioned. Matt hopes to seal up that memory forever. Anyway, this was the first time Matt saw Lu Chuang take a shot. Although Lu Chuang sniped these red ninjas in secret, Matt's perception is so sensitive. He knew exactly how these ninjas in red were slaughtered. The marksmanship that violated the laws of science was simply beyond imagination. Matt put himself into it from another angle, but he found that he had no way to deal with it. In a long-distance situation, he probably won't end up any better than these red-clothed ninjas. After all, that kind of marksmanship is really hard to guard against. Lu Chuang raised his eyebrows. "But that's right, who else but me?" Matt perceived that the statue and the sack were placed on the back seat of the motorcycle by Lu Chuang, and it seemed that there was not much damage. He said with a complicated expression, "So those ninjas who hunted you have been killed by you?" "Yes, surrounded by me alone." Lu Chuang nodded. After getting rid of those ninjas in red, Lu Chuang found his motorcycle and drove over. He was not worried that he would not find Matt's location, because he installed a locator in the communicator, so he could locate Matt at any time. Special location. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Matt felt a little complicated. In the case of being hunted down, Lu Chuang can still easily deal with so many red ninjas, which is far stronger than he imagined. At this moment, Matt suddenly felt a sense of weakness and fell to the ground uncontrollably. "Get money, Zhao, too." Lu Chuang quickly got out of the car to check. "Lawyer Ma, are you injured?" Matt trembled all over, gritted his teeth, and said, "There's poison on their weapons. Erica and I are both poisoned. Don't worry about me. Send Erica to the hospital. She will not be able to hold on anymore." "Are you poisoned?" Lu Chuang narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the dark spot of Matt and Erica's soul, and said relaxedly, "Say it earlier, there's no need to go to the hospital for this injury." As he said that, Lu Chuang threw out 2 balls of mana directly, injecting the soul weight of Matt and Erica. Matt couldn't see mana, but he could feel that his body was recovering rapidly, and the severe pain from the original wound was also relieved until it disappeared completely. At the same time, he could hear Erica's heart rate gradually returning to normal, no longer affected by the toxin. Matt asked in disbelief, "What is this?" "I said a long time ago, I'm a priest, and I know a little bit about magic." Under Lu Chuang's mana, all the toxins remaining in Matt and Erica's bodies have been removed, and even the wounds have a tendency to heal. After this period of research, Lu Chuang found that his mana tended to be more soul-oriented. Not only could he directly see the soul, but he could even purify the filth of the soul, and it had a restraining effect on dark creatures like vampires. Lu Chuang suspects that the ability to take the initiative to confide in people may also be derived from his mana. Lu Chuang thought about it carefully. Aren't these skills the supporting skills of priests? However, shouldn't the priest still have the holy light? Where did his holy light go? Lu Chuang touched his chin, tentatively controlling the flow of mana to his body. With his control, the mana gradually radiated from his body, but the mana did not dissipate because of this, but wrapped Lu Chuang's whole body, like a layer of invisible armor covering him. Lu Chuang didn't notice, but Matt in front of him suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at him in disbelief. In Matt's eyes, Lu Chuang became blurred at this moment, and a group of white shadows could be faintly seen, exuding a holy halo, and his whole body was filled with a strong aura of light. Lu Chuang's appearance was completely unclear, but Matt could inexplicably feel that the other party's expression was full of pity, piety, and faith. Yes, Matt saw it with his own eyes. As if his eyes had healed, he saw Lu Chuang like this. This is holy light? Matt couldn't believe it, and for some reason, the word came naturally to his mind. At this time, Lu Chuang also noticed his own strangeness, mainly because he found that the surrounding environment became particularly bright. When he looked down, he saw that he was emitting 180 degrees of light, which was much brighter than Matt in front of him. Even brighter. Is this the holy light? Lu Chuang, who discovered this, was excited at the time. It turns out that he also has holy light. Seeing Matt's expression, Lu Chuang smiled triumphantly. Be stupid. Let's see if you dare to question my priesthood in the future, now that I even have the holy light. Even if God comes, I must be a priest. Lu Chuang felt that he had to give Matt something more shocking, so that the other party would be convinced. Ever since, Matt saw the blurred shadow of Lu Chuang, and the halo on his body began to move, slowly gathering towards his head. At the moment, Matt's heart was in shock, so his sight also subconsciously followed the movement of the halo, staring at Lu Chuang's head. Next moment, the mana gathered in Lu Chuang's head suddenly exploded. All halo effects are instantly transformed into a strong light, which is extremely dazzling, like a flash bomb. Well, Matt immediately covered his eyes in pain. He never thought that he, a blind man, could experience the feeling of being blind again in his lifetime. What a crime. At the moment, Lu Chuang's head was so dazzling that he couldn't look directly at it, as if a high-power flashlight had hit his head. In this situation, how could Matt feel any holiness or piety? He turned around quickly, did not dare to look at Lu Chuang again, for fear that his eyes would be blinded again. Seeing Matt's reaction, Lu Chuang scratched his head in doubt. This reaction is not right. Isn't the Lord Buddha in Journey to the West all acting like this? With a halo hanging on his head, he looks very compelling. At this time, he shouldn't be shocked, thinking that I am the spokesperson of God in the world talent, right? Lu Chuang prepared all the lines. The key is that Matt didn't cooperate. Well, at this moment, Erica suddenly moved. The toxins in her body had been completely removed, and the danger to her life was eliminated. So she woke up. Turns out, when she opened her eyes, she saw the sun. My eyes. Lu Chuang. So he solved all these ninjas by himself. Perceiving the broken corpses all over the floor, Matt nodded with a complicated expression. He has his own set of principles. As a Catholic and a lawyer, he believes that he is not qualified to judge the lives of others. So he has set himself the principle of never killing people. And Lu Chuang's ruthless style of acting obviously completely conflicted with his principles. However, Lu Chuang saved his and Erica's lives just now, and now he has no position to say anything. After seeing Matt nodding, Erica glanced at Lu Chuang in surprise, but she didn't realize that the helper Matt invited was so powerful that he wiped out the entire ninja team with just one person. Reminiscent of the picture she saw just after waking up, Erica felt a little suspicious, but she didn't say anything. Since I escaped, shouldn't you help me untie this? Erica pointed to the bomb that was still tied to her body. She didn't remove the bomb during the whole process, because she was worried that the bomb would explode directly when it was removed. After all, this kind of explosion setting is not uncommon. Don't worry about it. Where are my things? Lu Chuang looked around, but didn't find his sack and vase. At the moment, Lu Chuang has turned off the special effect of the holy light, and he found that when he turned on the special effect of the holy light, the external mana was also starting to be consumed crazily, and his mana recovery speed couldn't keep up at all, And after Matt and under Erica's strong opposition, he could only turn off the special effects of the holy light. Matt and I have thrown it away before, and it should still be around now. Threatened by bombs, Erica walks away exhausted. After a while, she came back with a sack and a vase and said, "It seems that this vase is very strong. I threw it on the ground before the battle, and there was no sign of breaking it. What the hell?" Lu Chuang quickly checked the vase with the game system, and he was relieved when he found that the value had not decreased. This vase is worth $3 million US. If it is damaged, his achievement mission will be completely ruined, and he doesn't want to take the risk to go back to that building again. Can we deactivate the bomb now? Oh, no problem. Lu Chuang came back to his senses, grabbed the bomb on Erica's body, and pulled it hard to dismantle it. Erica, okay, give me the things, and then we will go back to our respective houses and find our mothers. Although Erica felt a little uncomfortable, she was still going to hand over the sack and to Lu Chuang. However, at the moment, she suddenly noticed that the ninja in red, who had been stunned by Matt at first, woke up and stood up slowly behind Lu Chuang. Careful! Erica was shocked and immediately picked up the vase in her hand and smashed it down. Clang! As the red-clothed ninja fell down again, the vase shattered into countless pieces. After finishing off the ninja in red, Erica said to Lu Chuang with a cold face, "You don't need to thank me. You saved me twice. Now it's offset once, and I still owe you a favor." Lu Chuang, looking at the fragments of vases all over the floor, his breathing suddenly became rapid. Thieves don't leave empty space. Can be completed. Unlock condition. Steal the treasures of the hand and society. A total of $30 million US. 2860W/3000W. Title obtained. Super high school level thief. Without the vase, the total value dropped below 30 million in an instant. Thank you. Now I can't wait to kill you. Lu Chuang's eyes were red. The completion of the achievement task was just in front of him, but he was manipulated by Erica's mastery, and his achievement task was directly wiped out. In anger, Lu Chuang forgot to turn off the game system, just in time to scout Erica in front of him. Target meets the conditions. Value, $10 million US. Lu Chuang was stunned for a moment. Wait, Erica was defeated by the hand and the society and brought back, which means that Erica is about the same as the trophy of the 1,000-piece society. And Erica was originally a top assassin, at least much stronger than those red-clothed ninjas, so she was considered a treasure no matter what. As for the value of assassins, Mu Duo said. Looking at Erica in front of him, Lu Chuang grinned and said cheerfully, "Anyway, if you have time, why don't you return the favor on the spot?" Erica raised her brows and asked in confusion, "Now? How can I pay back?" "It's very simple. Just help me carry this to the motorcycle," Lu Chuang said as he picked up the sack. Hearing this, Erica instantly understood. Lu Chuang didn't want to owe others favors, so he deliberately used this method to offset them. "I really didn't see it. This guy actually has such a gentleman's side?" Erica was very surprised. She suddenly felt that Lu Chuang was quite a good person and said, "Well, since you want to do this, don't regret it." Erica grabbed the sack and walked to the motorcycle and thoughtfully fixed the sack with a rope on her body. However, just as she was about to turn around and say something, she saw a tranquilizer gun suddenly appearing in Lu Chuang's hand and shot directly at her. Erica rolled her eyes and fell into a coma for the third time. Our favor cancels out. Lu Chuang hugged Erica, who was about to fall, and threw her onto the motorcycle, then sat in the driver's seat, turned the accelerator suddenly, and drove the motorcycle away, only to hear Lu Chuang's voice floating from a distance. "Lawyer Ma, borrow it from your ex-girlfriend and return it to you when you run out. Matt." Thieves don't leave empty space. Can be completed. Unlock condition. Steal the treasures of the hand and society. A total of $30 million US. 3860W/3000W. Title obtained. Super high school level thief. Whether to unlock the title. The moment Lu Chuang rode a motorcycle and left Hell's Kitchen, the game system suddenly popped up. With Erica, a priceless treasure, the achievement task was completed without accident. Lu Chuang immediately unlocked a new super high school level talent. Unlocked successfully. Title: The Thief of the Super High School Level. Explanation: It is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in this life. Feature: Master Key. Thief. This should be the talent of a thief. Lu Chuang looked at the characteristics of super high school level thief and thought suspiciously. But where do I get my master key? Thinking of this, Lu Chuang tentatively clicked on the feature column, and a line of text popped up. Master key. Can open any lock or password. The trigger condition is to touch it with your hand. It turned out to be a skill. However, now Lu Chuang doesn't have much chance to experiment with this skill. Lu Chuang found a place to stop the motorcycle, put Erica down, and then threw a ball of mana to Erica. After all, the other party was dressed so coolly, and the slits of the dress were all open to the big pants. If you leave it here and leave it alone, it is guaranteed that Matt will be so green that he will panic the next day. Seeing Erica showing signs of waking up, Lu Chuang threw the communicator on Erica and drove away on a motorcycle. Is this your new decoration? The next day, little Peter asked curiously, pointing to the ancient statues in the corridor. No, it was given to me by some kind neon people. Lu Chuang had a depressed expression on his face. Originally, he wanted to sell these items to see if he could get some money back. In the end, the weasel told him the unfortunate news that it is very difficult to sell these items. To find a buyer, you have to go to a place like an auction, but the problem is that he stole these items. There will definitely be news over there, and it will be troublesome to track down his true identity by then. Lu Chuang had no choice but to take home the statue he guarded all night as an ornament, and he threw the 2 sacks into the basement. Let's not talk about it, little Peter. Your Aunt May will be coming home very late today. She specially called to ask me to take care of you, so you don't have to go home for dinner tonight. I will take you out to eat something good. Very good. Little Peter jumped up happily, chattering and saying, Can we eat Mexican chicken tacos together? I have wanted to eat it for a long time, but Aunt May has always refused to let me eat it, saying that junk food is unhealthy. In fact, I have studied it. The ingredients of the Mexican chicken wrap are obviously vegetables and chicken. How could it be unhealthy? After so many days of getting along, the two have long been very familiar with each other. In front of Lu Chuang, little Peter has completely let go of his temper, and he can faintly see the potential for Chatterbox. We're skipping the chicken tacos this time. Lu Chuang put his arms around little Peter's neck and said cheerfully, What's so delicious about that? This time I will take you to eat some more delicious food. I guarantee you have never tasted it before. Delicious, this thing called hot pot is simply amazing. Little Peter used chopsticks very unskillfully, eating the fat beef in the dipping sauce, and couldn't stop praising in a vague way. At the moment, Lu Chuang and little Peter were sitting in a hot pot restaurant, and in front of them was a mandarin duck pot, one red and one white, forming a sharp contrast. Little Peter kept taking food out of the clear soup, and it was delicious. Definitely, I have been looking for this hot pot restaurant for a long time before I found it. It is not so easy to find an authentic hot pot restaurant. Lu Chuang was also eating, but he fished out the food from the fresh and spicy red soup. Seeing Lu Chuang's actions, little Peter asked curiously, Isn't it spicy? Originally, little Peter also wanted to taste of the red soup, but seeing the terrible red color in the pot, he didn't dare to try it. Lu Chuang shook his head. Definitely not spicy. Don't look at so many peppers in it. It's just like that. And hot pot with a little bit of spiciness is the real hot pot. Try if you don't believe me. You will fall in love with it kind of taste. Little Peter picked up a piece of meat from the red soup, and put it in his mouth. This. Little Peter's eyes were round, and he opened his mouth to suck in cold air, looking as if he was so hot, so spicy. Little Peter blushed so hot that he quickly grabbed the Happy Fat House water next to him and drank it. Asking for flowers, Lu Chuang said enthusiastically, Don't worry, it won't be spicy after eating a few times. After drinking the Happy Fat House water, little Peter obviously got better. Although it was quite spicy, he felt that the taste was a bit addictive, so he moved his chopsticks hesitantly and continued to fish out food from the red soup. After a few times, Little Peter gradually got used to the spicy taste and followed Lu Chuang to put food in the red soup. Lu Chuang wanted to remind Little Peter not to eat so much, or you'll cry when you go to the bathroom the next day. But seeing Little Peter eating so happily, Lu Chuang didn't want to disturb his interest and just silently poured food into the red soup without stopping. Half an hour later, Lu Chuang and Little Peter walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Zero. Little Peter rubbed his belly and said, "I'm so full, but it's really delicious. Can we come over to eat next time?" "No problem. I'll bring you over to eat after you finish brushing up all the exercises at home." Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Little Peter suddenly felt motivated. Decided, for the sake of hot pot, he went back and brushed up the pile of habits as soon as possible. Little Peter couldn't wait to say, "Then let's go back quickly. I'm going to do 4 caddies of exercises this week. Don't worry, just take a walk to digest after eating." Boom! The two were walking on the street. Before Lu Chuang finished speaking, the iron door of the apartment not far away suddenly broke open, and a figure that was familiar to Lu Chuang rushed out from inside. Seeing the iconic dark green hair, Lu Chuang raised his eyebrows. "Green elves? That person is Lorna." At the moment, Lorna looked nervous. His hands were shining with dazzling green light, looking around as if looking for something, but when he heard a familiar voice behind him, he subconsciously turned his head and looked over. "It's you." Lorna was very surprised. She never thought that she would meet Lu Chuang here. But soon Lorna came to her senses and ran to Lu Chuang eagerly. "It's too late to explain. Someone is chasing me from behind. Please help me." After finishing speaking, she gritted her teeth and immediately ran into the alley next to her, hiding herself behind the trash can. Lu Chuang realized instantly and patted the Little Peter who hadn't recovered from his composure. "Little Peter, it's time to test your acting skills." "Along." She ran outside. "Run after her. Be careful. That mutant can control metal." From the broken door of the apartment, several figures with guns ran out. As soon as they walked out of the apartment, they saw Lu Chuang and Little Peter standing on the street. They seemed to be chatting, and they seemed to be very happy. They stepped forward and interrupted the two of them. The leading bald man took out an ID from his pocket and asked seriously, "I am Agent Turner. We are hunting down a fugitive now. Please cooperate with us. Investigation." Without waiting for the two to speak, Agent Turner stuffed the ID back into his pocket and continued, "Did you see a girl running past just now with green hair about 18 years old?" Hearing this, Lu Chuang and Little Peter looked at each other, then shook their heads. "Are you sure?" Agent Turner frowned. They chased after that mutant, and they were sure that the other party definitely escaped from 387 from here. And there's so little traffic on the street here. Normally, it is difficult for someone to pass by without being noticed, and that mutant has such obvious features. How could the two of them not notice? Agent Turner instinctively sensed that there was something wrong with the two of them, stared at them and said, "I think I need to remind you that the fugitive is a very dangerous mutant, and she has already shot and hurt several innocent civilians. I'd better think about it before answering." "So it's mutant, you should have said earlier." Lu Chuang patted his thigh, his expression suddenly enlightened. "Then I may have seen it." "Possible." Agent Turner immediately grasped the point and couldn't help wondering, why is it possible? Lu Chuang said seriously, "Listen to me. The situation is like this. I did see a green figure running out of it just now, and I also saw her hands shining with green light next. And guess what I saw?" Agent Turner's face darkened suddenly. Why is there still a questioning session here? "Say it." Agent Turner gritted his teeth. Seeing Agent Turner not cooperating, Lu Chuang didn't get angry and told vividly. "The next thing I saw was that green figure waving his hand, and suddenly a metal broom flew towards her, and she sat on her buttocks. After falling down, it flew up directly on the broomstick, making a strange and eerie cry. It probably flew away in that direction." Lu Chuang pointed in a random direction and sighed. "Good guy. If you didn't say she was a mutant, I thought I met a witch in a fairy tale. I'll just say where the green hair came from." After listening to Lu Chuang's description, Agent Turner frowned. As far as he knows, that mutant does have the ability to manipulate metal, and it's not surprising that he can control a metal broom for flight. It's just that he always feels weird. Agent Turner didn't believe Lu Chuang directly. Out of prudence, he looked at the little Peter next to him. "Little friend, tell Uncle, what exactly did you see just now?" While speaking, the inner agent stared straight at little Peter. This is the simplest interrogation technique to exert constant pressure on the other party, especially for a child of Peter's age. As long as he exerts a little pressure, little Peter will definitely be unable to bear the pressure and reveal his flaws, and he can easily tell whether the child is lying or not. As Agent Turner expected, under his gaze, little Peter's expression became extremely tense. So little Peter said, "ABA, ABA, ABA. Agent Turner." Lu Chuang on the side explained, "Sorry, my younger brother has been mentally handicapped since he was a child and can't speak." Agent Turner was stunned immediately and blurted out, "Obviously, I saw you guys chatting just now." Lu Chuang spread his hands helplessly. "Detective, I think you have misunderstood. Chatting is chatting. Dumb is dumb. These are two concepts. Please don't confuse them." "You say yes, little Peter." "Ababa." Little Peter nodded. Lu Chuang followed the translator and said, "My brother said that I was very correct. Where did this wonderful brother come from?" Agent Turner's thoughts were completely confused by the two, and then he remembered that he was hunting the mutant. Seeing that he couldn't get any information, Agent Turner didn't waste any more time on the two of them and picked up the walkie-talkie on his shoulder. The target goes to the direction of 41st Street and arranges for drones to search the air. Note that the target has the ability to manipulate metal, allowing necessary measures to be taken. The target code name is Wish. Lorna, who was eavesdropping in the dark, suddenly clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Agent Turner didn't know that a dangerous word appeared on his forehead. After arranging the operation, he ignored Lu Chuang and little Peter, the wonderful brothers, and left with the other agents in the direction Lu Chuang pointed. "Look for the witch on the broomstick." After Agent Turner and the others left, Lorna came out from behind the trash can. Lorna looked at Lu Chuang and pursed her lips and said, "Thanks, without you, I might have been arrested by them." "Are they Sentry Secret Service agents?" Lu Chuang asked. "How do you know?" "As it says, Sentry Secret Service Division." Lu Chuang took out a certificate, which was that of Agent Turner, with a special symbol printed on the corner. Seeing this, little Peter said excitedly, "Ababa." Lorna glanced at little Peter with some sympathy. The poor child can't speak at such a young age. "Speak English." The corner of Lu Chuang's mouth twitched. Did this little guy get into the drama too much? He really couldn't speak at all. The little Peter coughed a few times, adjusted his malfunctioning language system, and asked excitedly, "I saw that the bald man put the ID in his pocket. How did you do it?" "You can do it with hard work," said Lu Chuang, who is a super high school level thief. "Can I learn?" Lu Chuang stroked little Peter's dog's head and raised 5 fingers with a smile. "Definitely yes. You only need this number 50. Little Peter swallowed and quickly shook his head. 50 is too much. I will die. How about this number?" As he spoke, little Peter raised a finger. "Little Peter, you can't do big things by worrying about everything. At least this number." Lu Chuang raised 4 fingers. Little Peter resolutely raised 2 fingers. 20. If it doesn't work, forget it. "Okay, deal. 20 is 20. Lu Chuang hooked up with Peter Jr., and a deal was struck in an instant. Lorna, who watched the whole process, was in a daze. She couldn't understand what kind of riddle these two people were talking about. Lorna couldn't help asking, "What are you talking about? Is it USD? 0.0. Little Peter explained, "It's not money. We're talking about exercises, and I need to finish so many exercises." "So that's how it is." Lorna understood. It seems that Lu Chuang used this method to improve the child's knowledge level. She thought it was good to do so. So she said, "Is 20 too little? I think we can add a little more." Hearing her words, little Peter's eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Lorna with an expression of "Are you a devil?" Lu Chuang's eyes were strange. "I suddenly feel that the code name, which is quite suitable for you." Seeing their reactions, Lorna felt something was wrong and asked, "What? Isn't it just 20 exercises?" Lu Chuang curled his lips in disdain. Who told you that there are 20 exercises? Our custom here. The exercises are usually calculated by Caddy. Lorna, what kind of custom is this? It's terrible. To avoid those Sentry Secret Service to get back, Lu Chuang took Lorna to his home. As for little Peter, he wanted to stay here to listen to gossip, but Lu Chuang drove him home. At the moment Lorna sat on the sofa, his eyes were a little empty, and he didn't know what he was thinking. As guests, Lu Chuang made Lorna a glass of Bing Luo. Unscrew the bottle, pour Coke into the cup, then add ice cubes and lemon. This cup is ready for the ice cube that sell for at least 40 yuan in high-end Michelin restaurants. Lu Chuang sat across from Lorna, then picked up the glass of freshly brewed water. Savor it carefully. Ha cool. Lu Chuang savored Bing Luo unhurriedly, without any intention of opening his mouth. As time passed, Lorna finally couldn't sit still after Lu Chuang drank 2 glasses of Bingqua in a row. The main reason was that Lu Chuang made strange noises while drinking Bingqua, which made her feel a little stuttering up. Lorna couldn't help but said, "Don't you have anything to ask?" "Ask what?" Lu Chuang blinked 13 times. "Like, why did the Sentry Secret Service arrest me?" "Oh, why did the Sentry Secret Service arrest you?" 17. Lorna was a little tired and couldn't talk anymore this day. Lu Chuang said cheerfully, "To be honest, I'm also quite curious. What happened to you, and why you became a fugitive all of a sudden?" Lorna was silent for a while and said in a low voice, "Because I used the ability in public, several people were injured in the process. Many people saw at the time, and the news quickly spread to the Sentry Secret Service. Afterwards, agents from the Sentry Secret Service found my temporary residence and wanted to arrest me on charges of intentionally injuring others. You have seen the following things. I escaped from their clutches." "I see. No wonder that bald man said you were very dangerous." Lu Chuang knows the Sentry Secret Service, which is an agency specially set up by the federal government for mutants to deal with mutant-related incidents, and their main job is to find mutants that violate the law. To put it simply, is the special police in the eyes of mutant. It's all the fault of those scavengers. As if thinking of something angry, Lorna gritted her teeth and said, "It's fine that they were marching against mutant on the street, but they actually wanted to attack a passing mutant child. I couldn't stand it before I stopped them, but they said the other way around. I meant to hurt them, those bloody bastards." The Cleaner is a civil organization, and the organization is full of a group of guys who oppose mutant. They think that all the misfortunes in their lives are caused by mutant, and they have the most extreme malice against mutant. In fact, it is actually a group of frustrated people at the bottom, relying on the obvious provisions of the Mutant Act to provoke mutant and scrupulously, as long as mutant dares to resist them, they will recruit the Sentry Secret Service. Crowds are disgusting, but there is no way, because mutant social status is low. If a certain group in America suffered from this kind of crime, they would not be able to breathe for a long time. So I will directly start the $0 purchase mode without forcing you too much. After listening to Lorna's words, Lu Chuang basically understood. Obviously, Lorna tried to save someone but was implicated instead. Lu Chuang snapped his fingers. "So, now you can't go home. Originally, I lived with my aunt, but now that this happened, I can no longer go back. The Sentry Secret Service can find out my home address, and they will definitely monitor it nearby." Lorna's eyes were a little dim. After all, this kind of thing is uncomfortable for anyone because he became a fugitive when he rescued someone. This result is really ironic. Since you can't go home, what are your plans next? "I don't know either." Lorna blankly pinched a card in her pocket with the number John had left on it. In fact, she still has a way out, which is to join the Mutant Underground Organization and seek the help of John and other compatriots. But this means that in the future, she will follow the philosophy of the Mutant Underground Organization to do things and fight for those mutant compatriots who are persecuted. But is this kind of life really what she wants? Lu Chuang looked at Lorna and suddenly said, "How about this? You stay here." "Stay here?" Lorna was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Lu Chuang to say that. "Yes, anyway, you don't have a place to go now. I still have a few vacant rooms in my house." You can live in any room you want, Lu Chuang said indifferently. Lorna hesitated. Aren't you afraid that I'm a fugitive and implicate you? Lu Chuang said decisively. It's okay. I will say that I was coerced by you. I am a powerless ordinary person who was threatened by mutant. It is normal not to dare to resist. Lorna was silent. She watched Lu Chuang tear up a few vampires with her own eyes before. You call this a hand without calendar? However, Lu Chuang's proposal of 390 really moved Lorna a little bit. After all, she was also a girl, and she had experienced such a catastrophe in such a short period of time, so that her nerves were always in a state of tension and all aspects of things almost completely crushed her. Rather than thinking carefully and starting a plan for her own future, Lorna now wants to find a quiet place to stay without the disturbance of those Sentry Secret Service, and does not need to think about the troubles of the mutant underground organization. Just like this, quietly stay in the corner and ease your inner anxiety. For Lu Chuang, Lorna also knows a lot. Although the personality is very unreliable, but generally a trustworthy person, Lorna would rather stay at a friend's house than the completely unfamiliar mutant underground organization Lorna. Lorna said with some hesitation, but I don't have any money with me. Lu Chuang smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't charge you rent. You just need to help me with some things. What's the matter? It's like this, I still like a housekeeping in at home, wash the toilet and so on. So, Lorna, she suddenly felt that joining the mutant underground organization was also a good choice. Little Peter, let me introduce you. The next day, Lu Chuang pointed to the expressionless Lorna and said to little Peter, This is Lorna, the new housekeeper aunt, and she will be responsible for cleaning from now on. Hello, I'm Peter Parker, little Peter said politely. Lorna nodded. Lorna Dan. After the two introduced each other, Lu Chuang continued. If you encounter any problems, you can ask Lorna for help. Definitely. Let's not worry about learning problems. Lorna's cultural level is limited, so don't make things difficult for others. Hearing his words, Lorna was not happy at the time. Hey, although I dropped out of school because of some things, I have finished my high school courses anyway, so it shouldn't be difficult for me to be a primary school student. Lu Chuang didn't explain and turned to look at little Peter. How is the research progress of the super battle suit recently? Speaking of this, little Peter was dejected. I have basically figured out the mechanical structure, and now I lack hands-on practice. It would be best to disassemble the steel armor for research, but I am worried that doing so may destroy the steel armor. Internal mechanics. Hearing their conversation, Lorna was stunned. Have elementary school students started to study steel armor? Coincidentally, we happen to have a metal expert here. Let her take a look for you. After speaking, Lu Chuang led little Peter and him to the garage. Pushing open the door, the interior scene was immediately revealed. Lorna's eyes fell directly on the steel armor in the center of the garage. After all, the shape of the Mark I was so conspicuous that it was hard not to be noticed by her. Is this Iron Man? Lorna was stunned. She also knew that Iron Man was very popular these days. The steel armor in front of her was actually somewhat similar to Iron Man's steel armor. She looked at Lu Chuang in surprise. Where did you get this? Little Peter raised his hand and couldn't wait to say, Tony Stark gave it to me. He hoped that I could make a super battle suit and hit him on the ground. Tony Stark has this weird hobby Lorna couldn't figure out. Maybe rich people have special hobbies. Lorna suddenly noticed something was wrong. Wait, you guys are right. Are you sure Tony Stark asked Peter to make a super battle suit? Not you? Definitely. Don't look at Peter's young age. He is very smart. Lu Chuang said to little Peter, Tell me, what are you going to do next? I saw little Peter sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard skillfully, and the design drawings of the steel armor were displayed on the desktop. Immediately afterwards, little Peter said quickly, First of all, I plan to disassemble the mechanical arm of the steel armor and check the internal mechanical mechanism. The power system is a problem that needs to be overcome. If possible, it is best to study the inertial damper and life support system, which are the most important safety issues related to the driver. Without the support of these technologies, the super battle suit produced cannot guarantee the safety of the driver. Safety, and there is Listening to the various technical terms that kept popping out of Peter's mouth when she was a child, Luna's complexion became more and more rigid, because she found that she couldn't understand many terms, let alone the technical issues involved. After all, most of her electives in high school were liberal arts, and this kind of science knowledge was simply difficult for her. Seeing Lorna stunned in place, Lu Chuang patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. "Did you suddenly feel like a waste? Don't doubt it. At least your judgment is correct. Lorna, I really appreciate your reassurance. In fact, little Peter's learning progress has been able to catch up with the average college students. The main reason is that little Peter studies the design drawings of steel armor every day and then learns relevant knowledge in a targeted manner. Among other things, mechanics is definitely the field that little Peter is best at present. Definitely, little Peter's theoretical knowledge is still far from enough, and he can barely recognize some technical terms and mechanical structures. There is still a long way to go before making a super battle suit. However, these theoretical knowledge alone are enough to shock Lorna, a scumbag. Some people finish high school because they're old enough, and some people finish high school because that's all there is to it. Okay, just tell me how to dismantle it and let Lorna assist you." Lu Chuang interrupted the chattering little Peter and let the other party continue talking until it was dark. Little Peter pointed to the arm part of Mark I. "From here, you have to take it off completely. You must be careful in the process. This pair of steel armor is already very damaged. If it is damaged, there is no way to repair it." Lu Chuang made a gesture of no problem and then elbowed Lorna. "Come on, Green Elf, it's up to you." Lorna regained her composure and said angrily, "I told you, don't call me this nickname." As she said this, her hands suddenly shone with green light. I saw the steel armor parts of Mark I slowly decomposing and floating in midair as if being pulled by some kind, and then the whole steel mechanical arm came off the Mark I intact and placed it on the workbench. The process takes less than 5 seconds. Seeing such a miraculous scene, little Peter was stunned. Looking at Lorna's dark green hair, combined with what he saw last night, little Peter seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "I know you, the witch on YouTube." She decided that she must give herself a code name as soon as possible, before the name Wong completely became her code name. Lu Chuang patted little Peter on the shoulder. "Little Peter, Lorna will be your assistant from now on. She will help you to disassemble or assemble the steel armor. When I'm not at home, you can ask Lorna to give you just open the door. Okay. You can use my workshop as you like. Remember not to touch those dangerous weapons." Little Peter said excitedly, "It's so cool, the legendary, which is actually my assistant. Little Peter, look at how many people have helped you. The goal of surpassing Tony Stark is just around the corner, so you have to redouble your studies and make a super battle suit as soon as possible. You can't live up to the expectations of so many people. Lu Chuang never will pass up any chance to infuse chicken stock. I'm going to redouble my studies. Okay, since you have said so, let's double the exercises today." Seeing the scene where little Peter was being fooled by Lu Chuang, Lorna suddenly understood that little Peter was Lu Chuang's toolman. What a poor kid. Seeing that little Peter was about to be limp, Lorna couldn't help shaking her head. "Wait, now I have become little Peter's assistant. Then isn't she a tool person among tool people? In fact, there is an important reason for Lu Chuang to keep Lorna. That's why he fell in love with Lorna's ability. Whether it's Tony Stark's Mark Series armor or Obadiah's Iron Overlord armor, their steel armor is made with the assistance of various sophisticated instruments. Lu Chuang is not as rich and powerful as Stark Industries, and he does not have relevant channels to purchase these instruments. The appearance of Lorna just helped Lu Chuang solve this problem. If little Peter is a technician who makes a super battle suit, then Lorna is a processing factory that makes a super battle suit. Lorna's ability can freely manipulate all metals. She can basically do what those instruments can do, and even some aspects are more convenient than instruments. This kind of ability is perfect for assisting in the production of steel armor. Wait a minute, this is different from what we agreed on. I didn't promise to be an assistant. Lorna quickly interrupted the conversation between the two. Just now, she thought it was just doing a small favor, but now it seems that she is clearly going to be a long-term tool. Lu Chuang pondered for a moment. So you want to wash the toilet? Lu Chuang nodded. That's right. You stay here as little Peter's assistant, with food and lodging included, and the working hours do not exceed 4 hours. How can it be such a good salary? The corner of Lorna's mouth twitched. 190, she felt as if she had been tricked, and she suddenly became an assistant, even a primary school student's assistant. But under the eaves, Lorna has no right to choose, mainly because she doesn't want to wash the toilet. All right. After hesitation for a while, finally Lorna just nodded in agreement. Lu Chuang patted Lorna on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Work hard in the future. The organization will not treat you badly." In this way, Lu Chuang pulled Lorna into his super battlesuit production team. For this reason, Lu Chuang specially chose a name for this group. F***K, Tony Stark Squad. The name is simple and rude, but it is infused with Lu Chuang's expectations, and he hopes that the two team members can aim for this. Lorna was speechless after hearing the name, but when little Peter heard it, he screamed to make a super battle suit to put Tony Stark under his feet, because this is the best tribute to idols from fans. Lu Chuang was quite touched when he heard it, so he edited the video of Tony Stark being stepped on by the Iron Bully into a short video and put in the car curry for loop playback, so that little Peter can always watch this video when he is studying, constantly motivating little Peter to move forward. And Lu Chuang was not idle. A few days later, he took on a new job with Weasel, intending to collect $50 million as soon as possible. As night approached, Lu Chuang went out to act again, leaving little Peter to toss about in his garage. In normal times, Lu Chuang would definitely not be able to put a 7-year-old child named Peter in the curry. After all, there are dangerous guns and ammunition everywhere. If something happens, his home might be blown up. Gone. Now that Lorna is taking care of little Peter at home, he doesn't have so many worries. This time, Lu Chuang accepted not a commission, but a reward. Just like the Russian Ross gang and Jean, and offered a reward to Lu Chuang. The identity of the employer is public. It is worth noting that this employer is called Mr. Negative, and he leads a gang organization called Devil Gang. It is said that he is an Asian, and he is also from Lu Chuang's hometown. The target of the bounty offered by the other party is the gang's deadly rival, the leader of the Magia gang, Joseph Harrow, codenamed Hammerhead. According to the information circulated outside, this Joseph Harrow is said to be an undead monster-like existence, because someone once saw his head was hit by a bullet. Not only his head was unscathed, but in the end he brutally killed the enemy. It was also because of this rumor that many people did not dare to provoke Joseph Harrow. In addition, several people who were not afraid of death accepted the reward, but they were all hanged on the pier by Joseph Harrow. Not many people here are willing to accept it until now. However, the reward for this reward is still very generous, as much as $20 million. When Lu Chuang saw the reward, he chose to accept it without saying a word. As for that rumor, Lu Chuang didn't care about it either. Haven't he seen Few Monsters? The stronghold of the Magia gang is a large factory, surrounded by closed states. It is difficult to observe the situation inside. There are a few gangsters squatting on the periphery. Their vigilance is very low, chatting and laughing there. It seems that they don't think that anyone will dare to break into their stronghold of the Magia gang at this time. BIU, BIU, BIU. Suddenly, several anesthetic needles were pierced into their necks. Without any struggle, they fell to the ground and passed out, with blood flowing from their necks. Soon, Lu Chuang, wearing a black suit, came out from the corner. He took the gun of kindness and walked to the factory gate, but found a password device installed next to the gate. Lu Chuang didn't panic, but calmly reached out to touch the password. I didn't see any movement from Lu Chuang, and the password device suddenly displayed a 6-digit password. With a beep, the door lock opened automatically. Lu Chuang walked into the factory swaggeringly and sighed in his heart. The feature of the master key is really convenient. If I change careers to become a thief, I will definitely be able to get along well. Walking into the factory, Lu Chuang found that the space here is very large, and it may take a lot of time to find the exact location of Joseph Harrow. At this moment, Lu Chuang saw a gang member passing by, and he stretched out his hand to pull him over and asked politely, "Hello, please refer to where is Joseph Harrow?" Looking at the muzzle pointing at his forehead, the gang member broke out in a cold sweat. "Second, office number 2, our boss is resting." "Don't be nervous, this is an anesthesia gun." Lu Chuang smiled kindly, signaling the other party to relax. Hearing this, the gangsters couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The anesthesia gun is at most just a coma, and that power won't kill them. Immediately afterwards, he heard Lu Chuang continue to say, "However, after my transformation, the power of this anesthesia gun has been raised by me several notches. At this distance, the anesthesia needle should be able to poke directly into your brain." Gang member, what is the meaning of this tranquilizer gun? Is it for killing people? 2 minutes later, Lu Chuang and the Big Nose gangster were crouching in a corner, having a heated discussion. "I saw Big Nose said with a serious face, except for the few you dealt with outside, there are a total of 73 gangsters in this factory, and most of them are equipped with submachine guns with very powerful firepower, so I suggest you better avoid direct combat with them." Lu Chuang felt that what Big Nose said made sense, and nodded. The hero sees the same thing. "In fact, that's what I thought. I went around and killed Joseph Harrow, and then left without anyone noticing." Although Big Nose could not understand these proverbs, it did not prevent him from understanding. However, the degree of difficulty in doing so is too high. Our boss. Under Lu Chuang's direct gaze, Big Nose immediately changed his words. "The number 2 office where Joseph Harrow works is located in the deepest part of the factory, and there are gangsters on patrol all around. It is not easy to bypass them. If something goes wrong, they may be discovered at any time." "I see. Your information is very useful. Thank you very much." Lu Chuang thanked. Big Nose waved his hands again and again. "It's just a small matter. There is no need to thank you. It should be my honor to help you deal with the hateful Joseph Harrow. Well, I've said everything I need to say. The bomb on my body, can you untie it?" At the moment, there is a C4 bomb tied inside the jacket of the Big Nose. The incessant sound of beeps made Dabitu tremble in fright. Under such circumstances, he dared not hide anything, and directly revealed all the information he knew. Lu Chuang said cheerfully, "What daydreams are you doing at night?" The explosion setting of this bomb is to detonate actively and detonate from detonation. I press the button and it will explode, and it will explode when you remove the bomb. Do you think it's amazing, what? Amazing, you uncle. Big Nose greeted Lu Chuang's family frantically in his heart, and greeted Lu Chuang's family with a smile on his face. "That's it. Then I won't hinder your actions. I wish you success in killing Joseph Harrow." Unexpectedly, Lu Chuang shook his head. "You're wrong about something." Dabitu was taken aback, and quickly said, "I swear that I never lied. It's not me, it's us." Lu Chuang interrupted him, looking at Big Nose seriously. "Let's kill Joseph Harrow together." The Big Nose's smile froze instantly. "No, I'm timid, so I won't make trouble for you." Lu Chuang patted Big Nose on the shoulder and encouraged him. "You may not even notice it yourself, but you have great potential hidden in yourself, and now is a good opportunity to express yourself. As long as you kill Joseph Harrow, you will, it is the words of the Urgia gang that depend on people. It's not my turn to be the boss if I kill Joseph Harrow." Big Nose wanted to cry, but had no tears. Lu Chuang thought for a while. "Then kill all competitors who are stronger than you." Big Nose's expression became even more uncomfortable. "If all of them are killed, I will be the only one left in the Magia gang." Lu Chuang was taken aback for a moment, and then persuaded earnestly, "Listen to me. If the bomb doesn't explode this time, you can go back and find someone to marry. Gangsters may not be suitable for you." Big Nose, faced with Lu Chuang's threat, Big Bita dared not play any tricks at all. So, under the leadership of his 25-year-old son, Lu Chuang successfully escaped some gangsters who were patrolling and kept going deep into the factory. Needless to say, this place is really big. Densely packed goods are piled up around, and the entire factory is arranged like a maze. If Lu Chuang comes in by himself, let alone find Joseph Harrow, I am afraid that he will not be able to find him. It will take some time to figure it out. As Lu Chuang and Debitu walked into the depths of the factory, Lu Chuang suddenly grabbed Debitu and hid in a corner, making a booing gesture at Debitu. Before Big Nose could figure out the situation, he saw two figures with submachine guns passing by. If it wasn't for Lu Chuang's pulling, he might be discovered. Seeing the figure walk over, Big Nose couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. But soon, he noticed something was wrong. "Maid, I'm not this guy's accomplice, so why be nervous?" Big Nosy pointed to the room on the second floor and said in a low voice, "That's the number 2 office, and Joseph Harrow is resting in it." Lu Chuang looked around and touched his chin. "Sure enough, there are more people patrolling here. It seems that we have to make a perfect plan. The Big Nose is very uncomfortable. Can you not take me with you? This is forcing him to be a traitor." Big Nose tried to persuade. Joseph Harrow is a very cautious person. He often has a group of his most loyal men guarding him. These people are equipped with heavy machine guns. We just can't rush in. Asking for flowers. Lu Chuang nodded thoughtfully. "You make a lot of sense." Seeing that Lu Chuang seemed to be shaken, Big Bidu hurriedly said, "That's right. So let's run quickly. If they find out, we will be finished." "Don't worry, I thought of a way." Lu Chuang comforted the excited Big Nose with the muzzle of his gun, and Big Nose calmed down instantly and listened carefully to Lu Chuang's next words. "You were right before. We want to avoid direct combat, so we have to have a bait to lure away they," then sneaked in again and took out Joseph Harrow. Big Nose asked curiously, "What is this bait?" "That's a good question." Lu Chuang smiled slightly and lightly touched the bomb on Big Nose's body. Suddenly, a line of code was displayed on the bomb, which seemed to trigger some special device. Beep beep. Hearing the rapid beeping sound, Big Nose asked in horror, "What is this?" Lu Chuang kindly explained, "This is the third hidden explosion mechanism of the bomb. If the heart rate is lower than 120 after 1 minute, you will explode directly on the spot, so run quickly." "Mad, what are you doing so fancy with a bomb?" Just as Big Nose was about to speak, he saw Lu Chuang suddenly pull out a bomb and throw it at the patrolling gangsters. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, all the gangsters were shocked and then reacted. "Damn, there are enemies. There are enemies sneaking in. Where is the enemy? UF*** King." His big nose and face were all blue. Seeing this scene, he still didn't know Lu Chuang's purpose. But he had no choice but to run out of the corner, and then ran wildly with his legs, shouting, "My own people, don't shoot." Not surprisingly, other gangsters quickly noticed the running nose. "I see. That damn guy is there. Don't let this guy get away. Stop for me. Fack, if you don't stop, we'll shoot." Hearing their shouts, Big Nose ran even faster. If he runs, he will die, and if he doesn't run, he will die. At the same time, Joseph Harrow, who was sitting on a chair in the spacious office, also heard the movement. He stood up abruptly and said angrily, "What happened outside? Why is there an explosion?" Joseph Harrow, codenamed Hammerhead, has a huge head, which is half the size of a normal person. With that tall body shape, the whole person looks like a frightening Frankenstein. A loyal underling reported, "Someone sneaked in and killed our men with grenades, and now the intruder has escaped, and the others are after him." Hearing this, Joseph Harrow's expression became ugly, and he said coldly, "Try to catch that intruder alive. I want to see which guy who is not afraid of death dares to attack the Magjia gang." Boom! 6:30. At this moment, there was a knock on the door suddenly. Joseph Harrow frowned and signaled a subordinate to check with his eyes. The subordinate nodded and immediately walked over and asked, "Who is outside?" "Hello, is Joseph Harrow there?" A completely unfamiliar voice came from outside. Hearing his words, Joseph Harrow's vigilance was instantly raised to the extreme, and he told his subordinates, "Don't let him in. All of you guard the door. Contact some people to come back for support. Catch this suspicious guy outside for me." Ignoring the guys outside, Joseph Logan wasn't worried about the stalemate going on like this. With a cautious personality, he has long turned the office into a safe house. Even the door is a thick iron door with several safety locks installed inside. It is difficult to get in unless it is a firebombing. I heard voices. The voice outside continued to shout. You are Joseph Harrow. I have something to give you. How about you open the door? Are you kidding? If you have the guts, just come in by yourself. Joseph Harrow's eyes were glistening with brutal blood. He would not let go of the guy who provoked him easily, and threatened with a grinning grin. No matter who you are dead. I will hang you and the previous guy on the pier. That's what you said. Then I'll come in. After saying that, Joseph Harrow saw that all the safety locks inside the iron door suddenly opened automatically. Immediately afterwards, the iron door was opened with a gap, and a brain came out from the outside, and everyone in the office looked at each other. Lu Chuang greeted, "Oh, it's so lively." Joseph Harrow looked confused and opened the lock from the outside. What the hell kind of operation is this? But before he and his subordinates could react, Lu Chuang took out a bunch of grenades from his pocket, threw them in the center of the office, and then slammed the iron door directly. Joseph Harrow and his subordinates suddenly widened their eyes. One of his subordinates reacted quickly and wanted to open the iron gate, but found that the gate had been locked again. Do you need to be so fast? Boom! With the terrifying explosion, the original safe house instantly became an iron coffin, trapping Joseph Harrow and his men inside. I have to admit that the quality of the safe house is really good. Even the grenade explosion did not cause any damage. Lu Chuang used the master key to push open the iron door again, and thick smoke mixed with stench came out from inside. The scene in the office of at the moment, it was beyond description. Lu Chuang didn't go in, but stood outside and looked at the office. Soon, he saw a faint white soul hidden in the corner. You bastard! The wreckage of the furniture was pushed away, and the stained Joseph Harrow stood up, glaring at Lu Chuang with a face full of anger. I'm going to screw your head off. While speaking, Joseph Harrow rioted, rushing towards Lu Chuang like a beast. Boom! A muffled gunshot sounded suddenly. Joseph Harrow tilted his head and saw a golden bullet hitting his forehead, spinning rapidly but unable to go any further, and finally fell powerlessly to the ground. Ha ha ha! Do you want to kill me with this? Joseph Harrow removed the bullet from his forehead, and with a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, he pointed at his head and said provocatively, It seems that you don't know how I got the name Hammerhead. Come on, keep shooting here. See if your bullet can kill me. Lu Chuang raised his brows. Is this guy also a thick tank like Gina? Hearing Joseph Harrow's provocation, Lu Chuang unceremoniously raised his pistol and shot Joseph Harrow in the head several times. However, with the sound of hitting steel, all the bullets fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Joseph Harrow's expression became more and more arrogant. He stopped and began to walk slowly towards Lu Chuang, as if he wanted to create a sense of despair for Lu Chuang. I said, I'm going to screw you off your head? Oh, my leg. Joseph Harrow suddenly screamed, and he collapsed to the ground, hugging his bleeding leg. Lu Chuang. Looking at Lu Chuang, who shot, Joseph Harrow blurted out, Why don't you shoot me in the head? In fact, Joseph Harrow's head was caused by a gang fight, and his head was severely injured. Later, the doctor replaced him with an iron skull, so that he had an indestructible iron head. Even if someone pointed at him, a shot to the head of Joseph Harrow couldn't hurt him. It is for this reason that there are rumors of so-called undead monsters. After all, monsters that cannot be killed by headshots will naturally be misunderstood by people in 5.6 as monsters that cannot be killed by the whole body. As a result, it never occurred to him that after Lu Chuang found that his head could not be killed, he did not choose to run away in fear, but fired another shot at his knee, and Joseph Harrow, who was defenseless, knelt down directly. Do you think your head is Captain America's shield? Lu Chuang curled his lips, and he tried it curiously, but he didn't expect this guy to kneel down. Thinking that he was almost bluffed by this guy, Lu Chuang continued to shoot at Joseph Harrow's thigh, muttering incessantly, Diamond legs, right? King Kong legs. Joseph Harrow was beaten until he screamed. His legs were bleeding profusely. My F***king name is Hammerhead, not Betrayal legs. If you want to hit me, hit my head. At this moment, Joseph Harrow's legs were beaten bloody. Lu Chuang can basically confirm that this guy is a good-looking guy, and his Betrayal legs are all deceptive. I'm not a diamond leg. I'm a hammerhead. Joseph Harrow murmured with a pale face. Looking at Joseph Harrow's tragic situation, Lu Chuang showed no sympathy at all. According to the intelligence information provided by Weasel, the Magia gang led by this guy is a gang organization for human trafficking, and none of the members of the Magia gang are innocent. Seeing that the muzzle of the gun was gradually aimed at the heart from the thigh, Joseph Harrow's face became even paler. His heart was not as hard as his head, and he hurriedly said, "Don't kill me. Who invited you here? Is it Mr. Negative? I can offer you double the price he gave you." Lu Chuang curled his lips in disdain. "How is it possible? I'm a person with professional ethics. 3 times no. I will pay 4 times. Lu Chuang still shook his head, mainly because he didn't think this diamond leg could pay so much money. Just as Lu Chuang was about to shoot, he suddenly heard a tearing air sound coming from behind. Lu Chuang felt a force hit his head, and his body tilted out uncontrollably. From the corner of Lu Chuang's eyes, he just saw a sexy figure with long wine-red hair and wearing a black tights. At some point, he appeared behind him silently and raised his leg to attack him. Taking advantage of Lu Chuang's loss of 13 gravity, the red-haired beauty immediately stretched out 2 hands, quickly grabbed his arm holding the gun, and knocked Lu Chuang's pistol to the ground with anti-joint, while raising one side of her long leg kicked Lu Chuang directly and flew out, then picked up the gun on the ground and aimed at Lu Chuang immediately. "You'd better not move." A sexy and slightly hoarse voice came, and the red-haired beauty stared at Lu Chuang closely. From the posture of holding her gun, it can be seen that this is a warrior with great fighting qualities, better than the Mindy Lu Chuang met before. Much more professional. Facing the black hole of the gun, Lu Chuang did not panic, but stood up unhurriedly. Seeing that Lu Chuang ignored her words completely, the red-haired beauty frowned and pulled the trigger towards Lu Chuang's thigh, trying to stop Lu Chuang's threatening behavior. Crack! However, the expected scene did not appear, and the gun in the red-haired beauty's hand seemed to have no bullets, and it got stuck inexplicably. Lu Chuang kindly reminded, "My pistol is a pistol full of spirituality, which can identify its owner, and others cannot fire it." Hearing his words, the red-haired beauty immediately looked at the gun in her hand, only to find that there was a fingerprint recognition device on the handle of the gun, and an unknown red light was flashing rapidly beside it. At this time, Lu Chuang continued, "Besides, my gun has a rather irritable personality. If anyone other than its owner shoots, it will die on the spot with the gunman." Red-haired beauty. Before she had time to think, she immediately threw the damn pistol out. Boom! As Lu Chuang said, the pistol exploded suddenly when it was thrown in the distance. Although this power was far inferior to the grenade, it was still enough to directly blow a person's arm into disability. Seeing this, the red-haired beauty looked at Lu Chuang with a strange expression. Things like pistols are prone to problems. If they're not handled properly, they may explode at any time. Isn't this guy afraid of explosions when he is holding them? After throwing the pistol, the red-haired beauty decisively shot again. The tall black figure writhed sensitively in the air, with 2 long legs clamping Lu Chuang's head directly. Both hands clenched Lu Chuang's arm and pressed Lu Chuang to the ground with the help of weight and inertia, forming a standard cross. Bullet time! Lu Chuang's pupils suddenly dilated, and his physical fitness soared under the blessing of adrenaline. He managed to stabilize his body that was about to fall and lifted the red-haired beauty with one hand to suspend in midair. The two looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Lu Chuang was not in a hurry and said cheerfully, "It's okay. You can continue. Just pretend that I don't exist." The red-haired beauty. Now her posture is a bit awkward. Neither is she jumping off, nor is she not jumping off. Before she could think about it, she saw a pistol in Lu Chuang's other hand, pointing it at her. "Come on, tell me your purpose directly. Why did you appear here? Where did this pistol come from?" The red-haired beauty was startled, but she noticed Lu Chuang's strange attitude and frowned. "You seem to know me?" Lu Chuang said solemnly. "It must be your illusion. I only know Wang Banbai who likes to wear leather clothes. In fact, Lu Chuang did recognize the identity of this red-haired beauty. The person in front of me is none other than the famous Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, a high-level agent of SHIELD, also a member of Avengers veteran level. Natasha Romanoff didn't believe Lu Chuang's words. According to her agent experience, the identity of the mysterious man wearing a black mask in front of her was certainly not simple, and it was best to capture some useful information. However, she never expected that her sneak attack would fail. Instead, he is now under the control of the other party. However, after the trial just now, she was able to collect a lot of information. Judging from the posture of this guy holding the gun, he definitely received the most professional marksmanship training. But the strange thing is that the opponent's melee fighting skills are terrible. They basically rely on their reactions and strong physical fitness to deal with it, and they don't have any skills at all. Natasha Romanoff couldn't figure it out. It stands to reason that the most professional marksmanship training is generally in some special institutions, and it is impossible for these institutions to only teach marksmanship without teaching other skills. Could it be that the other party is still a partial student? For Natasha Romanoff, that's good news. Natasha Romanoff did not let go of her hands, just maintained this awkward posture and showed a charming smile to Lu Chuang. Actually, we can have a good talk. Before he could finish speaking, a small instrument suddenly popped out from the ring on Natasha Romanoff's wrist and hit Lu Chuang's neck directly. Natasha Romanoff then let go of his hands, and then a strong electric current erupted from Lu Chuang's body. I saw Lu Chuang fell to the ground, trembling all over, and the pistol fell beside him. This time Natasha Romanoff had experience and did not touch the pistol. She glanced at Joseph Harrow, who was unconscious, and said, "Phil Coulson, I found Joseph Harrow, but his condition is not very good, and a medical team needs to be sent to rescue him. I understand. We are clearing out the gangsters on the periphery. It will take about half a minute. Before that, try to save Joseph Harrow's life. The information on him is very important to us." Agent Phil Coulson's voice came from the communicator hidden in Natasha Romanoff's ear. "I know." Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Chuang, who was lying on the ground. "One more thing. I found a suspicious person here. It seems that his target is also Joseph Harrow, and he seems to recognize my identity, so I can't confirm it at the moment which organization or institution is a member of." "Recognize your identity?" Phil Coulson was a little surprised. Natasha Romanoff's Black Widow identity was in a semi-secret state, and it was impossible for ordinary people to know the existence of Black Widow unless Natasha Romanoff had seen it in previous missions. Phil Coulson asked, "Is there any characteristic of the other party?" Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Chuang. He is dressed in pitch black, wearing a black mask, good at using firearms, and has good physical fitness. Now the other party has been stunned by me. You can take him back for interrogation later, and you should be able to find out something. Good at using guns, black all over, wearing a black mask. Phil Coulson muttered to himself. He always felt that this look was a bit familiar. Soon, a familiar image of Aquaman gradually emerged in his mind. "It's him." Phil Coulson's eyes widened immediately, and he shouted eagerly, "Natasha Romanoff, the electric shock doesn't work on him. Get him under control." Natasha Romanoff was surprised by what Phil Coulson said. When Natasha Romanoff was about to reply, suddenly there was some noise in her ears, and Lu Chuang, who had been stunned, stood up slowly in front of her, staring at her with two dark eyes. Natasha Romanoff's pupils shrank suddenly, and the other party was able to stand up after being subjected to a high-intensity electric current. Out of instinct, Natasha Romanoff immediately raised her arm to stun Lu Chuang again. As a result, she found that the high-tech bracelet on her wrist had disappeared at some point. "You're looking for this?" Lu Chuang swung her index finger, and a ring was spinning on her finger, which was her high-tech bracelet. "When did you steal it?" Natasha Romanoff was shocked and stole the high-tech bracelet in front of her, but she didn't feel it at all. Sensing that something was wrong, Natasha Romanoff reached for his pocket, wanting to take out other weapons to deal with it. However, she vacated again. "Natasha Romanoff, don't look for it. It's all here." Lu Chuang threw out a belt, and under Natasha Romanoff's dull gaze, he threw out all kinds of messy things, all of which were stolen from Natasha Romanoff when she was close to him. As for the high-tech bracelet, he used the characteristics of the master key to unlock it the moment he was stunned. In the end, Lu Chuang held an irritating liquid spray and said proudly, "Didn't someone tell you never to play close to a thief?" Natasha Romanoff's face darkened when she saw this, but she kept the bottle of spray in her chest. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a loud laugh came from not far away. Joseph Harrow, who was unconscious, opened his eyes and pointed a gun at them. Obviously, he had pretended to be unconscious before and secretly picked up the gun that Lu Chuang dropped just now. Joseph Harrow's eyes were red, his face was covered in blood, and his face was extremely ferocious. He yelled at Lu Chuang, "Listen to me, you idiot. My F*** king name is Hammerhead, not King Kong legs. You go die." Click, click. Joseph Harrow pulled the trigger, but there were 2 clicks. Seeing this, Joseph Harrow's ferocious face froze instantly. He pretended to be unconscious just now, but he didn't know that the pistol needed fingerprints to unlock it. Joseph Harrow grabbed the fingerprint pistol and looked at the 2 of them in embarrassment. "Can I lie back down again?" Lu Chuang pondered for half a second. "I guess I will be able to confirm whether you are iron-headed or not later." "What do you mean?" Joseph Harrow was puzzled. However, Lu Chuang and Natasha Romanoff did not answer him and fell to the ground at the same time. Boom! As the pistol flickered red, the pistol suddenly exploded in the hands of Joseph Harrow. Due to the close proximity, the fragments of the pistol after the explosion pierced Joseph Harrow's neck directly, and Joseph Harrow, who was already bloody, was instantly taken away from all the blood bars and lost his breath on the spot. It is worth noting that Joseph Harrow's head was only partially torn, exposing the metal material inside. Joseph Harrow proved with his own life that he has the iron head, not the diamond leg. "Natasha Romanoff, tell me what's going on with you now." Phil Coulson's voice came from the communicator, and he seemed to have heard the explosion just now. Natasha Romanoff quickly got up from the ground and said with a strange expression, "The target is dead." Phil Coulson was taken aback. "What's going on?" The target exploded on the spot, and it was too late to stop it. Phil Coulson. After all, she is the top agent of SHIELD, and Natasha Romanoff quickly came to her senses. She is thinking about the next countermeasures. Now that the target is dead, all she needs to deal with is this guy in front of her. But the problem is, now that she has lost most of her equipment, she can only fight with bare hands, which undoubtedly adds a lot of difficulty to her. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's solemn expression, Lu Chuang stood up and said, "Don't be nervous. I never hit women." "Really?" Natasha Romanoff's eyes lit up. Being good at exploiting the enemy's weaknesses is the basic quality of an agent. "Fake." Lu Chuang suddenly took 2 steps forward and punched Natasha Romanoff directly at the south gate. Natasha Romanoff cursed inwardly, but her reaction was quite quick. She didn't catch Lu Chuang's fist hard. She leaned back and lowered her waist to avoid the fist. Then, with a sudden force from her waist, she raised her leg and kicked Lu Chuang's chest to knock him back. Lu Chuang felt the power coming from his chest, which was stronger than an adult man. He would never believe that Natasha Romanoff had never received any strengthening. It is no wonder that the other party will fight against one of Thanos' 5 generals in the future. 50-50. The moment Natasha Romanoff retracted his legs, Lu Chuang's pupils quickly zoomed in, and he grabbed Natasha Romanoff's long legs directly, and then turned around forcefully. The right leg was under control, and Natasha Romanoff was turned over uncontrollably, and then a hand suddenly grabbed the back of her neck and pressed it directly to the ground. Her cheek was hurt by the cold ground. She wanted to struggle to get up, but felt until Lu Chuang's knee firmly pressed against his waist. Immediately afterwards, Natasha Romanoff felt the communicator removed from her ear. Lu Chuang took the communicator and asked, "Hi, is anyone there?" There was silence on the communicator for a while, and then Phil Coulson's steady voice came, "Hi, we meet again." Lu Chuang was also silent for a while. "Who are you?" Phil Coulson didn't expect that Lu Chuang's first sentence would be this, and said helplessly, "We met before in the Stoker Group industrial zone." Lu Chuang suddenly realized, "You are that Phil Coulson with a high hairline." Phil Coulson is a bit uncomfortable. Why do you have to bring up his hairline? Through the communicator, Lu Chuang could faintly hear some gunshots. Considering that the gangsters who were drawn away have not moved yet, Lu Chuang has roughly guessed what happened, and asked curiously, "What is your purpose this time?" "What?" Phil Coulson said without any hesitation. "This group of gangsters has seriously endangered the safety of the people. We must arrest these criminals to prevent they from causing danger to society again." Lu Chuang also came at Jonko. "Coincidentally, my goal is the same as yours. Fighting criminals is everyone's responsibility." Strength. The two immediately confirmed that the other party did not come to fight criminals. However, due to the fact that both Natasha Romanoff and the mission target are in the hands of Lu Chuang, Phil Coulson can't continue to pretend this time. Phil Coulson said bluntly, "Our people have surrounded this place. You can't escape. Hand over our people. We can let you get out of here." Hearing Phil Coulson's words, Lu Chuang curled his lips. This kind of words can also deceive children. Just as Lu Chuang was about to say something, he saw the game system pop up suddenly. Title trigger. Master a disguise complete. Unlock condition. Surprise 30 SHILD agents without being discovered. 0/30. Title obtained. Super high school level spy. Trigger new achievement quests. Lu Chuang took a look at the content and found that it was very suitable for his current situation. Isn't he surrounded by a lot of SHILD agents now? But the problem is that it is not so easy for Lu Chuang to sneak attack those SHILD agents without being detected. After all, Phil Coulson already knows of his existence, and he should have discovered it long ago. Found. Thinking of this, Lu Chuang looked up at Natasha Romanoff below. Target does not meet the conditions. As Lu Chuang imagined, he was discovered by Natasha Romanoff a long time ago, and he does not meet the condition of not being discovered. Lu Chuang thought about it and felt that he still had to experiment, so he threw away the communicator in his hand. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff didn't know that the conversation between Phil Coulson and Lu Chuang failed. Natasha Romanoff's face was squeezed by the ground, and she said in a muffled voice, "You can't escape. There are helicopters outside, which can monitor your escape route at high altitude at any time. Giving up resistance now is the right choice." Lu Chuang picked up the fishing line he found from Natasha Romanoff and tied up Tasha. After making sure that Natasha Romanoff's hands could not be freed, Lu Chuang looked at Natasha Romanoff condescendingly. "You better see clearly how I escaped from under your noses." After finishing speaking, Lu Chuang left gracefully and disappeared in Natasha Romanoff's line of sight. Sensing Lu Chuang's self-confidence almost overflowing, Natasha Romanoff frowned slightly. Could it be that the other party is still hiding some tricks? Not to think too much, Natasha Romanoff heard Lu Chuang's words and felt that the other party should be preparing to escape and probably wouldn't care about her side, so she immediately transformed into a caterpillar and wriggled on the ground, and she wanted to crawl to the communicator to contact Phil Coulson. However, at this moment, Natasha Romanoff suddenly saw a large shadow covering herself. Natasha Romanoff quickly twisted her waist and turned her head, only to find that Lu Chuang, who was supposed to leave, was actually standing behind her. At the moment, he was holding up a wooden stick that he didn't know where he was picking up, as if he was about to smash it down. Natasha Romanoff. Lu Chuang. 1-1. Lu Chuang did not expect that Natasha Romanoff would suddenly turn his head. Sensing Natasha Romanoff's unfriendly gaze, Lu Chuang put away the wooden stick and said solemnly, "Sorry, it got lost just now, and when I turned around, I saw your sneaky look and thought you were a remnant of a gangster. Well, go ahead. My wife has run away." Lu Chuang left again, throwing the communicator another distance before leaving. Natasha Romanoff. If it wasn't inconvenient now, she really wanted to fly into the air and use her long legs to use the deadly scissors to crush this guy's head. Confirming that Lu Chuang is gone, Natasha Romanoff continues to wriggle on the ground. No way. She needs to spread the information here. Natasha Romanoff squirmed for a while, and when she was about to touch the communicator, suddenly, a large shadow covered her. Natasha Romanoff turned her head blankly, staring at Lu Chuang, who raised the wooden stick. "Aren't you going to run away?" Seeing that he was discovered again, Lu Chuang put away the wooden stick as if nothing had happened, pretending that nothing happened, and said seriously, "It's nothing. I just want to ask how to get to the exit." Hearing Lu Chuang's clumsy lies, Natasha Romanoff's eyelids twitched a few times. She wasn't an idiot, so she could naturally guess what Lu Chuang was trying to do with this action, and she clearly wanted to sneak attack her. But Natasha Romanoff couldn't figure it out. "If you want to hit me with a stick, just hit me. Why did you have to sneak around and attack me?" Seeing Natasha Romanoff's complete disbelief, Lu Chuang sighed. Sure enough, the achievement task is not so easy to complete. The other party can find him so easily, it is too difficult for him to sneak attack. At this moment, Lu Chuang seemed to think of something. Lu Chuang suddenly grabbed Natasha Romanoff and walked to a pillar and wrapped Natasha Romanoff and the pillar with the tape he just found, especially around the head. Lu Chuang purposely wrapped the tape a few times to fix it and sealed Natasha Romanoff's mouth. After doing all this, Lu Chuang emphasized, "I really want to leave this time." "Whoa." Natasha Romanoff stared at Landing Chuang and kept making noises, not knowing what she was talking about. Ignoring Natasha Romanoff's murderous gaze, Lu Chuang turns away from Natasha Romanoff's view. A few seconds later, Natasha Romanoff heard footsteps coming from behind, and then a shadow appeared out of the corner of her eye. Natasha Romanoff. To be honest, this is the most persistent sneak attack Natasha Romanoff has seen since her long career as an agent. Natasha Romanoff tried to look behind, but found that her head was firmly fixed by tape, so she gave up struggling. "Do it! Hurry up, too!" Clang! With a dull knocking sound, Natasha Romanoff simply passed out. Unlock condition. Surprise 30 SHILD agents without being discovered, January 30th. Lu Chuang stood behind Natasha Romanoff, holding a stick, and nodded in satisfaction. The sneak attack was successful. If Lu Chuang's guess is correct, the condition of being undiscovered does not depend on whether the opponent discovers his existence, but whether he is completely out of the enemy's observation range. For example, Natasha Romanoff. Even if Natasha Romanoff knows the existence of Lu Chuang and knows that Lu Chuang is going to attack him, but Lu Chuang has been out of Natasha Romanoff's observation range for a period of time, the game system assumes that Natasha Romanoff has not found Lu Chuang. If Lu Chuang took advantage of this time to attack Natasha Romanoff and did not enter Natasha Romanoff's field of vision again, he would be regarded as not being discovered by Natasha Romanoff, just like the NPCs in some assassin games. Their vision is all as if they did not see. By the way, how old is Black Widow Natasha Romanoff? Does this count as a sneak attack on an old comrade? Tread, tread. Lu Chuang heard a sound of orderly footsteps coming from a distance. It was obvious that SHILD had already dealt with the gangsters outside. Lu Chuang didn't have any hesitation and quickly left in one direction with a wooden stick. Not long after, Phil Coulson arrived at the scene with a group of SHILD agents. Compared with the agents of SHILD, the gangsters outside are basically no different from trash fish, and they can't resist their pace at all. Phil Coulson scanned the messy scene, and his eyes quickly locked on Natasha Romanoff. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's mummy-like appearance, Phil Coulson was stunned for a moment, then realized that Natasha Romanoff didn't respond. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately walked over to check on Natasha Romanoff's situation. Fortunately, Phil Coulson was secretly relieved to find that Natasha Romanoff had just fallen into a coma. Phil Coulson frowned and ordered to the other SHILD agents, completely seal off this area, search for the whereabouts of the attackers, notify people outside, monitor all suspicious people leaving the factory, and report any situation immediately. The SHILD agents nodded and began to disperse and search the entire factory. 1, 2, 3. Lu Chuang hid in the corner, silently counting the passing SHILD agents. He roughly counted. There were at least 30 SHILD agents in the factory, enough for him to complete the task. Just do it. Lu Chuang stared at one of the SHILD agents who was alone, tightly gripped the wooden stick in his hand, and quietly followed behind. As if sensing something strange behind him, just as SHILD agent was about to turn around, Lu Chuang swung a wooden stick and smashed it down. Clang! With a muffled sound, the SHILD agent fell to the ground. Unlock condition. Surprise 30 SHILD agents without being discovered. February 30th. Well, very smooth. Lu Chuang ignored the unconscious SHILD agent and continued looking for the next victim with a wooden stick. The assailant was wearing a black coat and a black mask. Once he found the whereabouts of the target, he immediately called for support. Before the support arrived, try not to have a frontal conflict with the other party. Phil Coulson arranged the tasks in an orderly manner. Phil Coulson knew that Lu Chuang's strength was definitely not simple. After all, he was someone who could defeat Black Widow, so his strength would not be much worse. Combined with the intelligence information collected before, he believed that Lu Chuang was a very dangerous person. However, since Lu Chuang only stunned their SHILD agents twice, instead of killing them directly, Phil Coulson left some room for this matter and ordered the SHILD agents to reduce the possibility of conflicts. They planned to bring Lu Chuang back to the Bureau for interrogation. Under the stimulation of special drugs, Natasha Romanoff has come to life. She put on her equipment again, rubbed the back of her aching head, and said, "We should let Barton come over. He is more suitable for this appointment." Barton agent is on other missions. Phil Coulson glanced at the tragic death of Joseph Harrow and said, "The target died, and our clues were disconnected. It seems that we have to find new clues from Mr. Negative." Natasha Romanoff said indifferently, "The next thing is your job. The director has already arranged a new task for me." Phil Coulson nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He knew that each agent's task was completely confidential. At this time, SHILD agent suddenly reported, "Sir, we found that several agents have suffered from unknown attacks." Upon hearing this, Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff immediately went to the crime scene to check, and then saw several attacked SHILD agents lying on the ground. After inspection, the back of the head was attacked with a blunt instrument, and he fell into a coma. At present, his life is not in danger. SHILD agent said. It was the attacker. Natasha Romanoff said at the time that she was familiar with this scene. Suddenly, all the lights in the factory were turned off, and everyone was plunged into darkness. The people present were all well-trained agents, and there was no sudden change to panic. Phil Coulson calmly ordered to the communicator, "Everyone should wear night vision goggles and organize a team to go to the electric room to check the main switch." The others divided into groups of 3 and continued to search for the attacker's location. Upon receiving the order, the SHILD agents acted immediately. Natasha Romanoff suddenly heard a slight sound. Out of an instinctive reaction, Natasha Romanoff immediately grabbed Phil Coulson next to him and rushed towards him. But instead of hearing the expected explosion, he saw a cloud of white mist rising rapidly, covering 5 SHILD agents in no time. Smoke bomb. Even though they were wearing night vision goggles, their vision was still obstructed by the smoke. Before they could take any action, they heard a noisy fight in the smoke. Clang, clang, clang. With the dull sound, the 3 SHILD agents lost contact. The remaining 2 SHILD agents are still in contact. "Sir, someone is attacking us, and the exact location of the enemy has not been found." Clang! Another muffled sound came. He directly interrupted the words of the SHILD agent. Phil Coulson felt a little bad and immediately said, "Get out of the smoke range." Recede. The SHILD agent decisively ran towards the periphery of the smoke. However, just as he was about to leave the smoke, a hand suddenly grabbed his collar and dragged him into the smoke again in front of Phil Coulson and Natasha Romanoff. "Sir, I saw the enemy. It's just—" "No, you didn't see that." "Whoa." Clang. Phil Coulson. Natasha Romanoff. Phil Coulson gestured to the other SHILD agents, and all of them walked towards the smoke area at the same time. As they approached, they soon saw 5 unconscious SHILD agents. one of whom was still bound with tape. Even his eyes and mouth were sealed. SHIL, the agent, examined their injuries. Still injured on the back of the head, unconscious. Phil Coulson was shocked at the time. What kind of operation is this, tied up like this to hit the back of the head? Blah, blah. In the smoke, 2 smoke bombs suddenly fell to their feet. As the large swath of smoke rose, the surrounding smoke became denser, and it became a vast expanse of white, as if being in a white world, and it was almost impossible to see the people around. Clang! Before they could take any action, they heard the ghostly muffled sound again. Obviously, someone was surrounded by the enemy again. Everyone became vigilant in an instant, but the voice did not stop because of this. As time passed, SHIL, the agents, continued to lose contact, but they never found the enemy. That guy can see where we are. Natasha Romanoff's voice came over the comm. Leave here. Hearing this, Phil Coulson immediately chose to retreat. If it continues like this, the situation will only become more and more unfavorable to them. The agents of SHIL acted decisively and rushed out of the smoke area without hesitation. However, when they rushed a certain distance, they found a few smoke bombs rolling in front of them. A large cloud of smoke quickly rose in front of them. How many smoke bombs does this guy have? Just then, they saw a figure emerge from the smoke. The smoke and darkness seemed unable to obstruct his vision. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its food, it precisely pounced on the nearest SHIL agent and grabbed the opponent's leg. Feeling this power beyond ordinary people, the SHIL agent had no time to resist, and the whole person lost his balance and lay on the ground in an instant. Young man, come and play, accompanied by weird laughter. This SHIL agent was directly dragged into the smoke forcibly by this figure. Whoa, don't resist, I'm very light. Clang. Listening to the voice from the communicator, everyone present was stunned. The scene in front of them is completely different from what they imagined. I don't know if it's Phil Coulson's illusion. Why does Phil Coulson feel that Lu Chuang is more excited than anyone else? Now, Lu Chuang didn't look like he was being captured by them. It was more like he was capturing them. However, what Phil Coulson can confirm is that Lu Chuang will not kill them. At most, he just knocks them out. They also didn't want to push Lu Chuang into a hurry. If Lu Chuang is forced to start killing, I'm afraid their losses will be very heavy. Lu Chuang didn't care what Phil Coulson thought. He who was hidden in the smoke had no intention of stopping at all. Using the ability to observe the soul, he can easily identify the location of everyone and use a wooden stick to continuously attack the SHIL agent standing on the edge. As for those who are more difficult to sneak attack, Lu Chuang directly threw him to the ground, then grabbed his legs and dragged him to the corner, tied his whole body with tape, and sealed his eyes, forced himself out of the opponent's field of vision, and finally waited for time, just knock it out. Compared with the hands and ninjas that Lu Chuang met before, these SHIL agents were still a little weaker in combat strength. In Lu Chuang's hands, they basically had no ability to resist, and they were knocked unconscious by Lu Chuang one by one. Looking at the progress bar that rose little by little, Lu Chuang enjoyed it completely, and his technique became more and more proficient. No matter who was in front of him, anyway, he just knocked whoever caught him. 867. However, for Phil Coulson and others, it is very difficult. The smoke almost blocked all their sights, and they couldn't even see the people around them clearly, let alone organize effective countermeasures. Moreover, Lu Chuang's movements were so fast that even if someone counterattacked in time, Lu Chuang can easily avoid it by relying on his terrifying reaction ability. Originally, they wanted to wait for the smoke to dissipate by themselves, but they found that the surrounding smoke not only did not dissipate, but became thicker and thicker. Then they saw several smoke bombs rolling on the ground, releasing smoke continuously. SHIL agents. Naturally, Lu Chuang didn't have so many smoke bombs. These smoke bombs were all stolen from other SHIL agents. With the supplement of ammunition, his actions can be said to be more unscrupulous. Young man, come and play. Whoa. Clang. Although Phil Coulson couldn't see the surrounding situation clearly, he could clearly feel that the number of SHIL agents around him was decreasing crazily. He felt a little anxious and immediately said, "Everyone gather and evacuate." Seeing that the scattered SHILD agents began to gather together, Lu Chuang was not happy at that time. So how could he defeat them one by one? Lu Chuang rushed to Phil Coulson's position, suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Don't even try to leave the dirt." Hearing the commotion here, Phil Coulson immediately looked at Lu Chuang, feeling overjoyed. Lu Chuang's initiative to run out was exactly what he wanted to see. However, Phil Coulson suddenly covered his eyes in pain. A strong light suddenly burst from Lu Chuang's head, instantly blinding Phil Coulson's eyes. Even their night vision goggles couldn't resist the light. Advertisement. Is this guy's head a light bulb? How can still emit light? At this moment, he suddenly felt his legs being grabbed. A familiar voice came from my ear. "Young man, come and play." Phil Coulson. After finding a corner and knocking out Phil Coulson, Lu Chuang's next move was much easier. Without continuing to throw smoke bombs, Lu Chuang walked towards the SHILD agents like this. The SHILD agents felt that the surrounding smoke began to subside, and they were secretly happy that there was no obstruction from the smoke, so they had the ability to fight back. Suddenly, they saw a figure walking towards them. Before they could take any action, a bright light instantly illuminated the entire dim environment. My eyes! My eyes! I can't see. Under the illumination of the holy light special effect, SHILD agents couldn't open their eyes at all, let alone see Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang walked straight in front of them, lifted the wooden stick, and knocked it on the head of a SHILD agent. Unlock condition. Surprise 30 SHILD agents without being discovered, 23/30. It turns out that this is also a sneak attack. Lu Chuang murmured. He seemed to have found the right way to play. 2 minutes later, Lu Chuang put away almost consumed mana, and the holy light in his head disappeared instantly. Looking at the unconscious SHILD agents, he nodded in satisfaction. Master of Disguise completed. Unlock condition. Surprise 30 SHILD agents without being discovered, 30/30. Title obtained. Super High School Level Spy. Whether to unlock the title. After knocking out the last SHILD agent, Lu Chuang received a prompt from the game system. Lu Chuang threw away the broken wooden stick in his hand and directly unlocked the new title. Unlocked successfully. Title: Super High School Level Spy. Explanation: as a qualified spy, the most important thing is to learn to hide your identity. Feature: Masquerade. Disguise. Lu Chuang frowned. He is no stranger to this skill. He can see this skill in many movies. However, instead of testing on the spot, Lu Chuang turned around and left the spot. After Lu Chuang left, a figure suddenly came out from behind the shelf and followed Lu Chuang soundlessly. However, when she turned the corner with Lu Chuang, she found that Lu Chuang in front of her had disappeared. Advertisement. At the same time, a voice came from behind her. "Is it your turn to get lost now?" Natasha Romanoff's pupils shrank suddenly, and she suddenly turned to look behind, only to see Lu Chuang standing behind her at some point. When? Natasha Romanoff was shocked. You must know her current judgment on Lu Chuang. Except for firearms training, the other party should have no other professional skills training. She never thought that the other party has such an anti-reconnaissance ability. Natasha Romanoff smiled sarcastically. "Yes, I got lost, and you also know that this place is too big. It's normal to get lost." Without warning, Natasha Romanoff kicked Lu Chuang with a family planning kick. Lu Chuang seemed to have anticipated her attack a long time ago, and quickly retreated to avoid her attack. He grabbed Natasha Romanoff's long leg and pulled it back. Natasha Romanoff directly split Lu Chuang on the spot. However, Natasha Romanoff's flexibility was strong enough. She put her hands on the ground, reclosed her legs, and got up quickly, then bent over and threw herself at Lu Chuang's arms. She knows that Lu Chuang's physique is stronger than ordinary people, so she must subdue Lu Chuang as soon as possible. The moment she was about to touch Lu Chuang raised his legs suddenly and kicked Natasha Romanoff's waist with a standard side kick. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff could only retract his arms to block. Boom! Her calf slammed into Natasha Romanoff's arms hard, and she let out a muffled grunt, only to feel her arms start to go numb. However, Lu Chuang's offensive did not end there. The moment he retracted his legs, his waist suddenly twisted and exerted force, and he slammed into Natasha Romanoff's face in a Russian-style big search posture. Hearing the whistling sound in his ears, Natasha Romanoff didn't dare to take it hard at all and barely avoided Lu Chuang's attack by turning sideways. Soon, at this moment, Natasha Romanoff suddenly felt a huge amount of pressure rushing towards her face and was shocked at the same time. Before that, Lu Chuang's melee fighting skills were terrible. However, now Lu Chuang's melee fighting skills are simply obvious proficiency. Natasha Romanoff couldn't understand the reason at all. Why someone could change so much in a short period of time, and a student who was partial to majors turned into an all-around student. What Natasha Romanoff doesn't know is that Lu Chuang, who now has a super high school level spy, not only has anti-reconnaissance ability, but also he can use basic melee fighting skills, and he is no longer the melee novice who didn't know any fighting skills at all. With the same bullet time as opening and closing, at the moment Lu Chuang's melee ability definitely surpasses Natasha Romanoff. It was almost a subconscious reaction. Before Lu Chuang realized what to do, his body followed his instinct, his arm muscles tensed, and he punched Natasha Romanoff with his right fist. Just as Natasha Romanoff raised his arm to block it, Lu Chuang's vacant right fist suddenly released, and his left arm suddenly exerted force, punching Natasha Romanoff's abdomen. Well, there was a muffled sound, and Natasha Romanoff immediately let out a suppressed cry of pain. Even Natasha Romanoff, who had received beating training, could hardly resist this force beyond ordinary people. Natasha Romanoff, aware of her current dangerous situation, ignored the pain in her abdomen and raised her high-tech bracelet to shoot at Lu Chuang. After half a second, nothing happened. Looking at the high-tech bracelet spinning on Lu Chuang's finger, Natasha Romanoff fell silent. How to fight this? Under Natasha Romanoff's gritted teeth expression, Lu Chuang then threw out a bottle of irritating liquid spray and said cheerfully, "Didn't I tell you a long time ago, don't play melee with a thief unless you don't have money?" Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath and said, "Your ability is indeed very strong, but our people have completely sealed off this area outside. It is impossible for you to escape now, but I can see that you have no hostility towards us. Maybe we can sit down and have a good talk." There is really no hostility. That is to knock out a bunch of SHIELD agents. Anyway, there is no dead man, and Natasha Romanoff will forcefully treat it as if there is no hostility. The most important thing now is to stabilize Lu Chuang. Natasha Romanoff has already transmitted everything that happened here through the communicator, and SHIELD has already started to arrange manpower for support. Advertisement. According to Natasha Romanoff, the chances of Lu Chuang escaping are basically zero. Well, I agree with you. Lu Chuang nodded. You mean you agree to sit down and have a good talk? Natasha Romanoff secretly delighted. If Lu Chuang is willing to give up resistance, definitely is the best. No, I mean I agree with what you said. My ability is very strong. While Lu Chuang was speaking, he suddenly punched Natasha Romanoff on the head with a heavy punch, causing her to faint instantly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang picked up the communicator in Natasha Romanoff's ear. "Romanoff agent, everyone is in place and ready to act at any time. Can you report your current status?" "Definitely can." A slightly hoarse, sexy female voice suddenly came out of Lu Chuang's mouth, which was completely similar to Natasha Romanoff's voice. He glanced at the unconscious Natasha Romanoff and said to the communicator, "The attacker has lost his combat ability." The voice on the communicator was a bit puzzled. "Agent Romanoff, didn't you say that you told us in code that we couldn't solve the attackers and needed us to arrange support? There is such a thing?" Lu Chuang reacted quickly, and Zhangko came. "The situation has changed. After my desperate struggle, I have succeeded in sneak attacking that handsome-looking attacker. Now the other party is in a coma. Send someone in quickly." The other party did not doubt Lu Chuang's identity and immediately said after hearing Lu Chuang's words, "Okay, I understand. We will arrange it immediately." 5.1. 10 minutes later, EMPSHILD agent arrived at the scene. They spotted Natasha Romanoff wandering the factory in leather on a high-tech wristband. At the moment, she was looking left and right, as if she was looking for something. Thinking that the other party had discovered something important, the man leading the team immediately ran over and asked, "Agent Romanoff, did you find anything?" "Have." Natasha Romanoff nodded and said with a serious face, "I found a very important thing." "Why?" The man looked solemn. "Please tell me. I will arrange it immediately." Natasha Romanoff patted the SHILD agent and said with great relief, "Then I'm not welcome. It's like this factory is too big. I may be lost. Agent to personally take me out." "Eh? Can you still get lost as an agent?" The man hesitated, "But you haven't led us to find the attacker." Natasha Romanoff pointed in a direction. "The handsome attacker is inside. You go in and find it. I have other venues to catch up. I don't have time to waste here." For some reason, men always find this Natasha Romanoff weird. But the official rank can beat Deadman, let alone Natasha Romanoff, the famous Black Widow. The man didn't question Natasha Romanoff's words and said to a SHILD agent, "Take Romanoff agent out of here." The SHILD agent nodded and took Natasha Romanoff to the outside of factory. Led by SHILD agent, Natasha Romanoff walked out of the factory. At the moment, SHILD has sealed off the entire factory. A group of SHILD agents are guarding outside, and 2 helicopters with the SHILD logo are hovering above the sky, and the searchlights are shining on the exit of the factory. When Natasha Romanoff came out of the factory, many people squinted at Natasha Romanoff. After all, she is the Black Widow of SHILD, and her charm is definitely beyond words. "Agent Romanoff, do you need me to arrange a vehicle for you?" the SHILD agent who led the way said enthusiastically. "Is there such a good thing?" Natasha Romanoff frowned. "All right then, you arrange a military car for me." "Okay, please wait a moment." The SHILD agent nodded and immediately ran away. Not long after, Natasha Romanoff saw the other party driving a black pickup truck, and it parked in front of her very intimately, then got out of the car and greeted her with a smile. "Agent Romanoff, this car drives more steadily. You drive this car." Natasha Romanoff patted the SHILD agent on the shoulder, showing a bright smile. "It's really troublesome for you. It is a great honor for SHILD to have a good employee like you. If there is a chance, I will replace you in front of the director. Say something nice." Feeling the huge force coming from his shoulders, the SHILD agent's body couldn't help but shake a few times, almost unable to stand still. The SHILD agent grinned in pain, secretly thinking that the hand strength of the Romanoff agent is really strong, stronger than the average adult man. It is worthy of being the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. "This is what I should do," the SHILD agent said with a forced smile. Under his gaze, Natasha Romanoff sat in the driver's seat of the pickup truck and soon started the car and drove away. There was no obstacle in the process. After the pickup truck passed through the SHIELD's blockade area, Natasha Romanoff suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the pickup truck accelerated and disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing the shadow of the black pickup truck disappear, the SHIELD agent turned around and walked towards Factory 13. As soon as he reached the factory gate, he saw his team leader leading a large number of SHIELD agents rushing out. Seeing his appearance, the captain suddenly asked, "The Romanoff agent just now, where did she go?" "Already drove away." The SHIELD agent replied honestly. "What?" The captain's expression was very ugly, and then 2 figures came out from behind him. One of them was Phil Coulson, and another tall figure was Natasha Romanoff, who had just left. Ignoring the hellish expression on this SHIELD agent, Natasha Romanoff said to Phil Coulson with a solemn face, "That guy has already left the blockade area, and it may be too late to hunt him down now, and he has a disguise ability that we don't know about at all." Just now, the captain found them in the corner, and after waking up on the spot, they learned that Natasha Romanoff, who was behaving strangely, had walked out of the factory. Natasha Romanoff immediately identified herself with a special code. Now everyone understands that the Natasha Romanoff who left just now is a fake at all. Phil Coulson rubbed the back of his aching head. A few strands of hair fell on his hands, and he said sadly, "It seems that we will have to reevaluate him after we go back. His problems can no longer be continued according to normal events. Dealt with." On the other side, a black pickup parked in the suburbs. I saw Natasha Romanoff getting out of the car, and the whole person suddenly became blurred, as if the electronic product was badly connected and the screen was flickering. Natasha Romanoff's face gradually dissipated, and then a young face appeared, which turned out to be Lu Chuang, who should have appeared in the factory. Disguise. 100% restore the external image of the designated target. Yes, this Natasha Romanoff is Lu Chuang in disguise. After Lu Chuang used disguise, a thin film formed outside his body. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Chuang's appearance has become Natasha Romanoff. Even the clothes and figure are exactly the same as Natasha Romanoff. But Lu Chuang originally, there will be no change in body structure. It's just an effect similar to tricking the vision. Fortunately, the body has not changed. Otherwise, Lu Chuang would not know how to look directly at his body in the future. Taking off the communicator in his ear and throwing it into the car, Lu Chuang, relying on the ability of super high school spy, cleaned up the traces left by himself, and then disappeared into the night humming a little song. "Hey, buddy, you really made a lot of money this time. With a bounty of 20 million US dollars, you have broken the highest record in our bar. I treat you to drink this drink. It's free." A few days later, on the second floor of Sister Margaret's bar, Weasel looked at Lu Chuang with excitement. Instead of handing in the task downstairs as usual, they came to the second set of the bar that Lu Chuang had never been to. After all, the amount of reward offered this time was a bit high, and the mixed environment downstairs was not very convenient. So the Weasel simply brought Lu Chuang to his rest area, where he could collect Lu Chuang's reward. Lu Chuang glanced at the Coke on the table and said with disdain, "You are ashamed to take out Coke as a treat." As a broker, Weasel must have earned a lot of agency fees, otherwise Weasel would not be so excited. "That can't be said. I also have to maintain the daily expenses of the bar, which is not a small amount, so I originally didn't have much money." The Weasel cried poorly every day, and then suddenly changed his voice. "By the way, your employer is very satisfied with your completion of the bounty and said that he wants to invite you to meet, and the place is in Chinatown. Do you want to go and have a look?" "Don't see." Lu Chuang resolutely refused, and the money has already been taken. "So what's so interesting about it?" Weasel said. "Aren't you really going to take a look? It's one of the largest gangs in New York, the Demon Gang. They were rivals with the Magia Gang before. Now you help them solve the Magia Gang. They must be very grateful to you. Maybe there are benefits waiting for you." Hearing Weasel's persuasion, Lu Chuang asked suspiciously, "Weasel, you probably took money from others, so speak for them." "Aha! How is it possible? How could I have received money from the Demon Gang? I didn't say it was the Devil Gang." Seeing that he was exposed, Weasel said awkwardly, "Okay, I admit it, the leader of the Devil Gang contacted me on the dark web. He wanted to thank you for your help in person. I think he seems very sincere, so I will help him. I asked you this question, but don't worry, I definitely didn't disclose your information. Sincerity is false, and benefits are true." Lu Chuang curled his lips, reluctantly believing what he said. Weasel still has some professional ethics as a broker. Definitely, if life is at stake, Lu Chuang guarantees that this guy has a softer mouth than anyone who is as unreliable as Wade. You tell him, next time. Lu Chuang said something perfunctory and stopped the topic and asked, "Weasel, I have a big deal here, and since we have known each other for so long, I can now take advantage of you." When the Weasel heard that there was such a good thing, he decisively left the matter of the Devil Gang behind. "Can you tell me how big this big deal is?" "Not much, just 50 million US dollars. Weasel looked puzzled. Why did this conversation sound so familiar? He suddenly recalled something and asked with a dark face, "If I'm not wrong, this big deal is not related to the 50 million figures you mentioned earlier, right? You know all about this?" Lu Chuang was a little surprised. What he was about to talk about was steel armor. Beforehand, I don't buy toys worth 50 million US dollars here. What daydream are you doing? You want to buy 50 million US dollars? I suspect you're thinking about farts. You think that technology and labor don't cost money, and you need to sell it for at least hundreds of millions. Hearing Lu Chuang's confident tone, Weasel was a little speechless. Does the technology and labor of a toy cost so much money? Even say hundreds of millions. If you don't brag, you will die? Lu Chuang didn't explain either. He didn't want others to know about the steel armor. I'm not looking for you to buy, but to buy some materials from you. Material? Weasel wondered. What material needs 50 million US dollars? That's it. Lu Chuang took out a list from his pocket and handed it to Weasel. The Weasel picked up the list curiously and said, "It's gold titanium alloy, superconducting wire, rotating shaft." Just after reading the first few materials, the Weasel couldn't read anymore. He raised his head and looked at Lu Chuang with a ridiculous face. "Are you sure this is the material you want?" "You don't. How could there be? You think I'm omnipotent." The Weasel said excitedly, "I can still collect the materials you asked for before, but look at what is on this list. Gold and titanium alloys. Hell, what illusion makes you think that I will? There are raw materials for making rockets." Weasel is not a material or arms manufacturer. He is just a middleman, just like a commission task. All he provided to Lu Chuang before were channels. In fact, it was someone else who actually provided the goods, and the Weasel was only responsible for reaching a deal for both parties. But the Weasel looked at the list in his hand. Aeronautical materials, military materials, and a whole bunch of weird composite materials. Even a Weasel can't figure out which channel has the ability to take Lu Chuang's big deal worth 50 million US dollars. Is there no other way? Lu Chuang asked unwillingly. If the material problem cannot be solved, there is no way to make his super battle suit. Weasel shook his head helplessly. "I have no choice, but if you want to collect these materials, you can choose to contact those big companies for cooperation, such as Stark Industrial Group. With their ability, they will definitely be able to provide these materials." Lu Chuang, 1997, had to admit that this is indeed a way. But the problem is that he wants these materials just to make a super battle suit and then defeat Tony Stark's steel armor. This is equivalent to making blueprints for steel armor stolen from Tony Stark, using materials purchased by Tony Stark's company to make a super battle suit, and finally wearing this super battle suit to fight Tony Stark himself. Well, it sounds tempting. However, Lu Chuang gave up after thinking about it. He didn't need to think about it. He knew that he, an ordinary person, suddenly found cooperation with a big company like Stark Industrial Group, which would inevitably arouse Stark Industrial Group's high suspicion. Putting this aside, with the size of Stark Industrial Group, Lu Chuang feels that Stark Industrial Group may not be interested in his transaction amount of only 50 million US dollars. After all, any few luxury cars in their boss's house have already exceeded this amount is up. Thinking of this, Lu Chuang couldn't help but sigh. The Weasel asked suspiciously, "Why? Can this method not work?" Lu Chuang shook his head and sighed. "Now I realize that money can't be spent. Going there is worse than having no money." "Forget it. You don't understand." "Weasel, this guy is showing off. This must be showing off, right? Since the Stark Industrial Group has no choice, let's find the Osborne Industrial Group. Although their group focuses on biotechnology, their overall strength is not weaker than Stark's. Industry Group, if it doesn't work, you can also consider Hank Mo Advanced Industries." Weasel said so, but he didn't think that Lu Chuang could cooperate with these groups. Sometimes the status gap is there, and it can't be solved by money alone. Snap! Lu Chuang patted the table suddenly and stood up. "This idea is good. I can go to Hank Mo Advanced Industry." "Are you sure?" "As far as I know, after Tony Stark announced the closure of the weapons department, Hank Mo Advanced Industries has replaced Stark Industries Group as the head of the American military. For arms suppliers, Hank Mo Advanced Industries is at its hottest moment, and if you want to find them to cooperate, you may have to queue up from the back." "I didn't say we would cooperate." Weasel wondered, "If you don't cooperate, how will you buy those materials?" But Lu Chuang smiled mysteriously. "I can ask their boss to borrow it." Mr. Stark, please continue the topic just now. Mr. Stark, can you concentrate on listening to me? On the TV, the live broadcast of the Senate Armed Services Committee is being broadcast. The actor in this incident has Tony Stark again. And the content of this Senate Armed Services Committee is about Tony Stark's steel armor. In the live broadcast, Tony Stark was sitting in the dock with an obvious indifference on his face, even in front of everyone, flirting with his assistant Potts, sitting in the back, as if he didn't put the cord in front of him at all. The look in the eyes. In other words, he didn't pay attention to the senators sitting above. The reason is simple. These senators think Tony Stark's steel armor is an extremely dangerous weapon. And the funniest thing is that Senator Stern, the head of the military committee, even asked Tony Stark to hand over the steel armor voluntarily. With Tony Stark's character, it is absolutely impossible to think about it. Ever since, Senator Stern was embarrassed. It's good that Tony Stark didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, he sprayed venom at Senator Stern crazily. Senator Stern was no match for Tony Stark's venomous tongue. He was sprayed speechless on the spot. But there was nothing he could do. He dared not force Tony Stark, the big capitalist. There was no other way. Senator Stern had no choice but to use the last resort. Although I'm not a weapons expert, we have invited a weapons expert, and now I want to summon Justin Hammer, the current main weapons contractor of the Ministry of Defense. Immediately afterwards, a man with glasses and a suit and leather shoes appeared on the TV screen. It's him. Seeing this person's appearance, Lu Chuang immediately slapped the sofa excitedly. At the moment it was noon, little Peter hadn't finished school yet, so now there are only Lu Chuang and Lorna at home. These days, Lu Chuang has been paying attention to the news. After hearing that Tony Stark participated in a Senate Armed Services Committee, he waited in front of the TV. As for Lorna, she has nothing to do now, so she simply sits on the sofa with Lu Chuang and watches the Senate Armed Services Committee. Not to mention, with Tony Stark, a venomous guy, the originally boring live broadcast has instant effects layman. He looked in without knowing it. As a result, Lu Chuang's actions startled Lorna. "Why are you crazy?" Lu Chuang said confidently. "We have found a way to make super battlesuit materials." "You mean the material on that list?" Lorna looked weird. As little Peter's assistant, Lorna naturally knew what materials Lu Chuang was referring to and also knew how rare and expensive those materials were. At that time, Lorna was dumbfounded at the budget estimate of $50 million US. She never thought that it would cost such a large amount of money to make a super battle suit. And the most important thing is that Lu Chuang really seems to have $50 million US. USD actually started to look for channels to buy. Is it true that all the priests nowadays are so rich? Lu Chuang didn't know what Lorna was thinking. He nodded his head. "Yes, after waiting patiently for so many days, I finally waited for this moment. I believe we can solve the material problem of the super battlesuit soon. From now on, little Peter will leave it to you." Hearing the last sentence, Lorna suddenly felt something wrong. "Wait, what do you mean?" Lu Chuang said seriously. "I'm going to leave home for a while. During the time I'm not at home, please help me take care of my home and remember to take good care of little Peter. The most important thing is to supervise him to do exercises every day." Such a sudden decision made Lorna feel a little ridiculous. "Where are you going?" "Monaco. Monaco Monte Carlo F1 Grand Prix, known as one of the world's 4 famous car races, is held every year at the Monaco circuit. At this time of year, it will attract countless tourists from other places. Watch. However, this year's Monaco Grand Prix seems to be more lively than ever. Because just now, Tony Stark, the top-ranking low bacon, suddenly announced that he would participate in this race and temporarily replaced a racer in the race car. This crazy decision shocked everyone, even the person in charge of the race. Come forward to persuade Tony Stark. After all, racing cars are dangerous. If something happens to Tony Stark, he can't afford to sell the entire Monaco Grand Prix. But Tony Stark's attitude was extremely firm, and the person in charge could only let him do it, who made Tony Stark the biggest investor in their Monaco Grand Prix. With the roar of the car, many cars started at the same time, including the jam car driven by Tony Stark. However, in the middle of the race, a long-haired Russian man with a scruffy appearance and a fleshy face suddenly broke into the racing track with a toothpick in his mouth. Walked slowly in the center of the racing track. Seeing Tony Stark's racing car rushing towards him, Ivan Vanko turned his head and spat out the toothpick in his mouth and instantly whipped out 2 whips from his sleeve. Zizi la la. Accompanied by the terrifying sound of the electric current, the 2 long whips became brighter. Countless small electric currents twisted crazily like small snakes and flowed along the metal wires towards the body of the big Russian Ross. Burnt to nothing, revealing the metal fittings inside the suit and the small arc reactor on the chest. Boom! Ivan Vanko swung his whip violently, and the terrifying electric current high temperature instantly tore apart the oncoming racing car, and the entire car body was cut in half neatly. At the moment, Tony Stark in the car was knocked dizzy, but he was wearing a seatbelt and had only minor scratches. Tony Stark took off his helmet with difficulty, only to see Ivan Vanko walking towards him slowly dragging 2 long whips with electric current intertwined. The sharp electric current sound made Tony Stark's scalp tingle for a while. Could this guy have come to find him on purpose? Tony Stark swallowed and struggled to get out of the racing car. Now that the steel armor was not by his side, his body couldn't take a whip, so it was better to get away from him quickly. At this moment, Tony Stark suddenly found that the seat belt couldn't be opened. It seemed to be stuck. Isn't it? Tony Stark's eyes widened. The seat belt that had saved his life turned into a cage to trap him at this moment. Seeing that the Russian Ross was getting closer and closer to him, Tony Stark was almost desperate. Snap! A big hand suddenly reached into the car and ripped Tony Stark's seatbelt. Before Tony Stark could react, the hand grabbed his collar and pulled him out of the racing car, then threw him to the ground. Tony Stark, who escaped from death, looked over quickly and saw that the person who rescued him was an ordinary-looking, dark-skinned Asian who seemed to be here to help him. Tony Stark was very grateful. At the same time, he saw that Ivan Vanko had come over and said anxiously, "Get out of here quickly. This place is very dangerous." Ivan Vanko stared at the Asian man with cold eyes. He thought the same as Tony Stark. He thought that the Asian man came to help Tony Stark, but he didn't care at all, since he came to help his enemy Tony Stark. Then follow the other party. Let's die together. Just when Ivan Vanko was about to wield the long whip, I saw 2 whips suddenly appeared in the hands of this Asian man. Different from Ivan Vanko's electric current long whip, these 2 whips did not have any special effects. They were just ordinary whips. He looked at the sluggish Tony Stark and said with a grin, "You're right. It's really dangerous here. Damn Tony Stark, you tricked me into waiting on the rooftop all night. Today I am here for revenge." Ivan Vanko. Tony Stark. Who the hell are you? I don't know you at all. And when did I lie to someone to wait on the rooftop all night? Before Tony Stark could open his mouth to refute, Lu Chuang, disguised as Principal Gu, flicked his whip and slapped Tony Stark's ass. Tony Stark let out a pain, and when he found out that Lu Chuang was his enemy, he immediately walked away from him with his hands on his butt. When Ivan Vanko heard that Lu Chuang also came to find revenge on Tony Stark and also used double whips like him, he immediately felt a sense of recognition in his heart, and his hostility towards Lu Chuang suddenly dropped a lot. Ignoring Lu Chuang beside him, Ivan Vanko's eyes flashed coldly, and he swung the electric current long whip at Tony Stark's position. The light blue long whip roared towards him with a terrifying temperature. Tony Stark completely ignored the image. A lazy donkey came and rolled, narrowly avoiding the attack of the long whip. Looking at the black welts on the ground, emitting traces of white smoke, Tony Stark felt a chill run down his back. If it hit him, he would not have died on the spot. Snapped. Damn it. Being successfully attacked by Lu Chuang's whip again, Tony Stark clutched his ass and jumped out with a distorted expression. For Tony Stark, now is simply a double torture of physical and mental. Physically, Ivan Vanko's electric current long whip can easily take him away, and he is guaranteed to burp as soon as he hits the whip. Mentally, although Lu Chuang's ordinary long whip is far less powerful than the electric current long whip, and it can't bring too much damage to Tony Stark, it is extremely insulting. Every whip seems to be deliberately aimed at his buttocks, Tony Stark felt ashamed of himself. Hell, do people like to use whips as weapons these days? Under the attack of Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko, Tony Stark kept dodging in embarrassment, suffering unspeakably. Ivan Vanko's attack is not bad, but the special effects look rather bluffing, and the attack trajectory can barely be predicted. But Lu Chuang's attack is not so easy to dodge. Not only extremely fast, but also extremely high frequency. It is impossible to defend against it. Tony Stark was so pumped that he screamed again and again. He felt that his butt was about to be swollen. Fortunately, his support arrived soon. A black luxury car broke into the racing track, slammed on the accelerator, and rushed towards Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko. But be careful! Lu Chuang's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately pushed away his teammate, Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko was about to attack the luxury car, but a huge amount of force came from behind, and he uncontrollably crashed into the luxury car head-on. Ivan Vanko. Boom! Ivan Vanko was hit by a luxury car and hit the guardrail. His hands were hanging down on his sides, his body was squeezed by the front of the car, and he couldn't move. Damn, Tony Stark dared to hurt my teammates. Lu Chuang saw Ivan Vanko's miserable situation and said angrily, "Little whip, go at ease. I will avenge you." The whip is also used, so why are you called Songbien and I am called Xiaobian? And I'm not F***King dead yet. Ivan Vanko just wanted to speak, but he didn't hold back for a while, spewed a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and passed out on the spot. Seeing Ivan Vanko fainted by Tony Stark, Lu Chuang looked at Tony angrily. "Stark, it's all your fault." The corner of Tony Stark's mouth twitched, and he retorted, "I saw it. Obviously, you pushed him over. If you still want to quibble, eat my lightning 5 consecutive whips." Lu Chuang didn't give Tony Stark a chance to refute. He quickly swung his whip towards Tony Stark and hit his ass 5 times in a row. Tony Stark jumped and shouted to Potts in the back seat of the luxury car. "Potts, throw the box out." Hearing his words, Potts hurriedly threw the box in his hand. Snapped. There was another crisp sound. Enduring the pain, Tony Stark stretched out his foot and stepped on the golden red box. With the sound of machinery, the golden red box immediately turned into a simple pair of steel armor. Armed on Tony Stark, the eyes of the mask lit up, and Tony Stark in steel armor stood in front of Lu Chuang, gritted his teeth, and said, "I promise I'll kick your ass right next time. Share." Feeling the pain in his ass, now Tony Stark just wants to give everything back to Lu Chuang. Let the goddamn guy get his ass spanked too. Tony Stark took a fierce step forward, about to strike at Lu Chuang. As a result, Lu Chuang was the first to throw away the 2 whips, lay flat on the ground, and shouted, "Surrender! I surrender! Come and catch me!" Tony Stark. Monaco prison in the dark room. Tony Stark walked into the room and saw a burly figure full of tattoos sitting on a bench, and a figure sitting beside him put his arms around his shoulders and said, "Little whip, after we go out, why don't you come and work for me? How about joining my King Tony Stark squad?" Tony Stark's face turned black. What the hell kind of name is that? Ivan Vanko did not respond with a cold face. To be honest, if his hand were not handcuffed now, he would really want to punch this annoying guy. What's going on? Who uncuffed him? Seeing Lu Chuang's loose hands, the prison guards who followed Tony Stark were startled and hurried over to pin Lu Chuang down and then re-handcuffed him. Tony Stark glanced at Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko and then said to the prison guard in proficient French, "Give me 5 minutes. As soon as possible, please." The prison guard nodded, turned, and left the small black room. Tony Stark closed the door of the small dark room, and he didn't want too many people to know the following conversation. Pretty advanced technology, but the speed is a bit low, but overall it's a pretty good imitation. Tony Stark said sarcastically. Definitely, what he said was aimed at Ivan Vanko and had nothing to do with Lu Chuang. Tony Stark stared at Ivan Vanko. "I'm curious, where did you steal my blueprint?" After the 2 were arrested by the Monaco government, Tony Stark studied Ivan Vanko's device, but he was horrified to find that the energy supply device on Ivan Vanko's chest was very similar to his small arc reactor, which was not a random imitation can be made. Unless The other party has the blueprint of the small arc reactor. Steal, Ivan Vanko sneered and said in a hoarse voice. If you want to talk about thieves, you Stark family are the real thieves. This blueprint belongs to my father, Anton Vanko. Anton Vanko? Tony Stark frowned, secretly decided to go back and investigate the name. Tony Stark, I offer you a word. The death method of palladium poisoning is very painful. Ivan Vanko stared at Tony Stark. His words were full of ridicule. As a top physicist in 047, Ivan Vanko couldn't see the predicament Tony Stark was facing now. Because Tony Stark was attacked by terrorists in Afghanistan, although Tony Stark barely recovered his life, there were still fragments of the bomb in his body around his heart. Once these fragments entered his heart, he would definitely die. In order to save his life, a doctor installed an electromagnet on Tony Stark's chest, powered by a battery, so that adsorbent could hold the shrapnel and prevent it from advancing to the heart diaphragm. However, the disadvantages of the battery are obvious. Not only is it large in size, but it also has a small battery capacity. It is very difficult to even maintain the daily supply of the electromagnet, let alone drive the steel helmet. Therefore, based on the arc reactor technology left by his father, Tony Stark developed a small arc reactor, which is used as an energy supply source for maintaining electromagnets and steel armor. However, the trouble is that the arc reactor contains a large amount of palladium, which is harmful to the human body. If Tony Stark used it to maintain the normal operation of the electromagnet, there would be no problem, but if he put on steel armor and increased the consumption of the arc reactor, then the palladium element would definitely start to corrode Tony Stark's body. In Ivan Vanko's view, Tony Stark's behavior is undoubtedly seeking his own death. Although you look pretty when you hit me in steel armor, but you look really embarrassed with metal poisoning. Hearing Ivan Vanko's words, Tony Stark's expression froze a bit. Indeed, he has been troubled by this matter all this time, and he is also aware of the consequences of palladium poisoning. So he decided to do some crazy things before he died, such as participating in dangerous racing competitions. But Tony Stark still did not show any weakness. Compared to caring about me, you should care about yourself. I hope the prisoners in the Monaco prison will not be so enthusiastic. Out of humanitarian concerns, I will give you a box of soap at that time. With that said, Tony Stark turned to look at Lu Chuang. As for you, where did you come from? I don't remember seeing you before. Tony Stark has checked Lu Chuang's information and found nothing in terms of appearance and fingerprints, and he has no impression of Lu Chuang's face, let alone the fact that he tricked him to the rooftop and waited all night. Lu Chuang said angrily, "At the beginning, I found you and wanted to show you my technological research, and then you agreed and said that I would wait for you on the rooftop, but I didn't even get any wind blowing on the rooftop all night. I waited for you, and later I found out that you were having sex with a woman that night, and you forgot about me after the sex the next day. There is such a thing?" Tony Stark froze, sounding like something he could actually do. Lu Chuang's words were not finished. However, I was not the only one waiting on the rooftop that night. There were at least a dozen of them. After our communication, it turns out that we were all sent pigeons by you. Gone. Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko looked at Tony Stark with disdain on his face. Sure enough, people with the surname Stark are not good people. Lu Chuang suddenly said sullenly. So, we reached a mutual agreement on the rooftop and formed a team to blast Tony Stark together. The purpose is to blast Tony Stark, and I am their vanguard. I believe that in the near future, my teammates will come to the door one by one. You just wash your neck and wait at home. The corner of Tony Stark's mouth twitched. He didn't notice it before, but now he felt that his enemy seemed a little too much. After this trip back, should I hire more bodyguards? There is a loophole. At this moment, Lu Chuang broke free from the handcuffs suddenly, stepped on the bench, and jumped on top of Tony Stark. Under Tony Stark's frightened gaze, Lu Chuang raised his mana-wrapped fist and slammed it into his eye socket. Ivan Vanko was so addicted to seeing it. He wished he could break free from the handcuffs and punch Tony Stark a few times. Hearing the commotion in the small black room, the prison guard guarding the door rushed in immediately. Damn it, his handcuffs are off again. Help Mr. Stark. Let me go. After a while of jumping around, The prison guards finally separated Lu Chuang and Tony Stark with difficulty and put handcuffs on Lu Chuang again. At the moment, Tony Stark looked extremely embarrassed. His hair was disheveled like a chicken coop, and a few buttons of his well-trimmed suit jacket were unbuttoned, revealing a small arc on his chest. "Mr. Stark, please get out of here. We need to send these two prisoners to the cell," the prison guards said to Tony Stark. With the current situation, Tony Stark is no longer fit to stay here. Tony Stark glared at Lu Chuang and left the small black room surrounded by prison guards. However, Tony Stark didn't notice that the black lines around his chest were gradually fading away. If he checked his body at this time, he would find that at the moment, the palladium element in his body had been completely removed, at least before he put on the steel armor again. His life will not be in any danger. After Tony Stark left, Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko were taken down by prison guards and locked in separate cells. Near night, in Ivan Vanko's single cell, Ivan Vanko, who was wearing a prison uniform, was sitting on the wooden bed when he suddenly saw a prison guard delivering food to his door. At first, Ivan Vanko didn't take it seriously until he found a note stuck under the cup and a time bomb inside the mashed potatoes. Ivan Vanko suddenly narrowed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the prison guard brought in another prisoner with the same number as him and gave him the key by the way. Ivan Vanko instantly realized that someone was secretly helping him, and he found a substitute for himself. Without hesitation, Ivan directly stunned the prisoner in front of him, then installed the bomb on the wall, opened the iron door with the key, and walked out of the cell. "Yo, isn't this a little whip?" Hearing the familiar voice, Ivan Vanko turned his head a little stiffly. I saw Lu Chuang standing in front of a prison cell. The iron door behind him was wide open. Seeing Ivan Vanko passing by, Lu Chuang said happily, "What a coincidence. You also escaped from prison." Ivan Vanko. If it wasn't for the bad surroundings, Ivan Vanko would have thought that this guy had just left the house and saw his neighbors saying hello. Seeing Lu Chuang's appearance, Ivan Vanko did not choose to act. Based on the picture he saw just now, he definitely believed that Lu Chuang, like himself, was rescued by the Dark People. Boom! Ivan Vanko's cell suddenly exploded, and the huge amount of explosion resounded throughout the prison. With the wailing of the siren, the prison instantly became extremely chaotic, and the sound of chaotic footsteps came from not far away. Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko knew that they could not stay here any longer, and they quickly ran to the stairs, but soon the shouts of prison guards were heard from the bottom of the stairs, and it was obvious that a large number of prison guards were coming up. At this time, Lu Chuang's ears moved slightly, and when he turned his head, he saw two prison guards running towards him. When the two prison guards saw Lu Chuang at the same time, they couldn't help being stunned for a moment, but the situation was urgent, and there was no time to think about it. They took out the hoods from their waists and put them on the heads of Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko. "These two are death row prisoners. We will take them down." Shouting, the two prison guards grabbed the two of them and ran down. No one stopped the process, and the two were taken away from the floor just like that. Afterwards, Lu Chuang felt that he was sitting in the same seat, and there was a slight tremor under the sound of the engine starting. Lu Chuang knew that he was being sent into the car, so he didn't resist, humming a little song and waiting patiently. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chuang felt that the car seemed to have stopped. Then, Lu Chuang's hood was suddenly lifted, and Ivan Vanko was seen sitting opposite him, and the prison guard led them out of the car. Bumian is an extremely spacious factory building, and the most eye-catching thing is the private jet. And there is a dining table in front of the plane. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses is enjoying dessert. When he sees someone getting off the car, he opens his arms exaggeratedly and greets him. "Look who is here. Wait a minute, who is this guy?" Lu Chuang had seen this eye-eyed man on TV before. It was Justin Hammer who appeared in the Senate Armed Services Committee. Obviously, he was the black hand behind the prison robbery. At the moment, Hammer pointed at Lu Chuang and looked at the prison guard in astonishment. He didn't remember that there was an Asian on his invitation list. The prison guard's face was very ugly. There was a little accident, we don't know, when this prisoner escaped from the cell, and he walked with Ivan Vanko. The situation was more urgent, In order not to expose our actions, we had to put him bring together. Coming. Hammer couldn't understand French, but someone who seemed to be the butler behind him translated for him. After listening to the butler's translation, Hammer's expression changed drastically, and he cursed angrily. Are you kidding? You think this is a taxi, and you can just take one more person away? Ivan Vanko was a little stunned. Lu Chuang's jailbreak was not arranged by the other party? Perhaps out of anger, Hammer poked the prison guard's chest fiercely with his fingers. All I want is this Russian Ross, not a useless Asian. What do I want him to do? Could he also make steel armor? It's steel armor. What's the big deal? Lu Chuang interrupted Hammer suddenly. Hearing this, Hammer turned his head to look at Lu Chuang and scolded domineeringly. Steel armor is no big deal. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to say such things? At this moment, Hammer felt that the other party looked familiar and asked uncertainly, Are you the Asian who attacked Tony Stark on the track? Hammer is a little face-blind to Asians. He didn't recognize Lu Chuang's face at first, but now he looked carefully, only to find that the other party was actually attacking Tony Tower with Ivan Vanko. Grams of Asians, Lu Chuang said proudly. It was me, by the way. Ivan Vanko was beaten to the ground by Tony Stark, and Tony Stark was beaten to the ground by me begging for mercy. Ivan Vanko? Hammer. Hammer was a little speechless. Did I really think I hadn't watched the live broadcast? As soon as Tony Stark puts on his steel armor, you drop to the ground and surrender. Who are you showing this proud look of yours to? After knowing Lu Chuang's identity, Hammer's face still didn't improve. Listen, I'm really happy that you taught that bastard Tony Stark a lesson, but it doesn't mean that I'm interested in you. Hammer said impatiently. I'm not a homeless shelter. I'm not someone everyone is eligible to stay here. Lu Chuang smiled slightly and took out a mineral water bottle from his arms that he had brought with him when he escaped from prison, and said mysteriously, Do you know what this is? Looking at the half of the water in the bottle that seemed to be drunk by someone, Hammer sneered sarcastically, Isn't it just a bottle of ordinary mineral water? Don't you think I haven't even seen mineral water? Lu Chuang shook his head and explained, This is not ordinary water. This is a panacea developed by me alone. Just drink it to remove all harmful toxins in the body, and it also has the effect of curing diseases. Universal potion? Hammer looked at the bottle in Lu Chuang's hand with his cheeks twitching slightly. No matter how he looked at it, this bottle of water was obviously a bottle of mineral water that couldn't be more ordinary. Even the brand of mineral water was posted on the outside of the bottle. Lu Chuang saw Hammer's suspicion and said with contempt, As a businessman, you can't even verify this basic operation, can you? Hammer choked suddenly. He had no way to refute this sentence. After his complexion changed for a while, Han Imo said with a gloomy face, If you dare to lie to me, you will die. After finishing speaking, Hammer winked at the housekeeper and told him to leave with a bottle of mineral water. After a long time, the butler came back and whispered something in Hammer's ear. Hammer's eyes suddenly widened, and he asked in disbelief, Does it really work? After being confirmed by the housekeeper, Hammer turned his head to look at Lu Chuang. His eyes suddenly became hot, and his tone couldn't restrain his excitement. Unbelievable. That bottle of mineral water, oh no, the elixir is really effective. You can't believe it. Just now, that bottle of panacea stabilized the condition of a critically ill patient, and his health began to improve. Hearing these words, Ivan Vanko, who rarely spoke, raised his eyes slightly and looked at Lu Chuang with a little surprise. This guy actually has such abilities. Lu Chuang was very calm. I've said it all. This is a panacea developed by me alone. It can cure all diseases. In fact, Lu Chuang secretly added a little mana to the water, which is the same as the holy water that the vampire drank back then, but the effect will be slightly weakened, not as significant as Lu Chuang's direct infusion of mana into the soul. But even so, it is enough to fool Hammer. Sure enough, Hammer seemed to change his face. The impatience on his face was swept away, replaced by a warm smile, and he made a gentleman's apology etiquette to Lu Chuang. Oh, my dear friend, please forgive my rudeness and attitude just now. If you have any dissatisfaction, I am very sorry about it. Hammer is a typical businessman. All he cares about is profit. As long as it can bring him enough profit, he can do anything, such as spending money to buy the prison guards of the Monaco prison and sending Ivan Vanko directly from he was taken out of the prison precisely because he took a fancy to Ivan Vanko's ability. And now Lu Chuang is doing the same. The astonishing effect displayed by the universal potion made Hammer see its huge potential value at once. You know, the most profitable industry in the world is medical treatment, and those seriously ill patients will definitely buy it at any cost for their own lives. Hammer can fully imagine how crazy it will be when the panacea is launched on the market. Upsearch. Although Hammer's group is not deeply involved in the medical industry, this does not prevent Hammer from spying on the panacea. Such a good thing with huge benefits must be in his hands as soon as possible. It's okay. I forgive you. It's not your fault for lack of knowledge. Lu Chuang waved his hand generously, but Hammer's expression was a little stiff when he heard his words. But in the face of huge amounts of interest, this matter seems insignificant. Since this is the case, let's forget about the unpleasant thing just now and pretend it didn't happen. Hammer tidied up his slightly messy collar, restored his polite appearance at the beginning, and brought the two of them to the dining table. The 2 chairs in, plus a seat belonging to Lu Chuang. After the 3 of them were seated, Hammer took the lead and said, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Justin Hammer, the chairman of Hammer Advanced Industries. I invite you here this time to reach some cooperation with the 2 of you. So businessmen have thick skins, and they were dissatisfied with the prison guards for bringing Lu Chuang here just now. But now they change their words and say that it was their initial decision to bring the 2 together. Ivan Vanko didn't respond, but Lu Chuang looked familiar, eating the dishes brought by the butler, and asked vaguely, Okay, how do you want to cooperate with us? Seeing Lu Chuang's reaction, Hammer suddenly felt that there was a joke and immediately said, I know you guys really want to kill Tony Stark. I also saw your performance on the track. I have to say, you really did a great job. Lu Chuang didn't speak because he knew that there would be an essential, but next. Sure enough, Hammer paused for 2 seconds and continued. However, I found that you are not as good as Tony Stark, and that is the problem of resources. I think you need a reliable sponsor, such as me. Lu Chuang's eyes lit up. Do you have more resources than Tony Stark? Hammer was silent. His Hammer Advanced Industry is huge, but compared with Stark Industry, the resources of Hammer Advanced Industry are obviously much worse. Asking for flowers. How could his resources be comparable to Tony Stark? Hammer eased his emotions, smiled, and said, There's a little gap between me and Tony Stark, but I can still provide you with enough resources, and I think you also need my resources. This is a win-win situation. Cooperate. Lu Chuang thought for a moment, and finally nodded. Sounds good. We agree. Us. Ivan Vanko's cheeks twitched fiercely. When did he say he agreed? Seeing that Ivan Vanko was still silent and pretending to be an expert, before Hammer could speak, Lu Chuang approached Ivan Vanko and whispered in his ear, Hurry up and agree. This is a good thing. This little 4-eyed guy is not short of money. 2 idiots. Let's find a chance to steal his money together. 0. Hammer. Everyone is sitting at the same dining table. Who are you defending by talking like that? King heard all. Ivan Vanko obviously has his own arrogance, he said in rough English with a Russian Ross accent. It's useless for me to ask for money. Are you stupid? Lu Chuang said angrily. How do you think you were defeated by Tony Stark? Look at Tony Stark's steel armor, which not only covers the whole body, but is also made of the highest quality materials. Look at you, the material not to mention ordinary. You don't even have the money to make iron pants. What do you think is the reason? Lu Chuang's words caused Ivan Vanko to think deeply for a while. So much so that he forgot. In fact, he was not defeated by Tony Stark at all. He was cheated by the pig teammate Lu Chuang. After being silent for half a minute, Ivan Vanko said honestly, It's because I don't have any money. Lu Chuang said, That's right. Think about it. You have worked so hard to scrape together a simple set of equipment, and Tony Stark has already worn several sets of equipment in rotation. Might be able to beat a heavy, recurring player. Ivan Vanko couldn't understand these words, but it didn't prevent him from understanding. You're right. Ivan Vanko nodded. In this case, I agree. Seeing this, Hammer laughed and raised a wine glass in his hand. Great. We have a happy cooperation. Same to you. Happy cooperation. Lu Chuang raised his wine glass, and in order to match the current atmosphere, he let out a villain's signature laugh. And Ivan Vanko, who is from Russia, grabbed the bottle next to him and blew it directly. Hammer drank the red wine excitedly. After this meal, you will follow me on a private plane back to America, and I will show you my munitions factory pill. The next day, Queens, the arms factory of Hammer Advanced Industries. This is my munitions factory, my happy hut. Hammer took Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko into the munitions factory, which was much larger than the gang factories Lu Chuang had seen before. Soon, they came to the depths of the munitions factory. It's here, take a look at them. It's great, right? Hammer pointed forward, and Lu Chuang saw 2 rows of steel armor neatly arranged. However, Lu Chuang can tell that the quality of these steel armors is not very good. Even the shape reveals a strong sense of imitation, and dozens of pairs of steel armors are placed together, as if from the same counterfeit and shoddy products mass-produced by imitation factories are really a bit of stretch. Not to mention Tony Stark's Mark Series steel armor. Even imitations like the Iron Overlord armor completely crush these steel armors in all aspects, and the technological 690 level of the two is obviously not at the same level. Ivan Vanko was holding a toothpick in his mouth, with a disdainful expression on his face. Obviously, he didn't like this bunch of fake and inferior products either. Looking at these low-end steel armors, Lu Chuang couldn't help asking curiously, "How much did you spend on these things?" On average, each set of steel armor is worth at least 120 million US dollars. What? 120 million US dollars? Lu Chuang looked at Hammer with strange eyes. Originally, these craps of his were not worth much, but the result was completely beyond his expectation. The value was twice as high as the cost of his super battle suit, and the money was enough for him to build double the number of super battle suits. As expected of Hammer Industries, which created the ex-wife, it is surprisingly reliable in terms of unreliability. At this time, Ivan Vanko walked to the steel armor console, tapped the keyboard quickly, and cracked the firewall of Hammer Industry in a few strokes. Lu Chuang saw that Hammer's face turned blue. Ivan Vanko ignored Hammer and looked down at the data of the steel armor. Very well. It seems that he has begun to familiarize himself with his job position. Hammer joked and eased the awkward atmosphere, then turned around and said to Lu Chuang, "The next thing is your job arrangement. I also found a good place for you. Hammer Medical Technology Company. You are the person in charge of the new project, and the content of the project is a panacea." "I refuse. I want to stay here." Lu Chuang interrupted Hammer directly. "Water." Hammer's expression froze instantly. He never expected that Lu Chuang would refuse, and said absurdly, "Did you make a mistake? This is an arms factory, not a medical research institute. What are you doing here?" In Hammer's view, Lu Chuang should be a genius who is proficient in pharmacy. Otherwise, Lu Chuang would not have produced such a magical panacea, and it is troublesome for such a genius in pharmacy not to stay in the medical research institute. But in the arms factory, which kind? Lu Chuang put on an air of a master and said indifferently, "You may not know that I, a person who studies medicine, always pays attention to doing whatever I want and never cares about the surrounding environment." Hammer, God damn it. This is scientific research. Please be more cautious. If something goes wrong, dead man will come. However, there is no relevant equipment and tools here. If you want to mass-produce the universal medicine, only the pharmaceutical factory of Hammer Medical Technology Company can do it. Hammer tried to persuade Lu Chuang. Lu Chuang shook his head. Making universal potions is not as simple as you imagined. It is impossible to make universal potions with mechanical equipment alone. At present, it is basically impossible for you to mass-produce universal potions. I need time to research and improve. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Hammer frowned. This is not the same as is good. The inability to mass-produce the universal medicine means that there is no way to put it on the market directly, and he cannot make money on a large scale. After all, Hammer's plan is to promote the universal medicine to the world. Fortunately, Lu Chuang didn't say anything to death, and Hammer could still see the hope of mass production of the panacea. Hammer also wanted to persuade Lu Chuang to work in his medical technology company, but Lu Chuang's attitude was extremely firm, and he wanted to stay in the munitions factory. Seeing this, Hammer had no choice but to let Lu Chuang stay in the munitions factory temporarily. Chuang can't run in his territory. Afterwards, Hammer made some arrangements for Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko respectively, and tried his best to help them complete their work as soon as possible. Now Hammer only wants to see the mass production of steel armor and universal potion, and the market value of his hammer industry will definitely double dozens of times by then. Hammer thought hotly in his heart. Unfortunately, his idea is doomed to fail. Neither Lu Chuang nor Ivan Vanko could work for him obediently like this. In the afternoon, Hammer came to the arms factory again with his personal butler, wanting to check the work progress of Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko. When he walked into the depths of the munitions factory, he saw two figures sitting in front of the table, staring at the iron pot in front of them. Their serious looks seemed to be doing academic research. Hammer was a little curious and walked towards the two of them. After Hammer approached, Hammer smelled a strong smell. He frowned and looked into the iron pot, but found that the red liquid was constantly tumbling inside, and he could vaguely see a few peppers and star anise floating on top. Hammer asked, "What are you guys doing?" Holding the bowl and chopsticks, Lu Chuang said seriously, "I can't tell. I'm developing a new type of potion." The corner of Hammer's mouth twitched. "I really didn't see it if you didn't tell me." "All right." Lu Chuang suddenly picked up the chopsticks, picked out a piece of fat beef from the red soup, and put it into the bowl. Ivan Vanko next to him didn't give in. He picked up a large piece of meat with chopsticks and put it directly into his mouth, then took a big gulp of the vodka in his hand and shouted happily, "Oola!" Seeing this scene, when Emo said angrily, "This is not a panacea at all." Lu Chuang shook his head and said firmly, "No, this is the hot pot-flavored panacea I developed the latest." "What a fact! Can the panacea still taste?" Hammer's eyes widened, obviously not believing what he said. Lu Chuang sighed helplessly, took a pot and spoon, filled the pot with a mouthful of soup, put it into a glass bottle, and threw it to Hammer casually. "I don't need to say it this time." Hammer took a deep breath and asked the butler to take the glass bottle to verify 0.4. Soon, the butler came back and whispered in his ear, "Sir, it's true again, but the patient said that the taste of this medicine is too spicy, and it is suggested to put a little less chili next time." "Hammer, can it be less spicy? I've already eaten it here." Seeing the two happily eating the hot pot-flavored panacea, Hammer said with a distressed face, "To be precise, these belong to the company's property, and you are occupying the company's property resources without permission. I still have a bowl here. Do you want to come and eat with us?" Lu Chuang said enthusiastically. In fact, the effect of the panacea is not only to remove toxins and cure diseases, but also to treat baldness, kidney deficiency, frequent urination, and many other problems. I think you need this very much. Hammer's face darkened instantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't have these problems." "Then do you want to eat?" Let me try it." In the following time, Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko were arranged to live in a company adjacent to the arms factory, and both of them were assigned to their own laboratories. The success of the hot pot-flavored universal medicine made Lu Chuang see the way forward, so he decided to work hard and continue to apply to Hammer Industries for the flavor development project of the universal medicine. Hammer gave Lu Chuang very high authority, so these ingredients were quickly approved. So outside Lu Chuang's laboratory, new ingredients could be seen sent in every day. In this way, Lu Chuang started his life as a wage earner. On weekdays, he basically stays in the laboratory to study dishes, thinking about the future development of different flavors of universal medicine. Simply put, it is thinking about what to eat tomorrow, what to eat the day after tomorrow, because what to eat the day after tomorrow. When he was bored, Lu Chuang went to Ivan Vanko to observe how Ivan Vanko transformed the steel armor. For the sake of the hot pot, Ivan Vanko didn't stop Lu Chuang and let this guy stand by and steal look. It was approaching noon on the 13th day, and Lu Chuang found Ivan Vanko as usual. Recently, I am developing a Lafite-flavored panacea, and I need a mouse to try it. Are you interested? At the moment, Ivan Vanko is adjusting the statistics of Iron Soldiers, the original pile of steel armor produced by Hammer Industries. Now, after Ivan Vanko's transformation, the steel armor has all become controllable steel soldiers, and the performance has been greatly improved compared to before. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Ivan Vanko's eyes lit up immediately. As a Russian, his favorite hobby is drinking. Lu Chuang's invitation really moved his heart. Definitely, I like the taste of Lafite. Ivan Vanko decisively agreed. Okay, come to my laboratory when you're done. Half an hour later, Ivan Vanko came to Lu Chuang's laboratory and saw a table in the center of the laboratory, which was filled with dishes, all of which were top-quality ingredients. And Lu Chuang sat at the table, chomping on his steak. Although his cooking skills are not very strong, high-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking method. Seeing the arrival of Ivan Vanko, he held a knife and fork to say hello. Here you go. Have you eaten? Do you want some? No, I'm not hungry. Ivan Vanko looked at the pile of ingredients on the table with a strange expression. I have seen employees with dirty hands and feet, but this is the first time I have seen such a ruthless employee. I just ate all the ingredients for research like this. After eating the steak, Lu Chuang wiped his mouth with a paper towel and then handed a bottle of wine to Ivan Vanko. This is my newly developed Lafite-flavored panacea. It's a good thing, and it's cheap for you now. Ivan Vanko happily took the wine bottle. As for the panacea and so on, he chose to ignore it. Lu Chuang clapped his hands. Since the things have been collected, it means that you agree to do me this favor. Hearing this, Ivan Vanko said in amazement, What's the matter? Didn't I tell you? Lu Chuang blinked and said indifferently, Actually, it's just a small favor. I want you to help me prepare some materials, such as gold and titanium alloys. For you, Shao Sign permissions should be easy to do, right? In fact, the permissions they have are different. Lu Chuang is in charge of the research and development of the Universal Pharmacy. So as long as he applies to Hammer Industries for a project related to the Universal Pharmacy, it will be approved quickly, basically without any formalities, and no one will ask. In the same way, Ivan Vanko is mainly responsible for the work of transforming the steel armor, and all the materials used in the process of transforming the steel armor can be directly approved. You must know that the price of these materials is not low. This is the special authority given to Ivan Vanko by Hammer. Ivan Vanko frowned. What do you want these materials to do? This can't be made into a panacea. In his opinion, Lu Chuang is an expert in pharmacy, but he is not his colleague. It is useless to ask for expensive metal materials such as gold and titanium alloys. Definitely want to sell it. These materials are very valuable. If they are sold, they will definitely make a lot of money. Lu Chuang looked at Ivan Vanko with contempt, thinking that the other party was asking nonsense. Ivan Vanko, sell it to make money. What a simple and unpretentious reason. Hammer Industry is really bad luck. It has such a wonderful employee who is always thinking of profiting for himself. If this guy is allowed to stay, I am afraid that the entire Hammer Industry will be sold by him. Impossible. I won't do it for you. Ivan Vanko shook his head and refused. He has more important things to accomplish, and he doesn't want to involve himself in such insignificant things. No, you will agree. Lu Chuang said leisurely. As far as I know, there seems to be a big guy hiding in your laboratory. The boss doesn't know about this, right? Ivan Vanko's pupils shrank suddenly and looked at Lu Jian coldly. How do you know? These days, while Ivan Vanko transformed the steel armor into a steel soldier, he actually secretly created a brand new steel armor in his laboratory. After the lesson from last time, Ivan Vanko paid a lot of money this time. Anyway, he didn't need to spend money. Using his authority to obtain a large amount of materials, Ivan Vanko started to build a new steel armor. Ivan Vanko thought that the 930 was concealed enough that even Hammer didn't know the existence of this pair of steel armor. But what Ivan Vanko didn't expect was that Lu Chuang would know about it. Lu Chuang said cheerfully, "I saw by accident. I didn't expect you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be more greedy than me. That pair of steel armor should be worth a lot of money." After hearing these words, Ivan Vanko's face instantly became gloomy. Before he achieves his goal, if his steel armor is exposed ahead of time, it will inevitably affect all his future plans, which is the result he absolutely does not want to see. Thinking of this, Ivan Vanko looked at Lu Chuang with a murderous look. Lu Chuang seemed to have noticed this and said helplessly, "Everyone is a scientist, so speak up if you have something to say. Don't hurt your friendship with your hands." Ivan Vanko didn't answer and walked towards him with his fists clenched. His body covered in tattoos and muscles looked quite shocking. Lu Chuang sighed, and while saying insulting words in his mouth, he turned on the bullet time and cooperated with the super high school level spy to meet him. A few seconds later, Lu Chuang sat on Ivan Vanko's body and persuaded earnestly, "Whip, don't blame me for speaking more bluntly. Listen to my advice. The water and hammer industry is very deep. You can't grasp it, but I am not afraid. These materials let me greedy." Ivan Vanko, how can this guy be so good at fighting? Ivan Vanko's forehead was bleeding, and he was pinned to the ground by Lu Chuang, unable to move. Originally, Ivan Vanko thought that he was the kind of scientific research personnel who were more capable of fighting, and that he would definitely have no problem dealing with a few people, but he suffered a big loss from Lu Chuang and was directly beaten to the ground by the opponent within a few seconds. Fortunately, Lu Chuang didn't know Ivan Vanko's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely complain about the other party's overthinking, and even he didn't dare to say such things. You know, scientific researchers who can really fight can fight tanks with bare hands. Even his little Peter will be a fierce man with a single-handed mechanical arm in the future. Ivan Vanko is ashamed to say that he can fight with his fighting strength. "You want to stop me?" Ivan Vanko said coldly. Lu Chuang shook his index finger. "Definitely not. I know you made that steel armor to deal with Tony Stark. Don't forget, Tony Stark is my enemy. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. How could I stop you from dealing with Tony Stark?" "Tony Stark, on the contrary, I very much agree with your plan." Hearing the last sentence, Ivan Vanko's expression softened a lot, and he believed it. So, sometimes it is very important to set up this kind of thing. But now Lu Chuang has set a position for his own person, which is a handsome, far-sighted, talented, simple, and kind-hearted image. Lu Chuang said that there is no difficulty in acting. He just needs to restrain himself a little. In addition, he is also a villain who has been pigeonholed by Tony Stark, so he has gone to evil ways, and he is in a state of hostility with Tony Stark. Because of this, Ivan Vanko didn't think that Lu Chuang would be stupid enough to help his enemy. Ivan Vanko said in a low voice, "You are right. We are friends. Can you get up now?" "No, my chair was blown up by you, and there is no place to sit." Ivan Vanko glanced at the debris of the wooden chair next to him, cursing crazily in Russian. "Obviously, you picked up the wooden chair and threw it on my head as soon as you came up. What does it have to do with me?" "Don't worry. You first agreed to my request and use your authority to help me prepare some materials. In return, how about I just pretend I don't know anything about you?" Lu Chuang smiled brightly. Ivan Vanko gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I agree." In fact, he really didn't want to agree, but Lu Chuang had something to do with him, and he couldn't beat him, so he had no choice. Wise choice. Seeing that Ivan Vanko agreed, Lu Chuang nodded in satisfaction and finally left Ivan Vanko. After Ivan Vanko stood up, he took out a list and handed it to Ivan Vanko. "Here are the materials I want, and I will prepare the above items within a week, and then ship them to me." This list is exactly what you need to make a super battle suit, but Lu Chuang tweaked it a bit, removing common materials and leaving only those that are rare and hard to buy. Ivan Vanko looked at the list, and his face turned black. He couldn't see the value of these materials. The total value is estimated to be more than 40 million. This guy is too greedy. But due to Lu Chuang's force, Ivan Vanko could only nod to show that there was no problem. "Very good. Remember to finish it as soon as possible before the boss participates in the Stark Expo." Lu Chuang emphasized emphatically. As far as he knows, Hammer will participate in the Stark Expo a week later, and the other party will bring all the Steel Soldiers to exhibit there, so as to reach a deeper cooperation with the Ministry of Defense and try to push Hammer industry to a higher level. It's a pity that his idea is doomed to fail, because Ivan Vanko has planned everything long ago. When the Iron Soldiers are exhibited at the Stark Expo, Ivan Vanko will directly control all the Iron Soldiers and attack Tony Stark, and Hammer will also, so he was sent to prison. Lu Chuang wanted to collect all the materials he needed before this event came. Ivan Vanko's work was very effective. One day before Hammer participated in the Stark Expo, he had prepared all the materials and sent them to Lu Chuang's laboratory, according to the agreement. Without anyone noticing, Lu Chuang took advantage of his talent as a high school-level thief to drive away a Hammer industrial truck without anyone knowing it, and then moved all the materials into the truck. However, Lu Chuang did not drive away directly, but continued to stay in Hammer industry until the day when Hammer participated in the Stark Expo. In the evening, Lu Chuang went to Ivan Vanko's laboratory. As soon as he walked to the door, Lu Chuang saw Hammer coming out of Ivan Vanko's laboratory, and his face seemed not very good. Lu Chuang stepped forward and said hello. "Hey, Mr. Hammer, why are you here today when you are free? Aren't you going to participate in the Stark Expo?" Seeing Lu Chuang's appearance, Hammer subconsciously suppressed the emotions on his face and squeezed out a hypocritical smile. "I have a lot of things to do recently, so I don't have time to come here." "How is the development of your panacea?" Lu Chuang said excitedly. "It was very successful, and now I have developed more than 10 different flavors." "Hammer, good potion research, so many flavors to do. I am not selling drinks." It's true that Hammer hasn't paid attention to Lu Chuang's situation for a while. He learned that Lu Chuang has been developing new flavors during this period, and his smile can't be maintained. But thinking of participating in the Stark Expo later, there is no time wasted here. "I'll talk to you after I finish my participation in the Expo." Hammer left a harsh sentence before turning around and leaving. Lu Chuang opened his mouth, originally wanting to remind Hammer that he might not be able to come back after attending the Expo, and the only way to meet him in the future would be in prison. But unfortunately, the other party walked too fast, and Lu Chuang didn't have time to say anything. Looking at the back of Hammer, who never returned, Lu Chuang thought to himself, "Sure enough, a man can't easily set a flag." Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang pushed open the door and walked into the laboratory. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Chuang saw Ivan Vanko calling a blessing. It was 2 security guards guarding him. Although Ivan Vanko's combat power is not as good as Lu Chuang's, it is more than enough to deal with the 2 security guards, and his attack is extremely cruel, grabbing 2 wires and trying to hang the 2 fainted security guards. Hearing the movement at the door, Ivan Vanko's hands paused, and he looked at Lu Chuang fiercely. "Who is it? Oh, why are you here?" Ivan Vanko saw that it was Lu Chuang, and his tone became calm instantly. After confirming the eyes, "It is a person who cannot be beaten. It's nothing, I'll just come and sneak through the door, so I won't bother you." Lu Chuang looked at the laboratory, but didn't find Ivan Vanko's steel armor, which was probably hidden by the other party. "Do not bother." Seeing Lu Chuang touching the chair intentionally or unintentionally, Ivan Vanko decided to follow his heart. Lu Chuang sat on the chair, waved his hands, and said, "Go ahead, just pretend that I don't exist." Seeing that Lu Chuang didn't intend to disturb him, Ivan Vanko hesitated for a while, and finally decided to proceed according to the plan. First, he called Tony Stark to declare war, luring him to the Stark Expo, and then came to the most important part of his plan. Following a few code commands, Ivan Vanko immediately manipulated all the Steel Soldiers to attack Tony Stark. Definitely, Colonel Ross's war machine is indispensable. Just some time ago, Hammer approached Ivan Vanko with Tony Stark's same steel helmet, nose, armor, and asked him to carry out weapon transformation on this pair of steel armor. Naturally, Ivan Vanko would not let go of such a good opportunity and implanted his control program into the war machine. Ivan Vanko watched the changes on the screen, tapped the keyboard frantically, and turned into a keyboard warrior, outputting forcefully to Tony Stark through the screen. It's a pity that even the Steel Soldiers transformed by him can't get rid of the debuff produced by Hammer Industries. Dozens of Steel Soldiers have all become cannon fodder, and they can't hurt Tony Stark at all. Woo 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 woo. At this moment, an alarm sounded suddenly in the room, and the screen in front of Ivan Vanko displayed a red warning of intrusion by outsiders. On the monitoring screen in the upper right corner, a figure full of curves appeared, and he eliminated the patrolling security personnel all the way, and it seemed that he was heading towards this position. Lu Chuang, who was peeking from the side, directly recognized this figure. Isn't this the Natasha Romanoff he met before? Through the monitoring screen, Ivan Vanko saw Natasha Romanoff's skills and felt guilty for a while. Obviously, this was another person he couldn't beat. Who is this? Ivan Vanko looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was unstoppable in the surveillance, with a surprised expression. Lu Chuang explained, "She is the top agent of Black Widow S.H.I.E.L.D. What is S.H.I.E.L.D.? A special department that likes to meddle in their own business." This is a difficult explanation, but Lu Chuang said it straight away, and then said casually, "If I'm not wrong, she should have come here for Tony Stark's affairs, and now our boss must have been arrested. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know you were here." Speaking of this, Lu Chuang's expression suddenly became serious. "Wait, since the boss has been arrested, won't our wages come back?" At first, Ivan Vanko saw Lu Chuang's reaction and thought that the other party had discovered something important, but he almost couldn't hold back when he heard that later, thinking about that little salary. Seeing Lu Chuang's completely unreliable appearance, Ivan Vanko didn't expect him to help him. So he tapped the keyboard quickly, and a document popped up on the screen in an instant, showing the shape of steel armor. Dazzling. Lu Chuang leaned over curiously and asked, "What are you doing?" "Activate the steel armor, and I will take care of Tony Stark myself," Ivan Vanko said calmly. Following Ivan Vanko's last instruction, the wall of the laboratory suddenly opened, and a pair of steel armor full of wild shapes appeared in front of them. The huge axles of the arms were conspicuous, and an improved version of the electric current whip was hidden there, which was extremely powerful. Ivan Vanko's style. Ivan Vanko seems to have a special obsession with whipping Tony Stark. Ivan Vanko walks towards the steel armor. As long as he puts on the steel armor, all problems will be solved. However, just as he was about to enter the steel armor, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from behind, and he was kicked against the wall. Ivan Vanko turned his head in astonishment and looked at Lu Chuang, who attacked him. "Why? Isn't Tony Stark your enemy?" "Sorry, Tony Stark can only be defeated by me." Lu Chuang smiled slightly, raised his fist, and hit Ivan Vanko directly. Damn! Ivan Vanko didn't expect that he would be backstabbed by his teammates, and he fell down unwillingly. He was almost able to put on the steel armor, and then Lu Chuang would not pose any threat to him. It's a pity that Lu Chuang didn't give him this chance at all. In fact, according to the original plot, when Ivan Vanko puts on the steel armor, he can easily beat Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes wearing the War Machine by himself, which is ridiculously strong. However, the reason for Ivan Vanko's failure is also very outrageous. I don't know whether it is the protagonist's halo or Ivan Vanko's love for waves. Ivan Vanko ended up being killed because he didn't wear a helmet. Energy explosion. So, there is no one who does not wear a helmet in a mobile armor. Lu Chuang doesn't know whether his own existence will cause the butterfly effect. If Ivan Vanko suddenly remembers wearing a helmet, then Tony Stark will most likely be cold. But if Tony Stark dies, not to mention other impacts, Lu Chuang's achievement task will definitely not be completed, and his efforts during this period will be in vain. Naturally, Lu Chuang couldn't see this kind of thing happening, so he didn't do anything and directly attacked the old comrade Ivan Vanko. This Tony Stark's rival ended up aggrieved like this. Passing over the unconscious Ivan Vanko, Lu Chuang came to the console, took out a prepared USB flash drive from his pocket, relied on the talent of a super high school-level spy, and quickly found the file location of the steel armor, and then put all the information all transferred to his hard drive. Done. Seeing that the words downloaded were displayed on the screen, Lu Chuang pulled out the USB flash drive in satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang looked at the steel armor made by Ivan Vanko, his expression a little moved. You know, Ivan Vanko is a top scientist, not weaker than Tony Stark, and the steel armor he built with his own hands definitely surpasses the Mark I that Tony Stark built from scraps in the cave in terms of technology. It has reference value. In line with the principle that thieves never leave empty space, Lu Chuang really wanted to take this pair of steel armor away. But the problem was that it was difficult for him to remove such a huge steel armor by himself. If only someone would come and help him move out together. Boom! At this moment, the door of a laboratory was kicked open suddenly. A nimble figure broke in, holding a gun towards the interior of the laboratory, glanced at Lu Chuang and the unconscious Ivan Vanko, and then pointed the gun at Lu Chuang, who was still standing there. "Researcher, tell me what happened here." Since Lu Chuang is working in Hammer Industries these days, he usually wears the uniform white coat of a scientific researcher. Natasha Romanoff saw Lu Chuang's attire and mistakenly thought he was an ordinary scientific researcher of Hammer Industry. As for Ivan Vanko, who was unconscious on the ground, Natasha Romanoff has already recognized the other party's identity, and it is the man behind the scenes who controlled the Steel Soldiers to attack Tony Stark and cause massive chaos at the Stark Expo. Lu Chuang inadvertently put away the USB flash drive, raised his hands obediently, and said, "This Russian fell down and passed out by himself. It has nothing to do with me." Natasha Romanoff approached and glanced down at Ivan Vanko, only to find an obvious footprint on the other's back. Obviously, this footprint cannot be printed by Ivan Vanko himself. Has a problem. Natasha Romanoff's pupils contracted suddenly, realizing something was wrong and she was about to act. However, Lu Chuang in front of him suddenly rioted, raised his hand to hold the barrel of the gun, and pressed down hard. Boom! The bullet hit the ground directly. The pistol was controlled. Natasha Romanoff made a decisive decision, and the other hand grabbed Lu Chuang's arm holding the gun. In an instant, Natasha Romanoff used this arm as a support point and jumped up lightly. The two long legs clamped Lu Chuang's neck, and her waist twisted forcefully according to the inertia, trying to use Newton's law to throw Lu Chuang to the ground. As a result, Lu Chuang stood upright on the spot, and Natasha Romanoff failed to turn around in the first attempt. Natasha Romanoff didn't give up. She swung her body vertically in midair, and with greater inertia, she was bound to throw Lu Chuang over. But Lu Chuang still stood up, his legs firmly planted in place. Lu Chuang looked at Natasha Romanoff, who was clamping his neck and kept shaking from side to side like a pendulum clock. Two tight hunks of flesh were shaking in front of his eyes, and he said angrily, "Damn it, it's a beauty trap. Almost it didn't stop." "Natasha Romanoff, where are you looking, you bastard?" The poses of the two of them at the moment are quite weird, and they definitely can't be shown on TV. As a top agent, Natasha Romanoff is naturally not the kind of girl who would blush. Seeing that the lock technique failed, she instantly locked on the vital point less than 50 centimeters away and raised her hand to give Lu Chuang a deadly blow. But Lu Chuang's movement was faster. He directly opened Natasha Romanoff's two long legs, grabbed his ankle, and threw it towards the wall. Natasha Romanoff didn't even have time to make a defensive move, and the whole body hit the wall, adjusted his posture in midair, and looked at Lu Chuang with vigilance. This guy is no ordinary person. Natasha Romanoff could feel the powerful force coming from Lu Chuang's arm, and it was definitely not something she could resist. She immediately gave up the idea of close combat and raised her arms to aim at Lu Chuang in front of her. However, nothing happened. This familiar DJ VU. Natasha Romanoff watched Lu Chuang turn the high-tech bracelet with his index finger up and fell silent for a while. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's reaction, Lu Chuang knew that the other party had recognized him and said cheerfully, "Romanoff agent, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Yeah, what a coincidence. Natasha Romanoff silently put away her fighting posture, pushed her red hair behind her ears, and transformed from a warrior into a charming woman in an instant. "I haven't introduced you last time. I am Natasha Romanoff from S.H.I.E.L.D." Pausing for 2 seconds, Realizing that Lu Chuang didn't take a routine, Natasha Romanoff continued calmly. I didn't expect you to take off your mask. Is this your real face? Lu Chuang touched his plain face. Definitely. Natasha Romanoff stared at Lu Chuang's face, suddenly remembered something. She looked at the unconscious Ivan Vanko, then looked at Lu Chuang again, and said in surprise, "So you are the Asian who attacked Tony Stark that day. It seems that Justin Hammer also concealed your information." On the day of the Monaco race, Natasha Romanoff also came to the scene as Tony Stark's new assistant, and also witnessed the scene where Lu Chuang and Ivan Vanko attacked Tony Stark. So she remembered Lu Chuang's disguised face. It's just that Natasha Romanoff didn't expect that another attacker turned out to be Lu Chuang in front of him. According to information learned by Natasha Romanoff, Lu Chuang has appeared twice in SHILD's report. In the most recent report, that is, the time when Natasha Romanoff met Lu Chuang had a very profound influence on Natasha Romanoff, whether it is the combat ability or the super high camouflage skills behind it. It is definitely not an ordinary organization can be cultivated. However, Lu Chuang's whereabouts are too difficult to control, and his purpose is not very strong every time. So SHILD has no way to start investigating Lu Chuang. And until now, there is still very little information about Lu Chuang. Even if Lu Chuang is now showing his so-called true face, Natasha Romanoff still remains skeptical. Maybe this face is also a disguise of the other party, just like the program where Lu Chuang pretended to be her before. Romanoff agent, you should understand the truth. Sometimes knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing. Lu Chuang looked at Natasha Romanoff, to be precise, the part below her head. Natasha Romanoff was keenly aware of this. Not only didn't cover it but straightened up, making her curves more prominent. She showed a charming smile towards Lu Chuang. "Sorry, I don't have any malice." Lu Chuang nodded. "Well, I believe you have no malicious intentions." Natasha Romanoff was overjoyed, and her smile became more charming. But I have." Lu Chuang looked at Natasha Romanoff with a stiff face and showed a kind smile. "It's a pity that such a good-looking figure doesn't need to be used to carry bricks. Come, give me a hand, and let's transport this big guy out together." Following Lu Chuang's gaze, Natasha Romanoff found the steel armor in the laboratory and frowned. Is this Ivan Vanko's new work? Although Natasha Romanoff does not know the process, it is not difficult to judge from the steel soldier that this pair of steel armor should also be made by Ivan Vanko, and it is likely to be a new weapon used to deal with Tony Stark. The previous Monaco incident is enough to show that Ivan Vanko has this technology level. "No, it's my work, it's just that I forgot how to use it." Lu Chuang firmly denied. "So you attacked Ivan Vanko?" "No, he fell by himself." Natasha Romanoff instantly understood that this guy had attacked Ivan Vanko and wanted to take away his steel armor. To be honest, Natasha Romanoff is a little confused about what Lu Chuang's standpoint is. He said that Lu Chuang is a good person, but the things he did have nothing to do with a good person. He said that Lu Chuang is a bad person, and he did not kill himself, and also defeated Ivan Vanko, the culprit. Natasha Romanoff thought for a while, and said, "I can help you, but I have a condition. Let me restart Colonel Rhodes' steel armor, and now he is being controlled to fight Tony Stark." Natasha Romanoff knew that she didn't stop Lu Chuang from taking away the steel armor's ability. So instead of getting entangled with Lu Chuang, it's better to cooperate with his actions and rescue Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes as soon as possible. Asking for flowers, 0. "Okay, you could do whatever you want." Lu Chuang took a step back and let Natasha Romanoff walk to the console, while he stood behind and observed. Natasha Romanoff tapped the keyboard quickly, and soon found the operation panel of the steel armor, but the computers in the laboratory were all equipped with software from Hammer Industries, so the computer screen displayed the need to enter the access code. Natasha Romanoff ignored it, and with her operation, easily cracked this fragile firewall. Proudly produced by Hammer Industries. In less than half a minute, Natasha Romanoff successfully restarted Colonel Rhodes' steel armor and remotely contacted Tony Stark through the computer network, and Tony Stark's big head appeared on the screen instantly. 0. "Thanks, Agent Romanoff. If you weren't an agent, I think you'd be a great assistant. Natasha Romanoff said helplessly. Mr. Stark, I think the person you thank should not be me, but another person. Oh, who is it? Natasha Romanoff looked at Lu Chuang, and Lu Chuang was not shy and moved his face to the screen. It's me, Morning Whip. Tony Stark had a toothache. How could it be this guy? Natasha Romanoff explained. Justin Hammer has said everything. The person who controls the Iron Soldiers is indeed Ivan Vanko, but before I came, Mr. Songbien had already defeated Ivan Vanko. Natasha Romanoff did not disclose that Ivan Vanko created the steel armor. After all, Lu Chuang wanted to take away the steel armor. She was not sure whether Lu Chuang would like to disclose the news. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Tony Stark was surprised. What's the situation? Aren't they in the same group? Lu Chuang explained this personally. We just broke up. I like to eat sweet tofu now, but he likes to eat salty tofu now. For this kind of heresy, I directly kicked him out of our dry Tony Stark team. Tony Stark's eyes widened. So, casually? Also, which bastard came up with the name of this damn team? Romanoff agent? Tony Stark wanted to confirm with Natasha Romanoff. What he said should be true. Natasha Romanoff glanced at the footprints behind Ivan Vanko, and it was indeed kicked out, the physical one. After being confirmed by Natasha Romanoff, there was no response from Tony Stark. After a while, I heard Tony Stark read slowly. Wade, the new project leader of Hammer Advanced Industries. The project content is mainly to develop a universal potion, a magical potion that can remove harmful toxins and cure diseases. There have been records in the past, 2 successful cases, respectively controlling the condition of 2 critically ill patients. Wade is a pseudonym used by Lu Chuang, and it doesn't matter who the inspiration comes from. Apparently, Tony Stark has already investigated the relevant information about Lu Chuang and Hammer Industries, and even found out about the elixir. Lu Chuang was not surprised that Tony Stark could investigate so many things. After all, Tony Stark has the most advanced artificial intelligence JRVS. It is not difficult to enter the database of June 13th and invade Hammer Industries. What's more, isn't the firewall of Hammer Industry, just like a public toilet, is it convenient for anyone to come in? After reading the information that was investigated, Tony Stark said with a strange expression, Are you sure you're not joking? Someone can really develop this panacea? Tony Stark finds it absurd, because the description of the panacea is too exaggerated. It removes all toxins that are harmful to the human body, and it will take effect immediately after drinking it. As far as he knows, no biotechnology company can develop such a drug. Lu Chuang nodded. You didn't see that with my wisdom and hard work, I have successfully developed this universal potion that can remove all toxins. Hearing this, Tony Stark couldn't believe it even more. This guy didn't look like a professional researcher no matter what. Suddenly, Tony Stark seemed to think of something and stared at Lu Chuang through the screen. The symptoms of palladium poisoning in my body suddenly disappeared before. Could it be related to you? After the Monaco incident, Tony Stark checked his blood palladium content, and Tony Stark was surprised to find that all the toxicity in his blood disappeared strangely. Afterwards, Tony Stark checked his body many times, but unfortunately he still couldn't check the real reason why the symptoms of palladium poisoning disappeared. However, Tony Stark's body had completely recovered, and he didn't need to continue drinking chlorophyll to relieve the symptoms of palladium poisoning, which gave him enough time to create a new element to replace palladium as the energy supply for the steel armor. This incident can be said to have pulled Tony Stark back just before he was about to fall into the abyss. But now, the appearance of the elixir made Tony Stark wonder whether this matter had anything to do with Lu Chuang. Yes, at that time I used a special massage method to inject the panacea directly into your body to remove the palladium element in your body. Lu Chuang readily admitted. Are you massaging? It's obviously hitting my face with your fist. The corner of Tony Stark's mouth twitched. Isn't this kind of thing drinkable? Lu Chuang said solemnly. Believe me, the effect of massage is better. I developed the panacea. No one knows panacea better than me. So I have to thank you. It's too vulgar to say thank you. Give me a kowtow. Seeing that Lu Chuang admitted, Tony Stark couldn't figure out the real purpose of this guy for a while. If he was his enemy, Lu Chuang didn't want to put him to death like Ivan Vanko did, but instead save his life. So much so that Tony Stark doesn't know what position he should use to treat Lu Chuang now. However, Tony Stark was still Tony Stark after all, and he soon came to his senses. He said in a frivolous tone, "I'm very interested in your panacea. Why don't you leave Hammer Industries and work in my group? I can give you whatever conditions that annoying guy Justin Hammer offers you. I will give you double the salary directly." Even through the screen, Lu Chuang could feel Tony Stark's aura of a local tyrant blowing towards his face, and he almost had the words, "not short of money," written on his face. I refused. It is impossible to work part-time. Now that Lu Chuang has collected all the materials, Stark Industry has nothing to attract him, so he has no interest in working as a wage earner with Tony Stark. Well, you missed an opportunity. Seeing Lu Chuang's refusal, Tony Stark didn't go any further. Persuading others is not his style. If this is the case, will you sell your elixir? Selling panaceas? Lu Chuang raised his brows. To be honest, he really didn't think about it. In line with being rich and not being a bastard, Lu Chuang asked, "How much do you want to buy?" I want to ask, how long is your prescription potion valid for? It's really hard for Lu Chuang to say, and he doesn't have time to test this question. At present, my panacea is still in the testing stage, and the longest validity period is uncertain, but it should last for about half a month. Tony Stark originally wanted to buy 100 elixir, but when he heard Lu Chuang's unreliable words, he immediately changed his mind and said, "Then give me 10 bottles of elixir first. I read the preliminary price estimate of Hammer Industries. Each bottle costs $200,000 US, right? Adding up, I'll pay you $2 million US directly." Lu Chuang was slightly taken aback. He really didn't know about this. After all, he is just a wage earner who goes to work to catch fish, so he doesn't care about Hammer's plan, let alone Hammer Industry has done a market research and temporarily priced the universal medicine at $200,000 US. Lu Chuang has no hesitation. "Okay, you give me a contact method, and I will contact you when the time comes, and I will pay the money and deliver the goods." Soon, a number and address popped up on the screen. Tony Stark 0.1 said, "You can choose to send it directly to this place." After the two reached a deal, Tony Stark didn't say a few words and hung up in a hurry. Although Colonel Rhodes' war machine had been released from control, there were still some remaining steel soldiers on his side that needed to be dealt with. There's nothing Natasha Romanoff can do about it. The attack commands of these Iron Soldiers have been locked. Unlike War Machine, which only needs to restart the system to restore the factory settings, Tony Stark can only slowly solve it by himself. After memorizing the number and address, Lu Chuang urged Natasha Romanoff, "Don't look, hurry up and help." Natasha Romanoff touched her ears subconsciously and found that the communicator had long since disappeared and sighed helplessly. "Fine. Hammer Industrial Zone, Munitions Factory." With the help of Natasha Romanoff, Lu Chuang took the entire steel armor away, secretly transported it to the location of the truck with a cart, and then stuffed the steel armor into the compartment of the truck. Fortunately, the size of the steel armor is not as huge as the Iron Overlord armor. At most, it is only a circle larger than Tony Stark's steel armor. Otherwise, Lu Chuang would have a headache how to take it away. Natasha Romanoff noticed that the car was full of materials, but she didn't say anything. This kind of thing is not up to them, shield. Compared with this, she is more concerned about another thing now. Natasha Romanoff turned to look at Lu Chuang. "Mr. Wade, may I ask, do you still have that panacea?" She heard the complete conversation between Lu Chuang and Tony Stark just now, so she naturally knew the existence of the panacea. Lu Chuang glanced at Natasha Romanoff, somewhat understanding what she meant. "You want to buy it too?" "It's not me, it's Shield." Natasha smiled and said, "If according to what you said, the panacea can remove all toxins in the body, maybe we can also try to cooperate. Working with SHIELD?" Hearing this sentence, Lu Chuang lost interest in an instant, and now he doesn't want to have any contact with SHIELD. So he said perfunctorily, "Let's talk about this kind of thing later, definitely next time." After speaking, Lu Chuang sat in the driver's seat of the truck and waved to Natasha Romanoff through the window. "Romanoff agent, Ivan Vanko will leave it to you. That's all, goodbye." Looking at the shadow of the truck leaving, Natasha Romanoff shook her head slightly, turned around, and returned to Ivan Vanko's laboratory. Without equipment, she needed other communication equipment to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. Where did you bring these things? Lorna stood in the car curry, looking at the batch of materials brought back by Lu Chuang, as well as the pair of wild steel armor, with a slightly dull expression. At the moment, Lu Chuang has returned to his original appearance and said cheerfully, I borrowed it from a kind person. It doesn't cost any money, and it just saved me a lot of money. Lorna looked in disbelief. How could a kind person borrow such a thing? On the other hand, little Peter touched the steel armor excitedly and kept saying, cool, it's so cool. Different from the broken and crude Mark I steel armor. The steel armor in front of me is the latest work created by Ivan Vanko. It is a complete version of the super battle suit. Does this steel armor have a name? Little Peter asked excitedly. Definitely, it's called the Whip armor. Lu Chuang claimed to be Whip, but now this pair of steel armor belongs to him. There is nothing wrong with calling it Whip armor. Morning Whip armor. I like the name. Peter's eyes lit up, and he asked expectantly, Can I go in and have a seat? Not yet. Lu Chuang grabbed Peter, who was about to climb on top of the Whip armor, and said to Lorna, Do me a favor. This steel armor contains a remote-controlled bomb, and you need to take it off with your ability. Why would you bring such a dangerous thing into your home? Lorna complained, but a dazzling green light appeared on both hands, and the seemingly thick morning whip armor was dismantled instantly, and countless parts were floating in midair. The scene was extremely cool. Soon, a remote control bomb emerged from the whip armor, wrapped in green light and sent to the table, and then all the parts returned to their original positions one by one, and the whip armor returned to its original appearance in less than 5 seconds. With such proficient techniques, it is obvious that Lorna did not do less similar things during the absence of Lu Chuang. As little Peter's assistant, her daily job is to disassemble or assemble steel armor. I don't know how many times it has been dismantled by her. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuang sighed secretly that he was right to keep Lorna. Where can I find such a good tool? Lu Chuang patted Lorna on the shoulder. I will give you double salary starting tomorrow. Work hard. The company will not treat you badly. Upon hearing the salary increase, Lorna was overjoyed at first, but quickly reacted, Isn't it true that I have a salary? Isn't 00 still 0? Lorna was so angry that her chest was about to explode. Oh no, she shouldn't have such a thing. Although Lorna's body proportions are good, and she still has everything with long legs, but the only shortcoming is that she is a little brother. Lu Chuang didn't notice Lorna's expression. He was a super high school spy, and he disarmed the remote control bomb in 2 or 3 clicks, avoiding the risk of the remote control bomb's sudden explosion. The problem of the technical personnel has been solved. The problem of the super battlesuit design drawings has also been solved, and even the materials for making the super battlesuit are ready. Lu Chuang scanned the entire garage, quite satisfied at his heart, and said in high spirits, Everything is ready. I only owe Dongfeng, and now I just need to make a brand new super battle suit. Shoot Toe Stark under your feet. Stomp Tony Stark underfoot. Little Peter cheered cooperatively. After shouting, the two looked at Lorna at the same time. Lorna, seeing Lorna's appearance of preferring death to surrender, Lu Chuang curled his lips in boredom and then inserted the USB flash drive into the computer. Little Peter, this is the design drawing of the morning whip armor. Let's read it together with the Iron King armor. Hearing this, little Peter immediately ran to the computer, staring at the screen. My God, this blueprint is even more perfect than the blueprint of the Iron King's armor. Definitely, the author of this blueprint is a physics genius not weaker than Tony Stark. Lu Chuang said definitely. To put it bluntly, the Iron King armor is a low-end version of Mark I. All the technology is copied from Mark I. It is not as good as the original Mark I. The morning whip armor is made by Ivan Vanko himself. The steel armor that comes out is not weaker than Tony Stark's Mark Series steel armor. How could the Iron Overlord armor, which is a plagiarized product, be comparable to Ivan Vanko's whip armor? The little Peter looked at the design drawings of the morning whip armor, and then opened the design drawings of the Iron King armor. He was a little confused, but now there are 2 design drawings, Which direction should I go to make the super battlesuit? Children do multiple choice questions. Lu Chuang stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched his fist in midair. As an adult, I want it all. According to the unlocking conditions of a super high school inventor, Lu Chuang not only needs to make a high-tech battlesuit by himself, but also needs to use the high-tech battlesuit to defeat Tony Stark's steel battlesuit. Both the Ironmonger armor and the Whip armor have their advantages and disadvantages, and Lu Chuang's idea is to combine the advantages of the two pairs of steel armor to create a new and more powerful super battlesuit. For Lu Chuang, the combat effectiveness of the super battlesuit is naturally as strong as possible, so that it is possible to defeat Tony Stark. Definitely, the idea still had to be realized by little Peter. Glancing at the energetic little Peter, Lu Chuang nodded in satisfaction. Now all he has to do is to wait patiently, and when little Peter successfully makes a super battlesuit, he can put it on himself directly. Justin Hammer, chairman of Hammer Advanced Industries, has been arrested by the New York Police Department on multiple counts related to the attack on Stark Expo and will be tried in public court 1 month later. Today, Tony Stark and Colonel Roddy were publicly honored in Washington, and Senator Stern awarded the medal. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Lu Chuang stood in the lobby watching the news on the TV, holding 2 huge amounts of dumbbells in his hands. Because he was wearing short sleeves, Lu Chuang's arms were exposed. Although there were no exaggerated large muscle groups, the muscle lines were very smooth, and it could be seen that Lu Chuang's figure was very good. Putting the dumbbells on the ground, Lu Chuang stretched out his arms, feeling the inexhaustible strength and physical strength all over his body, and then opened the character panel of the game system. Player: Lu Chuang. Sex: male. Age: 18 years old. Talent: super high school level stuntman, super high school level sharpshooter, super high school level priest, super high school level thief, super high school level spy. Before he knew it, Lu Chuang already possessed different super high school level talents. With the continuous unlocking of new super high school level talents, Lu Chuang can feel that his body is gradually changing. For example, after Lu Chuang just unlocked super high school level thief, his finger dexterity improved a lot, so that he could easily steal Natasha Romanoff's equipment without being discovered by the other party. However, this is not what Lu Chuang cares more about. When Lu Chuang unlocked super high school level spy, he was surprised to find that his finger dexterity started to improve again. Among other things, Lu Chuang's typing speed has soared to tens of thousands of words an hour. If he rewrites the novel now, the speed of this code word can definitely maintain 20 shifts a day, and there's no need to worry about being sent a blade by the reader. It's just that compared with super high school level thief, super high school level spy does not improve finger dexterity so much, and the enhancement of super high school level spy is more inclined to improve overall physical fitness. It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Chuang's physical fitness is not weaker than those special soldiers who have received long-term training. And this is without Lu Chuang turning on bullet time. If the bullet time is turned on, Lu Chuang is confident that he can draw with the United States with his buttocks. That is, the Captain America whose body is at the peak of human beings. As for defeating or crushing Captain America, Lu Chuang dare not boast about it. After all, the legend of the 50-50 team leader has been spread for a long time. Even Thanos can force 50-50. This ability is not comparable to Lu Chuang now. Obviously, the changes in Lu Chuang's body today are the benefits of those super high school level talents. A super high school level talent not only possesses the top technical ability, but also has the most suitable physical ability for this talent, just like the technical flow and physical flow of basketball. If the two abilities reach the extreme at the same time, then there is no doubt that this person absolutely the pinnacle of existence in the basketball world. However, the most frightening thing is that this enhancement effect can be superimposed. This means that as long as Lu Chuang unlocks new super high school level talents, his physical fitness can continue to improve. Perhaps the increase of some super high school level talents is not obvious, but Lu Chuang believes that as long as he unlocks enough super high school level talents, his physical fitness will definitely reach an unprecedented height by then. It's a pity that triggering the achievement task still depends on the face, and it's not something he can do if he wants to. After the strength test was over, Lu Chuang lay back on the sofa, drinking the happy fat house water happily. At this time, the TV screen cut to the screen of the public award. Tony Stark and his good friend Rhodes were accepting the award from Senator Stern. Senator Stern, who had been ridiculed by Tony Stark, looked as if he was eating shit. Obviously, he did not volunteer to be this honoree. Looking at Tony Stark on the TV screen, Lu Chuang suddenly remembered that there was still one thing he hadn't done. 10880 Malibu Beach, CA. In the lab, Tony Stark is transforming the War Machine. After the Stark Expo, his friend Colonel Rhodes has returned the War Machine. Due to the conflict between Tony Stark and the Ministry of Defense, Colonel Rhodes tried to coordinate the two parties. For the sake of friends, Tony Stark finally agreed to continue leasing the War Machine armor to the military. Definitely, this pair of steel armor can only be used by Colonel Rhodes. It's to stop playing Tony Stark's iron armor idea. Once the deal was struck, Tony Stark set about reworking the War Machine. The voice of Pepper Potts came from the screen in front of him. Tony, the government has approved the construction of the Stark building. When are you going to announce the cooperation plan between Stark Industries and New York City? I don't need this kind of thing. Isn't your handover work unfinished? So now you're still the CEO of Stark Industries, and this press conference is definitely done by you, said Tony Stark perfunctorily. What? It's such a happy decision. I still have things to do. Goodbye. After Tony finished speaking, he hung up the phone. As a workaholic, he never liked being interrupted at work. At this moment, JRVS electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded. Sir, there's an undisclosed number calling. Do you need to connect? Tony Stark frowned. His number is private, and not many people should know this number. Come on. As soon as the phone was connected, I heard Lu Chuang's voice. Is this Teacher Tony? Hearing this familiar tune, Tony Stark instantly recognized Lu Chuang's identity. Why are you this guy? Lu Chuang said, Didn't you want to buy the panacea? I brought it here, right at your door. I'm not free today. Come back another day. Tony Stark said without hesitation. He didn't want to be disturbed by anything. Okay. Now, let alone Lu Chuang, an annoying guy. Anyway, the other party wasn't Potts, and Tony Stark didn't even bother to find an excuse, so he just opened his mouth and wanted to drive him away. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, then hung up. Tony Stark ignored it, but JRVS had something to say. JRVS, I don't want anyone to disturb me today, not even if the president is here. Mute, Tony Stark shouted impatiently, and JRVS fell silent for an instant. Without the interruption of JRVS, I can finally live with Kid King. Boom! Tony Stark was about to continue transforming the War Machine when he heard a knock on the door behind him. Under Tony Stark's dull gaze, Lu Chuang pushed open the door of the laboratory, walked into the laboratory swaggeringly, and asked Tony Stark, Well, I just want to ask, when is the next day? Tony Stark, how the hell did you get in here? Seeing Lu Chuang standing in front of him, Tony Stark couldn't help shouting. At the moment, Lu Chuang has already used the disguise technique. He looks ordinary, with a backpack on his back. He drank the happy fat house water in his hand and said, Look at your question. You definitely came in through the gate. Tony Stark frowned tightly, very puzzled in his heart. You know, his house is fully supervised by JRVS. Even if you know the password of the door, you can't get in without the access authority, especially for a stranger like Lu Chuang whose background is unknown. JRVS is absolutely impossible to let Lu Chuang enter the house. Lu Chuang directly destroyed the door and forced his way in. Tony Stark looked at the open door of the laboratory. The lock didn't show any signs of damage. Obviously, the other party didn't force their way in. JRVS. Tony Stark called JRVS. The artificial intelligence JRVS came back online and explained, Sir, this unregistered visitor has cracked the password, and I cannot use the permission modification program in the background for unknown reasons. At the moment Lu Chuang entered the door, JRVS originally wanted to remind Tony Stark, but Tony Stark made it shut down the microphone directly, so that Tony Stark didn't even know that Lu Chuang had entered the room. Hearing 760 words, Tony Stark's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Even JRVIS can't modify it in the background, so it's possible that Lu Chuang and him are the only ones who have entered the technology. Lu Chuang didn't know Tony Stark thought so much. Listening to the magnetic voice of JRVS, Lu Chuang couldn't help asking curiously, JRVS, are you male? I have no gender. This voice is my initial setting. JRVS replied. Lu Chuang's eyes lit up. That's good. Give me the whole UGS voice. JRVS, sorry, you don't have this permission. What a pity. Lu Chuang shook his head. To be honest, he really wants to see if JRVS's voice is changed to a female, and when JRVS becomes Vision in the future, will Vision change gender according to the voice, for example, become a sexy UJ robot? It's exciting to think about it. Definitely, it is also possible to become a straight steel man full of royal sister voice. Seeing that Lu Chuang ignored him, Tony Stark said annoyedly, Hey, this is my home. You came in without my permission. This is trespassing. Lu Chuang broke into his home, but Tony Stark didn't choose to do it. After so many contacts, he could feel that Lu Chuang didn't intend to hurt him. Definitely, the most important point is that he is not wearing steel armor now, and his combat effectiveness may not be as good as that of Ivan Vank, the Russian Ross. If he really does it, he will definitely suffer. Don't pay attention to this little detail. Lu Chuang took out his backpack, opened the zipper, and said, Here is the panacea you want, 10 bottles in total. Tony Stark glanced inside the backpack that Lu Chuang had brought. This is the panacea you mentioned. Tony Stark took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, which contained translucent water, and asked with some doubts, Why do I feel that this is an ordinary bottle of water? Lu Chuang affirmed, This is the panacea. Don't be fooled by its appearance. If you don't believe me, you can try it. You don't need to tell me. I will do it too. Tony Stark placed the mineral water bottle on a sophisticated instrument, and then a flash of red light quickly scanned the bottle of mineral water, only listening to the report of JRVS after testing. It is basically consistent with the mineral water on the market, and no other ingredients have been detected. Isn't this still mineral water? The corners of Tony Stark's mouth twitched, seeing that JRVS did not detect any special ingredients. He simply picked up a bottle of mineral water and drank it. It may be because he was just thirsty, and Tony Stark quickly drank the bottle of mineral water. At this moment, Tony Stark suddenly felt that his body was a lot lighter. His body, which was slightly exhausted from high-intensity work, seemed to be rejuvenated at this moment, full of energy. Tony Stark rolled his eyes. Oh, Lu Chuang proudly said, How is it? Do you feel it? After all, Tony Stark is also a well-informed person, so he quickly regained his composure. Well, I admit that this panacea does have some effect besides the ones in your backpack. How much do you have in stock? As long as there is enough mana, the inventory is definitely as much as you want. Lu Chuang pretended to think about it. There are probably a few hundred bottles left. Okay, give me another 100 bottles. Tony Stark said without hesitation. After personally experiencing the effects of the universal potion, he is so smart that he naturally knows the importance of this kind of universal potion. Among other things, the effect of eliminating fatigue alone is worth buying in large quantities. To Tony Stark, this amount of money is nothing. Lu Chuang looked at Tony Stark, who is nearly 100 million people, and said cheerfully, It's easy to say. It may take some time to prepare 100 bottles of universal medicine. By the way, I have different flavors of universal medicine here. Are you interested? Taste. Tony Stark was stunned. The elixir still has a taste. Is it so fancy? After reaching a new agreement with Tony Stark, Lu Chuang threw the remaining 9 bottles of panacea together with a backpack to Tony Stark, and Tony Stark ordered JRVS to deposit the money into the account provided by Lu Chuang. In addition to the $2 million for this transaction, there's also a deposit of 100 bottles of elixir, a total of $7 million. After the transaction was over, Lu Chuang glanced at the war machine armor in front of him, with an eager expression on his face. No way, since the achievement task of the super high school inventor was triggered, Lu Chuang has now developed the habit of collecting steel armor. Seeing such a pair of powerful steel armor in front of him, especially if it was built by Tony Stark himself. Lu Chuang instinctively made up his mind. However, Lu Chuang thought that this was Tony Stark's territory, so he finally dismissed the idea in his mind. Lu Chuang turned his head with some regret. Before leaving, he said to Tony Stark, "Teacher Tony, are you interested in joining my explosive Tony Stark team? It's a pity that your talent can't come to help me." Tony Stark's face is black. "You mean me to K myself?" Not surprisingly, Tony Stark rejected Lu Chuang's invitation and told Lu Chuang to quickly disband this damn team. Dissolution is definitely not possible. Lu Chuang ignored Tony Stark's advice and left the luxurious villa. A few minutes later, Lu Chuang found his motorcycle on the side of the road. After walking a few steps, Lu Chuang saw a middle-aged man standing beside his motorcycle. Seeing Lu Chuang's arrival, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Mr. Wade, this should be the third time we have met." When Lu Chuang saw that the other party turned out to be Phil Coulson, he was immediately delighted. "It's you, Agent Phil Coulson. Long time no see. Your hairline seems to be getting higher." Speaking of this, Phil Coulson can't help feeling a little resentful. Lu Chuang is to blame for his rising hairline. Every time Lu Chuang knocks him out, there are a lot of things to deal with when he wakes up. Phil Coulson's workload has increased several times, so that recently his hair has started to fall out again. Every day Phil Coulson gets up to watch when it comes to the pillow, there's a burst of sorrow. "So, you have something to do with me?" Lu Chuang asked. He knew that Phil Coulson couldn't be here by chance. It is estimated that SHIELD had been secretly monitoring this area, and he was exposed to their sight. Phil Coulson coughed lightly. The agent's good qualities made him put a gentle smile on his face again. "Mr. Wade, this time I bring our gratitude and sincerity. Some time ago, you stopped Ivan Vank's conspiracy, saved the lives and property of many people, and arrested Ivan Vank, so that criminals will be punished according to the law. Thank you very much for your help." Ivan Vanko returned to the Monaco prison. Lu Chuang asked curiously, "You don't have to worry about this. We have already sent the criminal to where he should go." Phil Coulson didn't elaborate, but Lu Chuang also guessed it. SHIELD will definitely not let a high-tech talent like Ivan Vank leave America. There are only two endings waiting for Ivan Vank, either to be incorporated into SHIELD or to be imprisoned in a special prison. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Lu Chuang. "What do you mean sincerity?" Phil Coulson smiled. "I heard there's a deal between you and Tony Stark, right?" Hearing what Phil Coulson said, Lu Chuang showed vigilance. "You, SHIELD, should not be responsible for tax collection. You misunderstood. I am interested in what you traded, the universal potion that can remove all toxins," explains Phil Coulson. Lu Chuang understood that Phil Coulson obviously knew about the elixir from Natasha Romanoff and came here for the elixir. Before Lu Chuang could speak, Phil Coulson suddenly said, "Our SHIELD intends to purchase a batch of panacea, about 200 bottles. 200 bottles of universal medicine. That is 40 million USD. Such a huge amount made." Lu Chuang swallowed the words that were on the verge of refusing. "You sure?" "Yes." Phil Coulson nodded. "As long as our test is correct, we can conduct transactions immediately. If possible, we can also try long-term cooperation. Definitely, the transaction amount does not need to be reviewed by the Tax Bureau." Phil Coulson added at the end, "No matter how strong the Tax Bureau is, can they still check their SHIELD accounts?" It has to be said that Lu Chuang was really moved when he heard these words. Although Tony Stark directly bought 100 bottles of Universal Potion, no matter what, Tony Stark was alone, and it would take at least 3 months to consume one bottle every day. But SHIELD is different. With so many agents up and down, the demand must far exceed Tony Stark. It is definitely a good choice as a partner. However, there are downsides to working with S.H.I.E.L.D. As we all know, the full name of SHIELD is Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, and HYDRA. As early as I don't know how many years ago, SHIELD has been infiltrated by Hydra spies into a sieve, down SHIELD's sweeping ant, up to the former director of SHIELD and a member of the World Security Council. All of them are Hydra people. In the end, It was unclear whether the Hydra spies were infiltrated in SHIELD, or the SHIELD spies were infiltrated in the Snake and Shield Bureau. Asking for flowers? Lu Chuang's cooperation with SHIELD is basically equivalent to cooperation with HYDRA. But rich don't earn bastards. It doesn't matter if he is SHIELD or Snake and Shield. The boss is the one who pays. After a few seconds of thinking, Lu Chuang said decisively, "Cooperation is fine, but you want a little too much, and my inventory may not be enough, so I need a little time to prepare. And you know, Tony Stark is more than you earlier. As a businessman with integrity, I had to complete his order before I could make your order." "No problem." Phil Coulson asked, "May I ask how much Tony Stark ordered?" Lu Chuang didn't think it was an important issue and said honestly, "Not much, just 100 bottles." Hearing this, Phil Coulson's eyes changed imperceptibly. Some time ago, they actually found out that Tony Stark's blood contained an unprecedented palladium radioactive isotope, which reacted with some compounds and formed chemical bonds. His circulatory system completely collapsed. Simply put, it is an incurable disease, at least until Tony Stark develops new elements. There is no way to cure Tony Stark's palladium poisoning. However, Tony Stark recovered, and all the palladium in his body suddenly disappeared. They were also puzzled by this question, but after Natasha Romanoff came back to report a few days ago, they learned that the reason for Tony Stark's recovery turned out to be the 10 universal potions. And now Tony Stark's order can basically prove the authenticity of this panacea. After all, with Tony Stark's intelligence, it's basically impossible to deceive him. At this time, Lu Chuang took out an unopened bottle of mineral water from the motorcycle, skillfully injected mana into it, and handed it to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson looked at the mineral water bottle in his hand. "Mr. Wade, I'm not thirsty." "I didn't say you were thirsty. This is the panacea." Tony Stark said it was good after drinking it. Phil Coulson. Tony Stark must have been scammed. SHIELD headquarters, Triskelion building. Phil Coulson walked into the director's office with a document and found Nick Fury sitting at his desk, staring at the map on the wall silently, as if thinking about some important issue. In this regard, Phil Coulson said that he has long been used to it, and he can often see such pictures. If you want to say that SHIELD and Nick Fury have been in contact with the agent for the longest time, he can definitely be at the top. Before Nick Fury became S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Phil Coulson knew Nick Fury, and then Nick Fury became S.H.I.E.L.D. director. He promoted him to become a high-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was also from the moment Nick Fury became director, Phil Coulson often saw Nick Fury looking at this map posted on the wall of the office. Phil Coulson came to the desk of 957 in the office when Nick Fury also noticed Phil Coulson's arrival and turned his gaze from the map to Phil Coulson. "Sir, here are the relevant data and test results of the panacea." Nick Fury took the file from Phil Coulson and looked down at it. While Nick Fury was viewing the report, Phil Coulson continued. "According to the observation records of patient number 1, after taking a certain amount of panacea, the toxins in the patient's body were significantly reduced, but this process was relatively slow. However, after the patient took the remaining panacea, all the toxins in the body quickly disappeared, and the damage in the body began to slowly repair. So far, no adverse reactions have been found, and further observation is needed." Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Is there any possibility of duplicating this panacea?" In fact, it was Nick Fury who arranged the trade between Phil Coulson and Lu Chuang. After learning that Lu Chuang possessed a miraculous elixir, Nick Fury began to pay attention to this matter and immediately ordered his right-hand man Phil Coulson to try to contact Lu Chuang, and it would be best to get a sample of that elixir. Phil Coulson shook his head. "About this question, it may sound a bit unbelievable, but according to the test results, the composition of that bottle of elixir is basically the same as that of a bottle of mineral water." Hearing these words, Nick Fury couldn't help raising his head. "Are you sure?" "This is the final result of our researchers after many tests, and the possibility of error is very low." Phil Coulson said, "Even if we replicated the ingredients, It is very likely that we will only get a bottle of ordinary mineral water in the end, but it may be difficult to replicate the same effect. If he hadn't seen the effect of the panacea with his own eyes, Phil Coulson would have suspected that Lu Chuang had fooled himself and sold himself a bottle of ordinary mineral water as the panacea. Nick Fury narrowed his one eye slightly. His years of working as an agent made him keenly aware of the weirdness. And then he asked, "Phil Coulson, have you come into contact with that Asian man? Did you find anything?" Phil Coulson said, "This person is very mysterious and very skilled. Even the Romanoff agent is not an opponent. Although the other party has exposed a lot of information about himself, we have also verified this information later, and it is all unverifiable. False information, including that face. According to our system matching, the place where the Asian face first appeared was Monaco. Considering the other party's previous record of pretending to be a Romanoff agent, I think the other party's face is probably also a disguise." Nick Fury stretched out his fingers and tapped the table. This was his habitual thinking action. After a long time, he said, "Do you think this person poses a threat?" Phil Coulson frowned and thought. At present, his main goal seems to be for the steel armor. The reason is unknown, but from the analysis of his behavior, I don't think he has... Well, it should be said that he doesn't have much malice. Phil Coulson thought of Lu Chuang's bad taste, but he really couldn't say that the other party was completely harmless. After pondering for a moment, Nick Fury suddenly stopped his finger movements and said, "Since this is the case, you will be in charge of contacting him in the future and tell him that SHIELD is willing to trade with him and order 200 bottles of elixir, but fees need to be renegotiated. It is no exaggeration to say that the panacea can save a person's life at a critical moment, especially for agents who complete dangerous tasks. This panacea is undoubtedly their life. For this panacea, Nick Fury will not let go." Nick Fury said, "Tell that person that the price of a bottle of $200,000 is too expensive, and we can't afford such a large amount of money. If he wants to cooperate for a long time, he must show a little sincerity. You are still in charge of this aspect. Negotiate, try to lower the price to a suitable range. Remember, this is a secret mission and cannot be disclosed to anyone. Clear?" Phil Coulson sighed inwardly. He knew he was busy again. The two chatted a few more words, and Phil Coulson, who took over the new task, quickly left the office. Nick Fury did not relax, but immediately drew up a budget allocation agreement for S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, SHIELD is not a self-produced department. All the funds of SHIELD are actually allocated through the World Security Council. The World Security Council has the right to supervise SHIELD and must also abide by the corresponding obligations. Every time there is a new project, Nick Fury has to draft an agreement and submit it to the World Security Council. Therefore, Nick Fury is very proficient in this work, and he drew up the budget appropriation agreement in a few clicks. As for the amount, naturally, the more you write, the better. It is not easy to allocate funds every time. Nick Fury will not let go of such a good opportunity. 5.0. Definitely, Nick Fury didn't want these funds into his own pocket. Just recently, he was short of funds to build a new safe house. As the director of SHIELD, he is always facing various dangers. Nick Fury's persecution paranoia can be said to be terminally ill. He always feels that someone is going to hurt him, and he hardly trusts anyone. Almost even doubt yourself. So Nick Fury built himself some safe houses, just in case. Nick Fury looked at the map on the wall again, his expression lost in thought. Where should the safe house be built this time? The area of this America map seems to be almost full. Do you want to start developing to the whole world? The breeze was blowing over the Queen's block, and the light that was not too harsh shone into the house through the glass windows. Lu Chuang, Guyu was sitting on the sofa like paralyzed, feeling the warm sunshine, and said lazily to the phone, "Discount? Shall I break your leg?" "Mr. Wade, I hope that both of us can reach a long-term cooperation. If we follow the original price, we really can't afford so much money, and our cooperation may not be able to continue." On the other end of the line was Phil Coulson's voice. "Don't be ridiculous. Your majestic SHIELD is still short of money? Could it be that your SHIELDS funds have been corrupted by your director? QG_ plus Q%. Mr. Wade, our chief is not your wife's. Phil Coulson defended his director, then continued. It's just that the price of the panacea is too expensive. Our current liquidity is not enough to buy in large quantities. If the price can be lowered a little, I think we will be your most stable customers. Well, what you said seems to make a little sense. Hearing that, Lu Chuang seemed to be shaking. Phil Coulson immediately tried harder to persuade Lu Chuang. To put simply, it's crying about being poor to Lu Chuang in the 13th film. For example, their SHIELD is so poor that the agents can't afford to eat, and even the boss Nick Fury has to go out to shoot naked loans to pay back the money. Although Phil Coulson's original words are not so. That's roughly what it means anyway. That is a tear-jerker, touching heart. Even Lu Chuang was a little touched when he heard it, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. In this world, there are people more shameless than Wade. For Phil Coulson's words, Lu Chuang didn't believe even a punctuation mark, but he didn't open his mouth to expose it, just listening to Phil Coulson's long speech like this. When Phil Coulson was talking dry, Lu Chuang sighed and said, "Well, you have successfully convinced me. Since everyone is so familiar, I will call you 999 10% off 0.17. Phil Coulson, I've said so much, and the result is worth such a small discount? What's even more exaggerated is that there are so many decimal places in the back, which makes me feel lonely." Thinking of Nick Fury's order, Phil Coulson felt ruthless in his heart, resisting the dryness of his throat, and was about to blurt out a million-word article. "Mr. Wade, okay, I'm afraid of you." Lu Chuang interrupted him, pretending to be helpless, and said, "Then I'll give you a 10% discount." Phil Coulson was a little speechless. "It's not much cheaper, Mr. Wade. You have to know that our plan is a long-term cooperation, and we may have more cooperation opportunities in the future. The price is still too high. How about a 50% discount?" "You want to fart? The lowest discount is 8.999%. Mr. Wade, if there is no price reduction like you, why don't you and I take a step back and get 30% off? 20% off, this is already the lowest price. If it is lower, I will lose money." Phil Coulson seems not satisfied. "Actually, I think we can discuss it again." Lu Chuang sneered. "Okay, I'll discuss it with you in person, but remember to make an appointment with your orthopedic doctor in advance." There was silence on the other end of the phone. It was unclear whether Phil Coulson was thinking or was asking his immediate superior. After a while, Phil Coulson finally said, "We agreed. Let's use the price you said, which is converted into $160,000 per bottle of Universal Potion. According to our previous agreement, we plan to order 200 bottles of Universal Potion Pharmacy, a total of $32 million. You guys really made a lot of money this time. I lost money at this price, and it made me want to cry." Lu Chuang's tone was slightly regretful. Saved $8 million for SHIELD at once. Phil Coulson was also very satisfied, and said with a smile, "Happy cooperation, Mr. Wade. If you still have something similar to that kind of panacea, you can contact me at any time. Trust us to give you the price. We'll definitely not let you down. If there is, I will contact you." After saying a few words, Lu Chuang hung up the phone and finally grinned uncontrollably. Although SHIELD offered a 20% discount for Lu Chuang, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. You must know that the total cost of the panacea is at most the price of a bottle of mineral water, but after Lu Chuang's mana injection, the benefits directly doubled by hundreds of thousands of times. In a word, you may make a small profit, but I will never lose money. No need to spend any cost in exchange for a stable source of customers. No matter how you think about this deal, it is all your own blood. Definitely, he still has to act on the surface, or Phil Coulson realizes that the cost of the elixir is very low, and he will definitely have to ask for a price reduction. Although he can't lower the price and engage in monopoly marketing, he still has to consider Nick Fury's behavior. If the price is raised rashly, to be more realistic, Nick Fury may feel that some agents are not worth consuming expensive elixir, or that they can be treated with other methods, so he will give up buying a large amount of elixir and buy a small amount instead. This is the same as the medicine in the game. For the same price, you can buy hundreds of bottles of ordinary red medicine at will. But the red medicine that can instantly recover at the same price is not willing to use it even when fighting the boss. Waiting for myself to recover. In the same way, a.k.a. keeps all the panacea in its hands and saves it for critical moments. At that time, a.k.a. will not buy it like it is now. At most buy dozens of bottles, and it's over. If a.k.a. didn't use up all the elixir in their hands, how could Lu Chuang continue to sell them the elixir? It's better to give them a little bit of cheap, let them mistakenly think that they have made a profit, and continue to buy panacea without any scruples. Lu Chuang learned this method from a certain big company. Back then, Lu Chuang was considered one of the persecuted people, and he burst into tears when he said it. At this time, Lorna came out from the kitchen with 2 breakfasts. During the period of living in Lu Chuang's house, Lorna basically finished breakfast. This was proposed by Lorna. She is not the kind of person who can accept help from others with peace of mind. In addition to assisting little Peter to complete the work on weekdays, Lorna will also repay Lu Chuang's help and acceptance through some things, such as doing breakfast like this. Definitely, this breakfast is simple bread and milk. Even a more difficult Lorna can't make it. Putting the breakfast on the table, seeing Lu Chuang smile, Lorna asked curiously, "I just heard what you said about the panacea. What is that?" Lu Chuang's voice on the phone was not covered up, and Lorna could hear it clearly without deliberately eavesdropping. "No, this is it." Lu Chuang didn't hide anything either. He pointed to a few boxes of mineral water in the corner. He bought them from a convenience store. He only needed to inject a certain amount of mana into them, and the price would instantly increase by hundreds of thousands of times. Coins are not so profitable. Lorna is a little confused. Is there a brand of panacea for mineral water? You want to sell mineral water? Lorna asked in surprise. Lu Chuang was not happy when he heard it. What mineral water? This is the panacea, which is the holy water you have seen before. Holy water? Lorna recalled that there was such a thing. She remembered that Lu Chuang used holy water to deal with vampires, and the effect was excellent. After the vampire drank it, the ashes were scattered on the spot. But your previous holy water doesn't seem to be like this. Lu Chuang shook his index finger. You don't understand, right? The competition in the industry is fierce now, and the holy water of the church can't be sold even if there is something new. By the way, I also have hot pot flavored holy water here. Do you want to try it? Try it. Listening to Lu Chuang's words, Lorna rolled her eyes. After being with Lu Chuang for so many days, she didn't know that Lu Chuang was not a priest at all, and the holy water was probably a lie made up by this guy. Lu Chuang picked up a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth and started to make a new panacea. There are 3 steps to making a panacea. Grab your mineral water, peel off the label, and infuse it with mana. The whole process took less than 5 seconds before Lorna took a few sips of milk over there. Lu Chuang had already converted half a box of mineral water into a panacea. Each bottle of panacea contained a certain amount of mana. After Lu Chuang's research, this mana is basically enough to make a whole body SBA for a person's soul. Although this point of mana is not a lot. After Lu Chuang converted the whole box of mineral water into a panacea, he still drained all the mana in Lu Chuang's body. Lorna had just finished drinking the milk, and when she looked up, she saw Lu Chuang lying on the sofa with empty eyes, and she was startled. "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay. It's just a little overdrawn." Lu Chuang waved his hand weakly, and now he feels that he is lacking in energy, as if his body is being hollowed out. Seeing that Lu Chuang's condition is not very good, Lorna said worriedly, "Should I send you to the hospital?" "No, I'll take it easy." Lu Chuang didn't expect that the consequences of overdrawing his mana would be so uncomfortable. At first, Lu Chuang thought he had a lot of mana, but now it seems that his mana is still not enough. Now Lu Chuang has to wait for his mana to recover automatically. It will take at least half a day to recover all his mana. In this way, Tony Stark's order will also take several days to complete. It would be nice if there was more mana. Thinking of this, Lu Chuang couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If he had known that his actions in the vampire bar should have been kept secret, so that he could continue to hunt those vampires to increase his mana. It would not be the case now. The vampire bar has become a holy place for online celebrities, and those vampires dare not show up. Lu Chuang thought about it and decided to find a chance to go and see. Maybe he could catch one or two vampires who are not afraid of death. After resting for a while, Lu Chuang finally calmed down a lot, but he didn't continue to make the panacea for fear that his body would be hollowed out again. While eating breakfast, Lu Chuang suddenly received a call from Weasel, saying that the batch of materials he ordered had arrived. It was only then that Lu Chuang remembered that before going to Monaco, he had indeed ordered a batch of materials from Weasel, which were also needed to make super battle suits, but they were not as rare as gold titanium alloys. They were just ordinary materials. In this way, all the materials for making a super battle suit are gathered together. Lu Chuang looked at his house and said distressedly, "Weasel, put those materials at your place first, and I'll come back to get them in a few days." "Are you kidding me? Do you think my place is a storage factory? Do you know how much it costs to find someone to take care of these materials? I'll give you double the custody fee." "Okay, you can leave it for a few days if you want." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chuang scratched his hair. Now another batch of materials has been delivered, and he doesn't even know where to put them. The garage space has long been covered with 2 pairs of steel armors. In order to make space, Lu Chuang transferred the firearms and ammunition originally stored in the garage to the empty room on the 2nd floor, while the garage materials were moved to the basement by Lu Chuang. Now the basement space is also filled with various materials and collectibles. Lu Chuang rubbed his chin and said to Lorna, "A batch of new materials will be delivered in a few days, and our house is running out of space, so I plan to use the extra space to put materials." Lorna knew what these materials were used for, and said, "But the house only has the hall and the kitchen, and there is still space, so you don't want those materials to be placed here?" "Definitely not. If materials are placed in these places, I will not live comfortably. Where else in the house can I put materials?" Lorna wondered. Lu Chuang thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Why don't you free up your room? How about you sleep on the sofa in the future?" Lorna didn't speak, just looked at Lu Chuang expressionlessly. The meaning was very obvious. "Haha, I'm just kidding. How could I let you sleep on the sofa?" Lu Chuang smiled awkwardly and instantly dispelled the thought in his mind. If Lorna really wanted to sleep on the sofa, Lu Chuang was afraid that Luna would pack up and leave on the spot. "No way. I can only think of other ways. Moving to a house with a larger space is a solution. Anyway, Lu Chuang is not short of money now, so buying a bigger house is not a problem at all. But the problem is that there seems to be no suitable house to buy nearby, and Lu Chuang cannot move too far. After all, he had to consider the situation of little Peter. If they move too far away, little Peter will come to Lu Chuang's house again in the future, but it will not be as convenient as a neighbor like now. It is impossible for Aunt May to let little Peter run too far away. Forget it if it doesn't work. I can only buy the surrounding houses so that there will be space for materials, which is really troublesome. Lu Chuang seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice was not small. That of Versailles, the tone, made Lorna feel a little uncomfortable. Buzz! Just then a mobile phone vibrated. Lu Chuang thought that his cell phone was ringing again. He looked down and found that it was not his cell phone, and then saw Lorna take out the cell phone from his pocket and said in amazement, "Why did someone call me?" Due to the pursuit of Sentry Secret Service, Lorna dare not use the previous mobile phone. This new mobile phone was given to Lorna by Lu Chuang himself. In Lu Chuang's words, sometimes he is not at home, and if there is any problem at home, Lorna can still use the mobile phone to contact himself. Ben, Li Qianzhao, wants to refuse. Lorna had no choice but to accept it. Definitely, usually Lorna would only contact Lu Chuang with this mobile phone, and even her only relative, aunt, did not try to contact him. Although Lorna has a lot to say to her aunt, on the one hand, she is worried that the Sentry Secret Service will monitor her aunt's mobile phone, thereby revealing her location. On the other hand, she does not want her affairs to affect her aunt's life. Therefore, Lorna was very puzzled. Why a strange call came from her mobile phone that she hadn't used a few times. Lu Chuang also understood this point and said indifferently, "Listen and see, it might be a scam call." Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Lorna nodded and picked up the phone, but she was very smart and didn't take the initiative to speak, but waited for the other party to speak. However, a few seconds later, Lu Chuang saw that Lorna's face suddenly became extremely ferocious, and dazzling green light spots erupted from both hands. "Who are you?" "Buzz." Inside the house, the lights flickered wildly, and the surrounding metal objects began to tremble violently. Seeing that the green light of Lorna's hands became more and more dazzling, almost catching up with the light bulb, Lu Chuang stood up and patted Lorna's shoulder. "Calm down. Don't tear down the house." Lu Chuang's words carried a hint of a priest's charm, and his gentle and calm tone made Lorna calm down a little. Realizing that her emotions were a little out of control, Lorna took a deep breath. The green light on her hands dissipated immediately, and looked at Lu Chuang with apology in her eyes, and then said to the phone in a cold tone, "Tell me, what's wrong with my aunt?" The reason why Lorna lost control, suddenly, was because she heard something said on the other side. "Lorna Dan, your aunt is in trouble." The person Lorna cares about most is her aunt, and she exploded on the spot when she heard this sentence. Facing Lorna's questioning, a steady male voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm John, from the Mutant Underground Organization. We met before. You should still remember?" Mutant Underground Organization? Lu Chuang didn't bother Lorna, and stood silently by the side, but actually eavesdropped on their conversation with 210 ears pricked up. Lu Chuang, who has a super high school-level thief, has also been strengthened in terms of hearing. As long as he listens carefully, he can still hear it. The voice on the other end of the phone. Overhearing John's words, Lu Chuang suddenly realized, although he has never heard of this Mutant Underground Organization, he can tell the nature of this organization from a name. It is nothing more than a secret organization formed by a group of mutants. Mutants have various abilities. It is not surprising that they can find Lorna's phone number. As for your aunt, we found out she was taken by Sentry Secret Service. Before John finished speaking, Lorna burst into anger. She is innocent. Why did the Sentry Secret Service take her away? John paused and said, "According to the information we obtained, just a few days ago, the Sentry Secret Service took away your aunt on the grounds of investigation. This is obviously my business. My aunt doesn't know anything. Why did those bastards take her away?" Lorna's eyes were full of anger. Her hands were faintly flashing with green light, and she could hardly restrain her emotions. "Give it to me. Let me tell him." Lu Chuang really can't stand it anymore. Now Lorna's condition is very bad, and she may lose control at any time. Lu Chuang was not worried that the other party could hurt him, but he was mainly afraid that Lorna's ability would suddenly lose control and directly squeeze Curry's 2 steel armors into small flats. When the time comes, Lu Chuang will have nowhere to cry. Regardless of Lorna's resistance, Lu Chuang snatched the phone and said, "John, right? I can't explain it on the phone. How about we make an appointment to talk face-to-face?" Hearing an unfamiliar voice, John asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "I'm Lorna's landlord, and I take care of all her food and drinks." If Lorna was not in the mood now, she would definitely refute Lu Chuang's ambiguous words. No matter how you put it, it was as if she was being taken care of by someone. Obviously, she was working without pay, and these were all her labor income. John over there was silent for a long time, and finally said, "Yes, but I need to decide the agreed time and place, and you can't bring other people over." "No problem." Then John said the time and place. Lu Chuang wrote it down and hung up the phone. "Wait, I still have questions to ask him." Lorna was anxious to grab the phone. Lu Chuang let Lorna snatch the phone back and said, "Don't worry, your aunt will be fine. If you have any questions, we can ask them face-to-face later. They can find this phone. Maybe the Sentry Secret Service can also monitor this phone." Hearing this, Lorna hesitated for a while, but gave up the idea of calling back. "Let's go. We go to meet that Mutant Underground Organization together." "No. How did you know this name? Did you overhear just now?" Lorna suddenly realized. Otherwise, why would Lu Chuang know so much about her conversation with John? How is it possible? I've never been interested in other people's gossip. Lu Chuang said righteously. "You just listened." The place John agreed on was in an abandoned building. In the evening, Lu Chuang and Lorna arrived at the agreed place by car. Because her hair color was too conspicuous, before going out, Lorna deliberately dyed her dark green hair black with a disposable hair dye. Not to mention, Lorna, who changed her hair color, is indeed a bit different, and her overall temperament looks much quieter. If you replace the pile of metal bracelets with books, it will be a proper character set for a schoolmaster girl. Lu Chuang didn't make a disguise, and the two walked into the abandoned building just like that. The interior of the abandoned building was empty, and there was no sign of John. Lorna looked around, frowned, and said, "Where is he? He is not lying to us, is he?" Lu Chuang raised the corners of his mouth and showed a veteran smile. "You don't need to guess. The other party must be hiding somewhere to observe us, to see if we have an ambush or other conspiracy. This is a normal operation. Just get used to it. Then we'll just wait here. It's okay, we just didn't have dinner, so let's eat something during this time." Lu Chuang was holding a bag in his hand, which he bought at a passing restaurant, and he took out a meal with gravy from it, calmly eat up. Lorna was stunned. It turned out that Lu Chuang bought these for this. But what time is this? How can she still be in the mood to pay attention to food? "Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Chuang asked curiously. Lorna wanted to refuse, but smelling the delicious rice, she couldn't help swallowing, took out another gravy rice from the bag and ate it. Anyway, John didn't know when he would arrive, so he couldn't wait hungry all the time. In fact, John has already arrived. As Lu Chuang expected, John is hiding somewhere and observing the two of them. He has a hearing that surpasses ordinary people and can easily hear the movement from a long distance, so he is not afraid of being caught at this distance. The two found out. It's not that John doesn't trust Lu Chuang and Lorna. It's just that he has a more cautious and stable personality. Facing people he doesn't know very well, especially Lu Chuang, who appeared unexpectedly, John keeps a vigilant heart. It's just that they didn't expect Lu Chuang to be so experienced and well-prepared that he would bring all the dinner here. Listening to the two of them eating rice with gravy, John, who also didn't have dinner, couldn't help but feel hungry. If he had known earlier, he would have brought his own dinner.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.